Good morning, everyone. So, one question which we could not complete yesterday because of the power issue. So, let's complete that question. So, this is an illustration related to ISD, Input Service Distributor. Have a look into this. Arise India Private Limited, a company engaged in manufacture of various goods, has its corporate office at Mumbai and manufacturing units in Pune and Chennai, and service centers in Kolkata and Bengaluru. The manufacturing units at Pune and Chennai and service centers at Kolkata and Bengaluru are registered in Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, West Bengal and Karnataka respectively, which means they are in 4 different places. The corporate office is registered as a input service distributor. So, head office is an input service distributor. All the units and centers of Arise India Private Limited are operational in the current year. Why they gave that point operational in current year? Because if they are not operational in the current year, then the credit will not be distributed to those divisions. For that reason, they have given that they are operational in the current year. The corporate office intends to distribute the input tax credit for the month of October. The following details are available for such distribution. Unit Pune, Chennai, Kolkata, Bengaluru, turnover, eligible ITC. Now, this eligible ITC on input service attributable to a specific unit or center means the credit will be distributed to that particular unit or center fully. So, specific ITC will be distributed to the specific division. Common ITC only distributed to all the divisions. Okay. Now, so for Pune, IGST 3 lakhs. Where is the head office located? Can you see? See the question. Read the first paragraph and tell me where the head office is located. Mumbai. Mumbai is in Maharashtra. And where the division is located? First division, Pune. Pune is also in Maharashtra. So, to the division in the same state, we need to distribute CGST as CGST, SGST as SGST, IGST as IGST. But for the division in another state, we need to distribute everything as IGST, which means while preparing the answer, we need to prepare a template wherein Pune unit, Chennai, Kolkata, Bengaluru. So, specific ITC distributed to Pune unit, but there you need to divide and show CGST as CGST, SGST as SGST, IGST as IGST. So, that is where 3 lakh IGST, 30,000 CGST, 30,000 SGST. Chennai unit, you group everything into one single credit, that is IGST, because head office is in Maharashtra, Chennai, Tamil Nadu is another state. So, everything will be coming under one heading, that is IGST. So, group it. 24,000, please do 24,000 plus 6,000 plus 6,000. So, 24,000 plus 6,000 plus 6,000, that comes to 36,000. So, 36,000 will be taken as the total credit to distributed to Chennai unit. Then continue. For Kolkata and Bengaluru, do we have any specific credit? No, there is no specific credit for Kolkata and Bengaluru. Then input services used by all units and centers, eligible ITC. Eligible ITC, ineligible ITC, both will be distributed. You tell me what we need to do in that case. We need to follow turnover ratio. Now, I will tell you one computation you all should do now. Okay, take your calculator. 1,20,000, 1,20,000. Eligible ITC we are distributing. 1,20,000 plus 1,20,000 plus 2,40,000. How much you got? 4,80,000. This 4,80,000, how much is attributable to Pune unit? This 4,80,000, how much is attributable to Pune unit? Into 20 divided by, what is the total? 20 plus 30, 50, 50 plus 10, 60 plus 40, 100. So, 20 divided by 100, how much? 96,000. That 96,000 will be given to Pune. You understood? But the problem is that Pune, we need to distribute CGST as CGST, SGST as SGST, IGST as IGST. So, what you need to do in that case? Don't group it. Separately you do. Then for other states alone you do the grouping. Okay. So, can we do this question in your notebook so that you will understand how to do that? So, take your notebook, prepare a table. So, now see, these many columns should come in the table. That is particulars. Particulars is one small column, and then Pune. In Pune itself we have CGST, SGST, IGST. Then what is the next division? Chennai. Chennai is another division. then Kolkata is yet another division, and finally, sorry, Kolkata only na, Kolkata, Bengaluru. So Kolkata and Bengaluru. So this is how we have. In particulars, we'll take what is the credit to be distributed. Why in Bengaluru, Kolkata and other states we did not do the division of CGST, SGST, IGST? Because that will be nil. I mean, everything will be IGST. Everything will be IGST for that reason. Now you prepared this table, correct? Now first one, specific credit. Specific credit distributed to that particular division. What is the specific credit? What is the specific ITC? So for Pune, what is the specific ITC that is given? 30 and 3 lakhs. 30,000 CGST, 30,000 SGST and 3 lakhs IGST. But Chennai, everything will be IGST only. For Chennai and Kolkata and Bengaluru, everything is IGST. So for Chennai, see how much? 24,000 plus 6,000 plus 6,000, that will come to 36,000. 36,000 will be taken. Now Kolkata and Bengaluru, there is nothing. Then next one, next what we have is eligible ITC. Eligible ITC. Eligible ITC, what we need to do? Take the respective credit. What is the respective credit for CGST? 1,20,000. Eligible credit, eligible credit. Are you able to see the question? Question you are able to see now. Question you see and tell me enough. I will do it for you. Okay. Question you see and tell me what is the number you can see eligible ITC. CGST 1,20,000, SGST 1,20,000, IGST 2,40,000. So CGST how much? 1,20,000. 1,20,000 into what is the ratio of Pune division to total? Turnover ratio. What is the Pune turnover? 20 divided by 100. Okay. So say this. 1,20,000 into 20 by 100, that will be 24,000. What about Pune SGST? Same 1,20,000. 1,20,000 into 1,20,000 into 20 by 100, that is 24,000. Then we have IGST. What is the IGST? 2,40,000. So 2,40,000 into 20, sorry, not 20, 20 divided by 100, that will be 48,000. Now you group everything. You do total of everything. What is the total of everything? How pa 96,000? Total means 1,20,000, 1,20,000, 2,40,000. What is the total of this? 4,80,000. So 4,80,000 into, for Chennai, why we need to group it? Because for other state we will distribute everything as IGST credit. 4,80,000 into what is the turnover of Chennai? 30 divided by 100 into 30 by 100. 4,80,000 into 30 by 100, that will be 1,44,000. Then next, Kolkata. For Kolkata, what will be taken? Turnover ratio, 10 by 100. 10 by 100. So 4,80,000. In costing, you did overhead distribution between production departments. You did or not? Same way. So we will take the overheads and we will distribute between the production departments now in some ratio. That is this. So 4,80,000 into 10 divided by 100. What is that? 48,000. Then next, Bengaluru, what is the ratio? 40 divided by 100. So 4,80,000 into 40 divided by 100. Okay. 4,80,000 into 40 by 100. That will be 1,92,000. Now this is what eligible ITC. Now what we need to distribute? Ineligible ITC also we need to distribute. What is that ineligible ITC? Ineligible ITC also we need to distribute. But sir, ineligible ITC, they cannot take ITC now sir. That is recipient division. The factories or the division cannot take ITC. But the ISD should distribute. ISD should distribute every credit of input service. Okay, let it be blocked credit or ineligible credit, everything needs to be distributed. So this also you do the same way. Now 40,000, 40,000, 80,000. So 40,000 into ratio same, no change, 20 by 100, 40,000 into 20 by 100. Then what's next? 80,000, 80,000 into 20 by 100. So what is the number we got? 40,000 into 20 by 100. 8,000, then 8,000, 80,000 into 20 by 100. That is 16,000. So this we got now. Then with respect to Chennai, so now you do the total of this ineligible ITC. What is the total of ineligible ITC? 40,000 plus 40,000 plus 80,000. That will be 1,60,000. That 1,60,000 into what by what? Ratio will not change. 30 by 100. 1,60,000 into 30 by 100, and here 1,60,000 into 10 by 100, and thereafter 1,60,000 into 40 by 100. Yeah, ratio will not change, it will be the same. So 1,60,000 into 30 by 100, that comes to 48,000. Then 1,60,000 into 10 by 100, how much? 1,60,000 into 10 by 100, that will be 16,000. 1,60,000 into 40 by 100, that will be 64,000. So this is how we got ineligible ITC. You understood? So next one, first point we distributed input services fully. Inputs, so 60,000, 60,000. Tell me what we need to do. Inputs, what we need to do? It is attributable to only Pune unit and Kolkata unit. Then we will distribute only to Pune unit and Kolkata unit. Correct or not? What correct? This is what concept? What concept? Input, input, heading at least tell. What is the concept which we are discussing? Input, service, distributor. What distributor? Input, service, distributor. This is what? Inputs. Inputs and all cannot be distributed. What can be distributed? Only input service can be distributed. Are you understanding this? It is not input distributor or capital goods distributor. The name is what? Input service distributor. Means what they can distribute? Only input service. So capital goods they cannot distribute. Inputs they cannot distribute. Means sir, this particular inputs can't be distributed? No, it cannot be distributed. Is it clear? Then look into the next one. Input services used by Chennai unit and Bengaluru center. Now input service are input or capital goods are input service. Will it be distributed? Yes. Now what we will do in that case? So Chennai unit means same state or different state. Where head office is located? Mumbai, Maharashtra. Where Chennai? Another state. So therefore everything as IGST. Bengaluru, same state or another state? Another state. So everything distributed as IGST. Now please do the total of this. What is the total of this? 30,000 plus 30,000 plus 10,000, 70,000. Now go to the turnover. What is the Chennai turnover? Chennai turnover 30 lakhs. And what is the Bengaluru turnover? 40 lakhs. 30 plus 40 how much? 70. In that ratio we will distribute. Is it clear or not? So say this. Input services, and that input services. So for Pune there is nothing. For Chennai we will distribute. How much you said? 70,000. Correct? 70,000 into. For Chennai what is the turnover? 30 divided by 70. 30 by 70 means how much? 30,000. Again Bengaluru, that is last. 70,000 into 40 divided by 70. What is 40 divided by 70? That is 40,000. So this will be taken and see the answer here. So the total, if you do, it will be called as total ITC to be distributed. Okay, total ITC distributed. So what is the total ITC distributed? 30,000 plus 24,000 plus 8,000, that will be 62,000. Then next, here 30, 24 and 8, 62,000. Then 3 lakhs plus 48,000 plus 16,000, that will be 3 lakh 64,000. Then next 36,000, 1 lakh 44,000, then 48,000 and 30,000, that is 2 lakh 58,000. Then next 48,000 plus 16,000, 64,000. Then finally we have 1 lakh 92,000, 64,000 and 40,000, that will be 2 lakh 96,000. So this is the total ITC distributed. Okay, so this is how you need to arrive at the answer. Is it clear here? So there is a chance of asking a question like this related to ISD. Now look into the next page. There is one more illustration. Division A, Division B, Division C, turnover during the previous year 100 crore, 40 crore and 60 crore. This is their turnover. ITC distributed, if you see, so 40 lakhs, 50 lakhs, 10 lakhs, this is what the ITC is distributed. But ITC to be distributed as per section 20. So what is the way in which it should have been distributed? As per section 20 is 5:2:3, that is 50 lakhs, 20 lakhs and 30 lakhs. Now for division A, how much the ITC should be distributed? How much is the ITC that should be distributed? 50 lakhs. How much they have distributed it? 40 lakhs. Means there is a shortfall, correct? To what extent there is a shortfall? 10 lakhs. Again I am repeating, please try to understand. 50 lakhs is the ITC to be distributed. 40 lakhs is the ITC that is distributed actually. So what is a shortfall? 10 lakhs is the shortfall. So how the 10 lakhs will be given to division A? By giving a supplementary invoice. So by giving a supplementary invoice, the 10 lakhs can be given to division A. Then division B, how much is the ITC to be distributed? 20 lakhs. ITC to be distributed is 20 lakhs. How much they have actually distributed? 50 lakhs. Means excess distributed, correct? To what extent excess distributed? 30 lakhs. How to reduce it? ISD credit note. They need to give a ISD credit note to reduce that 30 lakhs. Then next division C. Division C, what is the ITC to be distributed? 30 lakhs. What is the ITC actually distributed? 10 lakhs. Means what is the shortfall? 20 lakhs. So the 20 lakhs will be given to division C through ISD supplementary invoice. Is it clear? Then suppose if this procedure is not followed, what will happen? If this procedure is not followed, what will happen? As per section 21, GST department shall recover 330 lakhs from division B along with interest and penalty, because see, division B only excess distributed na. So section 21 says what? You read that. What does section 21 says? If the ISD has distributed excess credit to any recipient, the excess will be recovered from the recipient with interest as if tax was not paid. As if tax was not paid, it will be recovered from the division. So therefore, division B, we distributed excess. So therefore, we will recover it from that. As per section 21, GST department shall recover 30 lakhs from which division? Division B. However, IT is not available to division A and division C. If the department recovers na, they will not be giving ITC to division A and division C. So what ISD should do? Should not allow GST department to recover. They only should do the supplementary invoice and credit note. Are you understanding this? If they follow na, at least division A and division C will get the 10 lakhs, 20 lakhs. If they leave it like this, if they are not doing like this, then department will come and recover the 30 lakhs from division B and go. And they will not give the benefit to division A and division C. Means literally 30 lakhs is a loss to this company. Is it clear? So that is what they are trying to convey. It is always advisable to give the credit note and supplementary invoice for distribution or adjustment that they need to make. Is it clear? This is about input tax credit chapter that we have discussed. And there is one question, one example 37, which they have given related to this ISD concept in your study material. You can see that. Messrs. XYZ Limited, having its head office in Mumbai, is registered as ISD. It has 3 units in different states, namely Mumbai, Jabalpur and Delhi, which are operational in the current year. Messrs. XYZ Limited furnishes the following information for the month of May 2024 and ask for permission to distribute the below input tax credit to various units. CGST paid on services used only for Mumbai unit 3 lakhs. IGST, CGST and SGST paid on services used for all units will be 12 lakhs. Now, how many divisions I have? 3 divisions. How many divisions are 3, 4 and confused panni. Clearly it is there Napa, Mumbai, Jabalpur and Delhi like that. How many divisions I have? 3 divisions. And where is the head office located? Mumbai. You understood? So therefore Mumbai, they will be distributing it to Mumbai and Jabalpur and Delhi. Jabalpur and Delhi, same state or different state? Different state. Mumbai is in the same state. Now, what is the first credit? First credit is what? CGST paid on service used only for Mumbai unit. So, entirely it will be distributed to Mumbai unit. Can we do this? So, please write down the answer for this. Example 37. What is the template that we need to prepare? What is the format we need to prepare? Particulars, Mumbai. But in Mumbai column alone there will be 3. CGST, SGST, IGST. CGST, SGST, IGST. And in remaining Jabalpur and Delhi normal, full IGST only. Particulars, Mumbai. In Mumbai column again divide into 3, CGST, SGST, IGST, whereas Jabalpur and Delhi you take only IGST. Okay. Then in particulars, first one, specific creditor. Yes or no? Is it specific credit? Yes. How it is specific credit? It is only used for one unit. Which unit? Mumbai unit. So write down specific ITC. Specific ITC you write down in particulars. How much? 3 lakhs. Which division? Mumbai division. Which column? CGST column. So directly go there and update. Mumbai division. Mumbai division, CGST column you update 3 lakhs. Okay. Next. Next, IGST, CGST, SGST paid on services used for all units, that is 12 lakhs. But do we have a breakup of CGST, SGST? No. So they have given total. So therefore total we will distribute it. Okay. And what is the total? 12 lakhs. What is the turnover ratio? So total turnover of all 3 units will be 5:3:2. Okay. So 12 lakhs. So here we don't have the breakup. As we don't have the breakup, so we need to take it like equal. Okay. As we don't have the breakup, we will take it equal. So 12 lakhs divided by 3 is what? 4 lakhs. So go to Mumbai division CGST column. Right there 4 lakhs into what by what? 5/10. 4 lakhs into 5/10. For Mumbai it is 50. So 5/10. Then again go to SGST column. Same 4 lakhs into 5/10. 4 lakhs into 5/10. Then again IGST column also 4 lakhs into 5/10. You understood what is the assumption that we have taken? What assumption we have taken? As they gave 12 lakhs in total for all 3, we divide it equally between CGST, SGST and IGST. So 4 lakhs, 4 lakhs, 4 lakhs like that we are dividing. And thereafter that particular ratio attributable to Mumbai we are distributing. So 4 lakh into 5/10, how much? 2 lakhs, 2 lakhs, 2 lakhs is the answer. Correct? You got that? Then go to Jabalpur division. Jabalpur division fully we will distribute as IGST only. So what is the total given? 12 lakhs. Correct? 12 lakhs into Jabalpur division turnover ratio is what? Jabalpur division turnover ratio 3/10 into 3/10. Jabalpur division turnover will be 3/10 into 3/10. How much? 12 lakhs into 3/10. 3,60,000. Then go to last division, that is Delhi division. Delhi division, what is the total? 12 lakhs. 12 lakhs into what is the turnover ratio? 2/10. 12 lakhs into 2/10. 2,40,000. 2,40,000. You understood? So that is how we need to divide it and we will get the answer. And compared to this study material answer, your answer is more perfect. Okay. because your answer has clear-cut division of CGST, SGST and IGST. Please follow this way only in exam. So definitely you will get good marks. Okay. Then next one. So this 21 we discussed. All these illustrations we have completed. Every illustration we discussed. Trust me. And look into this quick MCQs. So with this input tax credit chapter will be over. Definition of inputs includes capital goods. Yes or no? Definition of inputs includes capital goods. Yes or no? One answer you tell na. No. Definitely no. Because inputs is different, capital goods is different, input service is different. If inputs includes capital goods, why will there be a different definition? Capital goods means what? Those goods which are capitalized in the books of the person. Whereas inputs means what? Those goods which are purchased and charged to P&L. If I put it in P&L, its name is inputs. If I put in balance sheet, that is capitalize it will be called as capital goods. Definitely inputs will not include capital goods. To claim ITC on capital goods, is it mandatory to capitalize the capital goods in the books of accounts? Yes. Only then it will be called as capital goods. Under section 16(2) of CGST Act, how many conditions to be fulfilled for the entitlement of ITC? All conditions are any one condition? All conditions. I told you total 8 conditions we have, correct? Only a registered person can avail ITC. Inward supply should be used or intended to be used in the course or furtherance of business, and supplier should have paid the tax. Supplier should report the details in GSTR1. Like that we saw conditions, all the conditions. Input tax credit on capital goods and inputs can be availed in one installment or multiple installment. One installment. We don't have any multiple installments. So in the same month, for example, we purchase capital goods this month itself we can take ITC. Then whether depreciation on tax component of capital goods is permissible or not permissible. Depreciation on tax component. ITC is eligible only if depreciation is not availed. Then the time limit beyond which, if goods are not returned, the capital goods sent for job work shall be treated as supply. The set time limit is very good, 3 years. Capital goods, clearly I said inputs only 1 year and it can be extended for a further period of 1 year. For capital goods it will be 3 years. Okay. Input tax credit as credited in the electronic credit ledger can be utilized for. So electronic credit ledger balance can be utilized for payment of what? Only tax. Only tax. You cannot use it for payment of interest, late fee, penalty, etc. Only for payment of taxes. Then if goods are received in lots or installments, when you can take ITC? Last installment. Okay. So ITC can be availed upon receipt of last lot. Okay. So the answers given there are wrong. So because they have given for 8 it is D. Wrong. How can we take ITC proportionate here? Now each lot or installment we can take, we cannot take. Okay. So kindly correct the answers in your book accordingly. So these are the correct answers. First one it is B, correct. Second one it is A, correct. Third one it is A, correct. Fourth one it is C, correct. Fifth one C. Sixth one also C. Seventh one D. Eighth one alone is wrong. For eighth one it is B. ITC can be availed upon receipt of last lot. Okay. Then next one. This is order of utilization of ITC. This also we discussed. So I told you example now IGST credit we need to use for payment of what liability, etc. and all. So this we have seen, and look into one example based on this. From the following details, show the utilization of ITC in the optimum way. So what is the way in which we will utilize the ITC in optimum way? Come on. We have 100, 100 and 100. ITC 150, 175 and 150. What we need to do? CGST. First which credit we need to exhaust? IGST. Correct? And that IGST first we will use for payment of IGST. Then if you observe where we have more credit, CGST than SGST, so therefore extra 50 rupees I can give it to SGST. Am I right? So say this, tax liability IGST 100 and CGST 100, SGST 100. Now paid through ITC. So first one A we are using. So for IGST 100 we are using, then CGST 50 we are using, okay, and then 50 we are using for CGST and 100 we are using for SGST. We have multiple options, anyway we can use, but what is the correct answer? What should be the total of net liability? 0. The total of net liability should be 0. Here they did not present it in a proper way. I will give it in your perfect way. You see this. What you need to do is that first you need to take CGST, then you need to take SGST, then you need to take IGST. What is the gross liability? What is the gross GST payable? The gross GST payable, CGST is 100, SGST is 100, IGST is 100, correct? Now in this, first which credit we need to use? Minus IGST credit. So what is the IGST credit? First we are using for IGST. Then what is the excess balance we have? 50. That 50 we can use either for CGST or SGST. But I will not use it for CGST because in CGST there is lot of credit. So I can use it for SGST. Anyway I can use, and thereafter minus CGST and SGST credit. How much is the CGST credit I will use? 100 I will use. How much is the SGST credit I will use? Only 50 I will use. So that the net liability will become 0. And what is the excess ITC carried forward? What is the excess ITC that is carried forward? CGST, how much credit was there? 175. Out of that 175, how much I have used? 100 I have used. Still how much is there? 75. SGST how much? 150. How much I have used? Only 50 I have used. Still 100 is there. And IGST will be 0. Now you put one total column also in exam. So 100, 100, 100, 300 and minus 150 minus 150. So it will become 0. The excess ITC that will be carried forward will be 175. Like this you present it in exam. So this will be the perfect presentation. Okay. Next. Next, look into this illustration 34. Can we do another question? See this illustration 34. From the following information, compute the net GST payable for the month of March 2024. Output GST and input tax credit as per the ledger. Now, tell me which credit we need to use first. 37,000 IGST. So, liability 2,000, 15,000 and 24,000. Correct? That is a liability. Now, what is the IGST credit we will use? 37,000 you will use for IGST. So once you use 37,000 for IGST, 24,000, what is the balance left? 13,000. That 13,000 you use for SGST, correct? 13,000 you use for SGST. Then what will happen? CGST will be 2,000. SGST 15 minus 13 minus 1. So that will be 1,000. IGST will become 0. So what is the total? Total will be 3,000. This is also correct. This is also correct. Alternative way also we can do. So anyway you can do, but the total should be 3,000. How sir the total should be 3,000? You do the total of this output tax. 2,000 plus 15,000 plus 24,000, that is 41,000. What is the total of this? 37,000 plus 1,000, that is 38,000. 41,000 minus 38,000, the total should be 3,000. So anyway you can do, but ensure that you are getting this as total. Then look into illustration 35. Kunal Limited, a registered supplier of Kanpur, is a manufacturer of heavy machines. Its outward supply exclusive of GST for the month of January 2025 are as follows. Interstate 85 lakhs, intrastate 15 lakhs. Applicable rate of CGST, SGST and IGST on outward supplies are 9%, 9%, 18% respectively. Details of GST paid on inward supply during the month of January 2025 are as follows. CGST paid, SGST paid, they have given. Raw material A, raw material B, construction of pipelines, insurance charges. Additional information, there is no opening balance of ITC and all conditions necessary for availing ITC have been fulfilled. Details of GST paid on inward supplies are available in 2B except for item 1, that is raw material A. So everything is there in 2B, but raw material A for which supplier has not filed GSTR1 for the month of January 2025, hence corresponding input tax credit is not reflecting in 2B of Pune Limited in January 2025. So therefore, this raw material A related credit alone is not visible in the 2B. Means can we take or we cannot take? We cannot take. Okay. Then compute the following amount of eligible ITC available for the month of Jan 2025, minimum net GST payable. Got it? Can we do the computation? First one, ITC available. You see this ITC available, raw material A. Read raw material A point. Raw material A, I think this is a newly added question. This is a newly added question. So in the latest study material they have added this. Okay. See, always it is advisable to follow the new study material. I will tell you the reason. What CMA Institute will do sometimes, for new study material they will be creating new question that directly they will take it and give it in the exam, because they also know that the students will be having old study material and the student will not read all those things. So they will take it from study material and they will give. Okay. So better download all the study materials in your mobile, and after downloading problems alone, ensure that every problem in study material you are covering. I am not talking about tax alone. I am talking about every subject. Okay. Don't believe in people who are telling questions will not be asked from study material. They are idiots. Okay. So don't believe in those who are telling study material, don't follow like that. Then why CMA Institute is giving study material? For what purpose they are giving? Are you understanding? So it is the coaching centers, it is the faculties who will be cheating you by telling, study material don't follow, you follow my book only, I will give you compiler, you follow that only. Don't believe in all these things, because what will happen is that tomorrow they will lift the question from study material. See, covering study material first, then you can read all other things. Okay. So this is a very good question. So see there, raw material A, you read. How much is the raw material A? 80,000 CGST, 80,000 SGST, of which 70% of inputs were used and 30% were in stock. Now, whatever the case may be, on this 80,000, we cannot take ITC. Why we cannot take ITC on this 80,000 and 80,000? Because it is not reflected in 2B. I told you one point, section 41. What is that I told you in section 41? Only matched ITC can be taken. Unmatched ITC cannot be taken. So therefore this 80,000 and 80,000 cannot be taken as credit. Are you understanding? Then second one, you see raw material B, of which 90% material received in factory and remaining material completely damaged due to a road accident on the way to factory. There was no negligence on the part of Pune Limited. Okay. So 50,000 and 50,000. You tell me 90% material received and 10% material damaged. Can we take ITC on that? No. Yesterday I told you blocked credit. If the purchased goods are lost, destroyed, written off, stolen or disposed of as gifts or fee samples, we cannot take ITC. So 10% of the material is damaged, lost. Can we take ITC of that? No. Means how much credit can be taken? Only 90% can be taken. So 50,000 into 90%. What is 50,000 into 90%? 45,000 and 45,000. Then next, construction of pipelines laid outside the factory premises. Okay. So can we take ITC on this? No. Generally, construction of plant and machinery we can take ITC, but plant and machinery excludes two things. What are they? Telecommunication towers and pipelines laid outside factory gate. So therefore this 40,000 and 40,000 cannot be taken as credit. Then insurance charges paid for trucks used for transportation of goods. Trucks used for transportation of goods. Can we take ITC on the trucks used for transportation of goods? Yes, because trucks will come under other motor vehicles. Motor vehicle for transportation of persons, vessels and aircrafts is only blocked credit, but other motor vehicles always ITC available. So on this 55,000 and 55,000 credit can be taken. So what is the total ITC that you have? 1 lakh and 1 lakh. Now see your liability. What is your outward supply? 85 lakhs interstate means IGST. So how much will be your liability? 85 lakhs into 18%, that is 15 lakh 30,000 is your IGST liability. And next one, intrastate 15 lakhs. So 15 lakhs will be your CGST SGST. So 15 lakhs into 9%. What is that? 1 lakh 35, 1 lakh 35. So this is your liability, 1 lakh 35, 1 lakh 35, 15 lakh 30. Now you have CGST, SGST credit. So this we will adjust with CGST and SGST liability. Correct? CGST credit, SGST credit. First we need to adjust with CGST, SGST liability. So 1,35,000 minus 1,35,000. 1,35,000 minus 1,35,000. So 15,30,000. That is the GST payable in cash. Is it clear? So that is with respect to this question. So fully we have completed input tax credit. Now we are moving on to exemptions under GST. Okay. So have a look into this. There are various exemptions in GST, and what you need to do is that next 2 hours you need to just listen to whatever I am telling. Okay. And you should not be bothered about anything else, because here don't try to remember, but try to understand. I mean, don't mug up, try to understand, because in exam when you get a question you will get application based question. So we have lot of questions related to exemptions. I'll just show you this. See, this is your exemptions chapter. In exemptions chapter they have given list of exemptions with respect to services, big list, that itself will run into multiple pages. But what I did, no, all these pages I just did the grouping, like similar exemptions I just did the grouping. See, this many pages. Promise, I will tell you, you will not be able to read all these things. You will not be able to read all these things. But now if you cooperate, in next 2 hours we will complete this. Okay. In next 2 hours we will complete everything we can complete, this entire pages. Okay, this many. And what I did is that sector wise I did the grouping, that's what we are discussing. And here also they gave, and then thereafter they are giving some illustrations based on the exemptions. But let's try to complete the exemptions first. Okay, so whenever you are getting exemption, there is a power to grant the exemption for central government. That power is given under section 11 of CGST Act. So whenever you are writing section 11, you need to give the reference to read with notification number 12 of 2017, because notification 12 of 2017 deals with the list of exemptions. Look into the first exemption, agriculture related services. All the exemptions with respect to agriculture I just grouped into one place. First point you need to remember, any service in relation to agriculture or agricultural produce is exempted. Okay, so again I am repeating, any service in relation to agriculture or agricultural produce is exempted. Means someone is doing agriculture or someone is doing having agricultural produce. I am providing the service in relation to agriculture, agricultural produce. Can you give me examples of service in relation to agriculture or agricultural produce? Supply of farm labor, seed testing, soil testing, and then harvesting services, and thereafter this seed insertion, etc. is there na, all those, pruning, threshing. There are a number of activities which I will do in relation to agriculture. Even renting of agricultural land, renting of vacant land, renting of warehouse for keeping the agricultural produce, loading of agricultural produce, packing of agricultural produce. There are a number of activities. Any service, remember, any service in relation to agriculture or agricultural produce is exempted. What is the meaning of agriculture? Agriculture means generally cultivation of crops, correct? But apart from cultivation of crops, rearing of life forms of animals. So what is that rearing of life forms of animals means? So rearing means taking care of animals. For what purpose? For food. Example, poultry farm. Poultry farm, we will do rearing of animals. For what purpose? Food. Fisheries, for what purpose? Food. So rearing of life forms of animals for food. Rearing of life forms of animals for fiber. Fiber means silkworm farming, sericulture. And then sheep farming for collecting the wool. Okay, that is fiber. Then fuel, that is cattle farming. Cattle will be used for the purpose of ploughing and all in the agricultural farm. So cattle farming also will come under agriculture. Then, so for food, fiber, fuel, raw material, honeybee farming. So they will do honeybee farming for the purpose of collection of honey raw honey. So that will also be coming under agriculture. So generally agriculture means you will think only cultivation, not only cultivation, but rearing of all life forms of animals. For what purpose? For what purpose we are rearing the life forms of animals? For food, fiber, fuel, raw material or any other similar products. But except rearing of horses. Why except rearing of horses? Because horses is no way connected to food. Whether we eat horse? No. And we use horse for fiber? No. And we use horse for fuel in agriculture. Whether we use instead of bullock carts, instead of cattle, we use horse for ploughing. In any agricultural farm, did you see horse used in ploughing? No, it cannot be used. And raw material or any other similar produce. So horses is no way connected under agriculture. That's why it is excluded. Then what about other animals, sir? Other animals not at all allowed for rearing. For example, tiger rearing, lion rearing, elephant rearing, like that we don't have, because it is not allowed for rearing. Are you getting this? So therefore whichever animals which are allowed for rearing, in that except horses, everything else is covered under agriculture. Okay. So tell me, what is the meaning of agriculture? Cultivation of plants and rearing of life forms of animals. For what purpose you are doing rearing of life forms of animals? Food, fiber, fuel, raw material or any other similar products. Okay. Now, rather than remembering the definition, you need to know as to what is the meaning of agriculture. If you register in your brain, that is sufficient. Okay. Then what is agricultural produce? Agricultural produce means the primary produce out of agriculture. Example, fruits, vegetables, all these will come under agricultural produce on which no processing is carried out. Tomato, agricultural producer, yes. Mango, agricultural producer, yes. Banana, agricultural producer, yes. On which no processing is done, or some processing as is usually done by the cultivator, which does not alter its essential characteristics. Raw banana, agricultural produce, they ripen it. Raw mango, agricultural produce, they are ripening. Because of ripening banana, will it become pineapple? Banana only, na. Because of ripening mango, will it become some other fruit? Apple it will become? No, mango only. So therefore it will not change the essential characteristics. So still it is agricultural produce. So banana fruit is also agricultural produce and mango fruit is also agricultural produce. Tender coconut, agricultural produce. Tender coconut, okay. And tender coconut, they peel off the layer and we will have coconut. Is it also agricultural produce? Yes, that is also agricultural produce. That coconut shell we will remove. Inside we will be having copra. So whether that is also agricultural produce? Yes. But from that copra, if you take coconut oil is not agricultural produce. Are you understanding this? So see this. Agriculture means cultivation of plants and rearing of all life forms of animals, except what? Except the rearing of horses. For what purpose? Food, fiber, fuel, raw material or other similar products. What is agricultural produce means? Agricultural produce means a primary produce out of agriculture. I am doing some agriculture and I am getting some output. Okay. So primary produce out of agriculture on which no further processing is done, or such processing is done as is usually done by a cultivator or producer, which does not alter its essential characteristics but makes it marketable for primary market. So which is usually done by cultivator. Whether paddy is agricultural produce? Yes. Rice, paddy to rice, essential characteristics will not change. Even then it should be agricultural produce. Correct only. But paddy to rice, who will be doing? Cultivator will do or rice mill will do? Rice mill will do. So which is not usually done by cultivator. That's the reason why rice is not an agricultural produce. Only paddy is an agricultural produce, but rice is not an agricultural produce. Then as rice is not an agricultural produce, we don't have any exemption to rice. No, they have given few exemptions. Second point, you see, in case of rice, only loading, unloading, packing, storage or warehousing of rice is exempted. For rice, only 4 activities are exempted. What are the 4 activities? Loading, unloading, packing, storage. These 4 activities. What about these 4 activities for agricultural produce? That's anyhow covered in the first point itself. Is it clear? Then look into third one, artificial insemination of livestock. Through artificial process, through injections, they will be giving reproduction to the animals. So that is exempted. But again it excludes horses, because horses no way coming under agriculture. Then service by way of storage or warehousing of cereals and pulses. Cereals and pulses means what? Dals. Urid dal, gram dal, tur dal, etc. is cereals and pulses. Is it agricultural produce? No. Why it is not agricultural produce? Someone is processing it, okay? And even though it is not agricultural produce, but its storage is exempted. Then warehousing of minor forest produce is exempted. What is minor forest produce? Which is available in the forest, okay? No one is cultivating it. Can you give me examples of minor forest produce? Tamarind, very good. Then next, bamboo, rubber, good. Next, even we have the shikakai, Ayurvedic herbs. So these are all some things which are available in the forest. So that is called as minor forest produce. And this minor forest produce storage will be exempted. Just 5 points you need to remember. First point, any service in relation to agricultural produce. Second point, rice, loading, unloading, storage, packing of rice. Then storage or warehousing of cereals and pulses, storage or warehousing of minor forest produce. Then one more, artificial insemination of livestock. These are the 5. What about storage and warehousing of fruits and vegetables? Storage and warehousing of fruits and vegetables, anyhow fruits and vegetables are agricultural produce. And agricultural produce, any service in relation to agriculture or agricultural produce is exempted. Because of that it is covered under the exemption. Is it clear? First point. So warehousing of fruits and vegetables and other agricultural produce is covered in point number 1 above. What is it? Point number 1 above. Service in relation to agriculture or agricultural produce. Got the clarity about this here? Then next one, look into insurance services. Insurance services, we have few exemptions. In that first point, you need to underline NPS. Just highlight NPS. Means whenever you see in question NPS trust, the service provided by them will be exempted. Okay. So National Pension System Trust will be providing insurance services. They receive the insurance premium. That premium collected by them will be exempted. NPS trust. Then next one, group life insurance. What is group life insurance means? So for example, we are a group. We can also create a group insurance fund. Everyone will contribute some amount towards the fund. And out of this group, if any member dies, out of the fund money will be paid to the family members. That is called as group insurance fund. So which group insurance funds are exempted? See there, 5. Army, Navy, Air Force, Postal Guard, Central Armed Police Forces. These 5 group insurance funds. What about other group insurance fund? Taxable. For example, CMA Institute is also having a group insurance fund. ICMAI benevolent fund, like that one concept is there, wherein all practicing CMA members will be contributing some amount towards that benevolent fund. If any practicing member dies, because basically if you see practicing professionals will not have PF, ESI, gratuity, etc. and all, correct? So they have to work hard for their living, and suppose if anything happens to them, then out of the benevolent fund money will be contributed to the family members of that practicing cost accountant. Is it clear or not? So that is with respect to this. So that will be taxable or exempted. ICMA benevolent fund will be taxable because that is not covered here. Only Army, Navy, Air Force, Postal Guard and Central Armed Police Forces. Then service of general insurance prisoners provided under government notified schemes. That is, I am an insurance company, either government insurance company or private insurance company. I am providing insurance services. Which insurance services? General insurance services. But that general insurance scheme is notified by Government of India. Then in that case, whatever premium that I am collecting will be exempted. What are those notified schemes? There is a big list of notified schemes, but easily you can remember. All these schemes are notified by government to protect their vote bank. What is their vote bank? What is government's vote bank? What is government votes bank? Agriculture. If they do anything for agriculture and farmers, definitely they will get good votes. Correct? Number two, women from last 50 years. So they are doing this only to women. So they are giving some freebies. 1000 rupees we will give you, and thereafter grinder we will give you, TV we will give you. Correct or not? So all these things, freebies. So again, next, what is the next vote bank? Below poverty line. Below poverty line. So for example, floods will come, water and all will come in your area. So at that time what they will do? They will not repair the drainage, etc. and all. Instead they will give you 5000 rupees. Nivarana Nidhi. You understood or not? So for what? Then only when election come, they will remember this 5000 rupees and they will put the vote. because before election if we give, that is offense. But like this at times and all we can give the cash. So they will think, see, the great person he is giving me money. So therefore I need to put a vote for them, like that we will put. Because below poverty line people will not be futuristic. They will not think about future. They will think only about present. Today I have money or not. That only they will think. They will not be bothered about country, economy, all these things. They will laugh at you. Okay. So therefore this particular, again below poverty line only they will be doing favors. Am I right? So that is what. So see this, service of general insurance business provide under government schemes targeted to agriculture and farmers, below poverty line, women, and Nirmaya health insurance is also covered, is also exempted. I will show you how this is given. Very big list they have given. So the list of services, notified services for the purpose of insurance. See this big list they have given. This big list only I asked you to remember in just 3 points. What is that? Below poverty line, agriculture, women, then extra Nirmaya health insurance. See there, first one, hut insurance. Who will live in hut? Below poverty line, correct? Then next, cattle insurance for whom? Agriculture. Insurance for tribals, below poverty line. Janata personal accident policy, Grameen accident policy, below poverty line. Group personal accident policy for self-employed women. You understood? All these schemes you don't have to remember. Just remember that this is directed to these people. That is below poverty line, agriculture and farmers, women, and extra Nirmaya health insurance. Then it will be exempted. Okay. Then D point, life insurance under various government schemes. What are various government schemes? Again, so usually there is an insurance company which is providing life insurance service. What is the difference between previous point and this point? Previous point is general insurance. This point is life insurance under government notified schemes. How do you know that it is a government notified scheme? Definitely this government notified scheme will end with the words Yojana. Scheme ends with the word Yojana, and micro life insurance having maximum sum assured as 2 lakhs. Okay. So you can see here the next one. All these ends with Yojana va. Janashri Bima Yojana, Aam Aadmi Bima Yojana, Vasishtha Pension Bima Yojana, Pradhana Mantri Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana, Pradhana Mantri Jandan Yojana, Pradhana Mantri Vayavandan Yojana, Bojana. So it is common. You understood or not? So then it is a government notified scheme. Apart from that, what is extra you need to remember? Micro life insurance where the sum assured is up to 2 lakhs, maximum 2 lakhs. You got it? So that's what I did. I have simplified to a greater extent. Then next, insurance service provided to government. So government also owns property. Government have employees. So for their employees and for their property, they will take insurance. Now you are an insurance company. You are providing insurance service to government, for which government will give you insurance premium. That premium received by you will be exempted. So insurance services provided to government is exempted. Then reinsurance of any exempted insurance service is also exempted. What is that? Say you are providing insurance service to government, that is exempted. Now what will happen? You will in turn take reinsurance from another insurance company. You know the concept of reinsurance. What is reinsurance? One insurance company takes insurance with another insurance company, that is known as reinsurance. As the main insurance premium is exempted, reinsurance premium is also exempted. Okay. For example, insurance company A provides insurance services to government, for which they get an insurance premium of 10 lakhs, that is exempted. Now insurance company A takes reinsurance for this particular government property with another insurance company B, for which they will share their premium with insurance company B. As the main insurance company is exempted, reinsurance is also exempted. Okay. So say this. So services of general insurance business provide, reinsurance of any exempted insurance is also exempted. Then services provided by business facilitator, business correspondent to insurance company in rural area. There is an insurance company which is living in rural area, and with respect to that insurance company in rural area, so whatever insurance agent in rural area. There is a business facilitator, business correspondent who will be appointed by insurance company in rural area. They get a commission. Insurance agents will get a commission. If they are working in rural area, that commission will be exempted. What if they are working in urban area? Then the commission will be taxable. Then there is one amendment in this regard. Reinsurance includes retrocession. That is coming back to this example of reinsurance. I told you insurance company A gives insurance to government, that is exempted. Insurance company A takes reinsurance from insurance company B, that is also exempted. Now insurance company B takes reinsurance from another insurance company C, that is known as retrocession. That retrocession is also exempted. As reinsurance is exempted, retrocession is also exempted. You can see reinsurance includes retrocession, that is reinsurer further transferring risk to another reinsurer. Therefore, if reinsurance is exempted, retrocession is also exempted. Then next, look into the next one, banking and other financial services. So we completed agriculture related services, we completed insurance related services, we are moving on to banking sector. In banking sector, you remember bank will be collecting lot of incomes, correct? So in that lot of incomes, if there is a transaction in money without consideration, then it is neither goods nor services. Example, $1 equals to 85. They will give $1, 85 rupees, and there is no exchange fee, etc. and all. Means there is no consideration. So it is neither goods nor services. So transaction in money without consideration, such transaction is neither goods nor services. But transaction in money for a separate consideration, that will be treated as supply of service. Ayyo. But yesterday only they came here. EB people came, they checked everything. I don't know again what happened. By mark. Transaction in money for a separate consideration, such transaction is treated as service, and if the consideration is represented by way of interest or discount, then it will be exempted. If it is any other consideration including interest involved in credit cards, then it will be taxable. Okay, so what are the type of consideration for bank? It can be interest, debit card fees, credit card fees, NEFT, RTGS charges, demand draft commission, like that n number of commissions or n number of considerations they get. But what is exempted for a bank? Interest or discount is exempted. Any other consideration will be taxable. Okay, so if the consideration is interest or discount, then it is exempted. Any other consideration will be taxable, and that too it includes what? It includes interest on credit card. So in exam, if you get interest on credit card, what will you write? Taxable or exempted? Taxable. Then this FCM, RCM you don't have to bother now. So anyhow we are going to learn the list of services which are covered under RCM. So right now you need to focus on taxable versus exempted. Okay, then look into the second point. Services provided by a banking company to basic savings account holders under Pradhana Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana. PMJDY scheme is a government notified scheme wherein banks are supposed to open nil balance accounts to people, and for those nil balance accounts, generally banks will not promote. You only should ask the bank to get a nil balance account, and they will not do it, but they have to do it under government notified scheme. That scheme is known as Pradhana Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana. Under that scheme, if bank is opening a nil balance account, to those nil balance account holders, if they provide any services, that services will be exempted. There is no GST on that. Okay, say this: services provided by a banking company to basic savings bank deposit account holders under Pradhana Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana. Then next one, foreign exchange transactions. Foreign exchange transactions including money changing. So what is that? That is from one currency to another currency. In that case, if the transaction takes place between the banks, then it is exempted. If the transaction takes place between the forex dealers also, it is exempted. If the transaction takes between forex dealers and banks also, it will be exempted. Then when it will be taxable? between bank or forex dealer and a customer, then only it will be taxable. So what is exempted? Between banks or between forex dealers or between banks and forex dealers. If there is any foreign exchange transaction, the transaction itself will be exempted. Then number 4, services provided by an acquiring bank to any person in relation to settlement of an amount up to 2000 in a single transaction. What does it mean? For example, I have a swiping machine in our office. Now you are coming and swiping your card for making the payment of fees. Say for example, you are joining for one revision batch. You will pay 500 rupees. When you pay 500 rupees, whether we will receive 500 rupees? No. When you do UPI scan, we will receive 500. But when you do the card payment, we will not receive 500. Why we will not receive 500? 2% we need to pay processing fees to the payment gateway. Got it? So 500 rupees means in the 2% is what? 10 rupees. On the 10 rupees, again GST will be applicable or GST will not be applicable. You read this and tell me. 10 rupees is there now, 500 rupees you paid, 10 rupees is the processing fee. On the 10 rupees, whether bank charges GST or it will not charge GST. It will not charge GST. Why it will not charge GST? Because it is exempted. GST on processing fee for a card transaction up to 2000. If the transaction is up to 2000, for example, you paid a fees of 5000, means more than 2000. So in case of 5000, what will be the answer? 5000 into 2%, 100. On the GST will be applicable? Yes, because the swipe amount is more than 2000. So on entire amount there will be processing fee, sir? Yes. On entire amount there will be GST, sir? Yes. See, processing fee will be there always, but GST only exempted on processing fees if the transaction is up to 2000 rupees. Then services by an intermediary of financial services located in a multi-service SEZ. There is one multi-service SEZ in India, that is Gift City. You might be seeing this. So this Gift City is the multi-service SEZ, okay, which is in Gujarat. Gujarat International Fintech City. So this Gujarat International Fintech City, they will be providing lot of business opportunities for the people to do the business over there, okay, like a foreign country it will look like, and lot of people like outside India can come and start their services here. What kind of businesses they can set up? Okay, so they can do all kind of businesses: aircraft leasing, banking, bullion exchange, capital market, fintech companies, finance companies, any type of business they can start here. Okay, so carefully understand, there is an intermediary. Where is that intermediary located? In a multi-service SEZ with IFSC status. What services they are providing? Financial services they are providing. To whom they are providing services? To their customers outside India. Then in that case, whatever consideration they receive will be exempted. Now, basically, you take an example of PayPal. PayPal, have you heard of PayPal? PayPal is a financial intermediary, like how we have Paytm here, like that in foreign country they have PayPal. So PayPal is a payment intermediary. They will set up their business in India, back-end operations, and they provide the services to their customers outside India, and they will be receiving the consideration that is exempted. Won't it become export of services? No, it will not become export of services. Why? So because what is the place of supply in case of intermediary services? We learnt section 13. What is the place of supply in case of intermediary service? I told you RBI. R for renting of motor vehicle other than aircraft or vessel up to 1 month. B for banking services to account holders. I for intermediary services. In these three cases, what should be taken as a place of supply? Location of supplier should be taken. So for intermediary services, what is taken as a place of supply? Location of supplier is the place of supply. And as the location of supplier is in India, it will not become export of service, because to become export of service, what are the 5 conditions that should be satisfied? Supplier should be in India, recipient should be outside India, consideration should be in convertible foreign exchange, supplier and recipient are not two establishments of the same person, and place of supply should be outside India. But here the place of supply is India. So that's why it will not become export of service, even though it is not export of service, but this service is exempted. So read that. So services by intermediary of financial services located in a multi-service SEZ with IFSC status to a customer located outside India for international financial services in currencies other than Indian rupees. Such intermediary can receive consideration in Indian rupees or foreign currency for their services. Their services shall not fall under export of services, as place of supply will be taken as the location of supplier. This is the discussion I gave you. Then next, business facilitator, agent of business facilitator, business correspondent, agent of business correspondent earning commission from rural area branch is exempted. Now, we have one point related to this in insurance also. In insurance also, business facilitator or business correspondent to insurance company in rural area. Here also we have business facilitator or business correspondent to banking company in rural area. You understood or not? So what is extra that we have? Here we have agent of business facilitator, agent of business correspondent, but we don't have here agent of business facilitator and correspondent, only business facilitator and correspondent is there. That is about banking services. Now we are moving on to healthcare services. In healthcare services, we have only two exemptions. Number one, healthcare services to individuals and healthcare services to animals or birds. Both are exempted. Healthcare services to human beings, exempted. Healthcare services to animals or birds, that is veterinary clinics are there na, that is also exempted. But we need to understand what is the meaning of healthcare services, etc. So read this. Healthcare services by a clinical establishment, authorized medical practitioner or paramedics, including ambulance service, is exempted. Now, what is the meaning of healthcare services? Generally, healthcare means what, Diagnosis. Diagnosis means before treatment what they will do? Test, X-ray, scan, etc. will come na. That is diagnosis. Then next, treatment. Treatment means surgery or operation will come under treatment. After treatment, will the patient be discharged or kept for observation? Kept for observation. That will be called as care. Okay. So either diagnosis, treatment or care. For what purpose? Any disease, illness, injury, pregnancy in any recognized system of medicine. So not only allopathy, homeopathy, Siddha, Unani, Ayurvedic, everything will be coming under recognized system of medicine. Even yoga is also a recognized system of medicine. Okay. Including transportation in ambulance. So transportation in ambulance is also coming under healthcare services, but separately also it is given, including ambulance services. So transportation of a patient in an ambulance, whether as a part of healthcare service or separately, both are covered. Okay. So what does it mean? For example, a patient, there is one person who fell down because of the heart choke. Okay. Now his relatives and all taking him to Apollo hospital. When in a Apollo hospital ambulance, he gained the conscious. He is asking, where are you taking me? Apollo hospital. No, definitely I will not return back. Please don't take me there. And therefore, he has been taken to MGM Healthcare, like that one other hospital. Now MGM Healthcare is doing bypass surgery because that big building now they have constructed, when they will recover. So therefore bypass surgery needs to be done, and they will do the bypass surgery, and thereafter they will be dropping the patient back in the house. Now there are three ambulance services. Ambulance number one, from patient home to Apollo hospital, that will be exempted. Why it will be exempted? Ambulance service, even though not part of healthcare, that is not part of healthcare because they are not doing any treatment, correct? General ambulance, normal ambulance is also exempted. Whereas this MGM hospital is providing ambulance service and they are providing the healthcare also, means they are only providing the treatment, bypass surgery. Now that ambulance is part of healthcare, that is also exempted. So remember, transportation of a patient in an ambulance is exempted, let it be part of healthcare or not part of healthcare. Sometimes these ambulances and all will drop the patient in the hospital and they need to return empty. For that reason, they will be taking few people and they will collect some 500 rupees and they do passenger transportation. Whether that will be taxable or exempted? Taxable. That is not patient. So only transportation of a patient in ambulance is exempted. Is it clear? Then, but does not include cosmetic surgery, then plastic surgery, and hair transplantation. Why these three will not come under healthcare services? That is too much healthcare, you understood. So no way it is connected to health pa. So hair transplantation is healthcare, which means people don't have hair means they will die. Then I should have dead long back itself. You understood? So therefore it's all about beautification of a person, and don't tell mental health. This and all will not come under mental health. You got it? So therefore this is not coming under healthcare service at all. So due to that reason it is excluded from healthcare service. So cosmetic surgery, plastic surgery, hair transplantation, taxable or exempted? Taxable. Taxable. It is not exempted. However, if these are carried out to restore body parts affected due to congenital defects, means a baby born with cleft lip means broken lip, and they do the cosmetic surgery to join the lip. Now in that case, will it be coming under healthcare services? Yes, to restore body part affected due to congenital defects. Congenital means by birth. By birth, if there is any defect, to rectify that defect, if they do cosmetic surgery, that will come under healthcare services. Then developmental abnormalities. Some people will have imbalance in the legs, so that both the legs will not grow in the same way, because of which the limb implantation they will be doing. So now will it be coming under healthcare services? Yes. Generally cosmetic surgery is not healthcare, but this is to carry out the body parts, repair the body parts, okay, restore the body parts affected due to what? Developmental abnormalities. Then injury or trauma. Injury or trauma, for example, a person purchased a bike and they did the wheelie, okay. So new bike wheelie we can do like that, they did wheelie, and not every time the wheelie will be successful, because not everyone is Ajit, you understood or not, because of which they may fall, and if they are falling, their hand, leg and all get dislocated. Then again a cosmetic surgery will be done to attach that. You got it? Then it will be coming under healthcare services. Yes, it will be coming under healthcare services, because it is to restore the body parts affected due to any injury or trauma. You got it? So basically cosmetic surgery, plastic surgery, hair transplantation will not come under healthcare unless it is carried out to do the restoration of body parts. Then so this healthcare service carried out by whom? Carried out by a clinical establishment. What is a clinical establishment? Every place where the healthcare service is provided, like hospitals, clinics, everything will come. Hospital, nursing home, clinic, or any other place where healthcare service is provided by authorized medical practitioner. Who is an authorized medical practitioner? Those who are having minimum MBBS degree and registered with medical council is known as authorized medical practitioner. Then next, paramedics. Who are paramedics? Those who are not having practicing membership, but they assist the doctors. So who are those who assist the doctors? Nurse, lab technician, physiotherapist, compounders. These people are called as paramedics. Their service is also exempted. Understood pa? So healthcare services provided by clinical establishment, authorized medical practitioner, paramedics is exempted. Sir, whether room charges is also exempted, sir? Room charges is exempted provided the room charges does not exceed 5,000 rupees per day. Usually in hospital, when the admission happens, so they will collect the room charges na. How much should be the room charges? Therefore it is exempted. It should not exceed 5,000. What if it exceeds 5,000? Entirely it will be taxable. And this 5,000 point is not applicable in case of this emergency room services, that is ICU, operation theatre is there na. That ICU charges will not come under 5,000, means that always exempted. See there, room charges collected by clinical establishment for providing healthcare services. If it is ICU charges, ECU charges, ICCU or NICU charges, then it will be exempted. If it is other room charges, then if the charges does not exceed 5,000 rupees per day, then it will be exempted. If the charges exceeds 5,000 rupees per day, then entirely it will be taxable. Then look into some circulars related to this. Renting of rooms to inpatient in hospital up to 5,000 rupees and food supplied to inpatient is part of healthcare service and it is exempted. So room charges just now we discussed na. Now even food supplied to inpatient is also exempted. Who is inpatient? Those who are admitted in the hospital is known as inpatient, and whatever food that is sold to them is exempted. What if food is sold to outpatients, visitors, etc.? That will be taxable. Then services provided by consulting doctors to hospitals is also exempted. Generally, some hospitals, what they do, they will have freelancer doctors. Hospital first will get the outpatient. Outpatient will pay 500 rupees to the hospital. Now, in this hospital, there will be a specialist doctor like ENT specialist or gynecologist or pediatrician, like that. There will be a specialist doctor. So, hospital collect 500, that is exempted. That 500 rupees in turn, 300 rupees will be paid to doctor. The doctor collecting 300 rupees is also exempted. So, service provided by consulting doctors to hospitals is also exempted. Then, services provided by way of assistive reproductive technology, ART or IVF, in vitro fertilization. People who are not having kids, they will be undergoing fertility treatments. Whether that fertility treatment is also healthcare services? Yes. And that is also covered under healthcare service and it is exempted. Then, next one you see, there is a rehab professional. Who is a rehab professional? The one who will be, like providing counseling, psychology experts. Basically, they are psychology experts. They will be providing counseling or they will be providing care for the mental illness. So, these kind of psychology expert services is also exempted. But where they will be working in medical establishments or educational institutions or rehab centers, then it will be exempted. Read that. Services provided by rehabilitation professionals. Who are rehabilitation professionals? They are basically psychology experts recognized under Rehabilitation Council of India by way of rehabilitation therapy or counseling at medical establishments, education institutions, rehab centers established by central or state government, union territory or an entity registered under section 12A or 12AB of Income Tax Act. But remember, if it is a private rehab center, then it will be taxable. It should be only government or trust operated. Service provided by rehab professional in private rehab center is taxable. But if the rehab center is established by government or a trust, then it will be exempted. Then next we are moving on to entry tickets. There are few entry tickets which are exempted irrespective of the ticket price. Irrespective of the ticket price means whatever may be the price of the ticket, that will be exempted. Okay. So, what are they? 3 related to animals. 3 entry tickets related to animals. What are they? Zoo, wildlife sanctuary, tiger reserve. These 3. Zoo, wildlife sanctuary, tiger reserve. Then 3 places. What are those 3 places? Museum, then entry to protected monuments and national park. These 3. Okay. So, what are the 6 entry tickets which are exempted irrespective of the ticket price? First 3. Zoo, wildlife sanctuary, tiger reserve. Next 3. Museum, national park, protected monuments. Okay. Then we have 9 entry tickets which are exempted if the ticket price per person does not exceed 500. What are those 9 entry tickets? 4 related to places, 4 related to events. What are the events? See there: circus, award function, pageant. Okay. Circus, award function, pageant. Pageant means beauty show. Then sporting event. Okay. Circus, award function, then pageant, beauty show, sporting event like IPL matches, cricket matches, etc. But ticket price should not exceed 500. IPL match cricket price does not exceed 500. 5,000 rupees. 15. That's black. I am talking about white. You understood? That is official rate. Black you will pay 15,000, you will pay 20,000 and 25,000. Just for the sake of hype, you will pay money and you will go. You are big idiots. Okay. So, first of all, IPL itself is not a cricket and that is an entertainment. And on the top of that, they know how to manipulate you. And one person who long back retired, just for his name, they are keeping that person. And that person will come exactly in the last down only, and for the sake of that people will spend 15,000, 25,000, and big morons we are that every time when a person is getting out, we will shout. Why? Because Tala is coming. You understood? No one can change us. You understood? So we are like that. We are like dead meat. Okay. So people are misusing us, and 15,000, 25,000. One person is telling his salary is 50,000, 25,000 he paid for that match here. And so he is telling me, no, I went to IPL match, 25,000 rupees. I asked, what happened? No, CSK lost. Because you went only CSK lost. Don't go next time. Don't go next time. 25,000. And he is now asking me borrowing. So you give me EMI I have to pay. Idiot, I will not give. Even if I have money also, I will not give you. Okay. This kind of people and all, this Kumbi Bhojanam something will be there na. Mirigina Jumbo, something of that sort. That we should give to him. Okay. So fine. Coming back to this. Therefore, so these are the 4 events where the ticket price does not exceed 500, it will be exempted. What is that? Circus, award function, pageant and sporting event. Then 4 performances. What performance? Dance performance, then theatrical performance. Theatrical performance means drama, stage show, stand-up comedy, all these will come under theatrical performance. Then musical performance or concert. Okay, 4. Dance performance, theatrical performance, musical performance or concert. The difference between musical performance and concert is that musical performance is like a troupe which is performing, whereas concert is only by one person, like Ilayaraja's concert, A.R. Rahman's concert, like that. Okay, those 4 also exempted if the ticket price does not exceed 500. Last one place is there. What is that? Planetarium. Okay, now remember, in all these exemptions, if you cross the monetary limit, then entirely it will be taxable. So here we saw one point, if it exceeds 500, entirely taxable. Here also, in healthcare services, room charges, if it exceeds 5,000, entirely it is taxable. Everywhere you remember, wherever we have monetary limits in this chapter, if you cross the monetary limits, entirely it will be taxable. Exception only in one place, that is incubator services. In case of incubator services, if the value exceeds the limit, only the excess will be taxable. Again, when it comes, I will repeat that point. So look into pension services. So there are 2 pension schemes, and whatever money that is collected towards this pension scheme will be exempted. What are those 2 pension schemes? Atal Pension Yojana and state government operated pension fund. Okay. So Atal Pension Yojana and state government operated pension, so that will be exempted. Then next, services by specified organizations. So what are these specified organizations that we have? These are the various specified organizations. ESIC, Employee State Insurance Corporation. EPFO, Employee Provident Fund Organization. NCCCD, National Center for Coal Chain Development. Then CMPFO, Coal Mine Provident Fund Organization. Just remember the organization names. If they collect any amount, that will be exempted. Okay. ESIC, EPFO, NCCCD, CMPFO and Foreign Diplomatic Mission located in India. What is Foreign Diplomatic Mission located in India? UN agencies like UNESCO, UNICEF, WHO, these are some UN agencies. Then consulates and embassies, okay, their outward supply will be exempted. Then next one, charitable and religious services. Point number 1, services by an entity registered under 12A or 12AB. What is 12A, 12AB? Charitable Trust under Income Tax Act. If they provide specified charitable activities, if they earn any money through that, that will be exempted. What are the list of specified charitable activities? See there, number 1, public health. Means what they should be doing, what the trust should be doing, providing public health like health care or health awareness, all those things they will be doing. Next, number 2, advancement of religion, spirituality, yoga. Who will come? Temples will come in this category. Then Babas, Swamijis, all those ashrams, etc. and all also will come into this. Exempted, sir? Yes, exempted. Then educational programs to whom? Orphans, then physically, mentally traumatized persons, prisoners and persons over 65 years residing in rural area. Over 65 years residing in rural area. Then next, last, environmental preservation. These are the 4 charitable activities. You need to remember these charitable activities. Number 1, public health. Number 2, advancement of religion, spirituality, yoga. Number 3, educational program to orphans, physically, mentally traumatized persons, prisoners, persons over 65 years residing in What if they are in urban area? That's not a charitable activity. Last, environmental preservation. Here it should be exactly 65 years or more than 65 years. More than 65 years, right there. It should be greater than, not equal to, greater than 65 years. Okay. Then next. Number 2, services by a old age home run by central government, state government or charitable trust. Who is running that old age home? Either government or trust. Under 12A or 12AB. To whom they are providing services? To its residents. What is the age? What is the age of the people? Old people. Greater than or equals to 60 years against consideration up to how much? Monthly charges how much per? 25,000 per month per member, then it is exempted. That old age home is exempted. Then number 3, services by a person by way of conduct of religious ceremony. So who will be conducting religious ceremony? Priest, purohit, etc. So whatever money that they are earning, that will be exempted. Next, services by specified organizations. What are those specified organizations which is providing religious pilgrimage? There are 2 religious pilgrimages, Kailash Manas Sarovar Yatra, Hajj Yatra, and these 2 are only religious pilgrimage. For that, if any money is collected by the tour operator, that is exempted. Okay. So these are the various charitable and religious service which is exempted. Then this is the point which I was referring to, incubator and incubatee services. Now, what is incubate? Incubate is a place where research is carried out. Incubator is the owner of that particular incubate. Incubatee is, the person who is working there in incubate for doing the research. Example, did you watch Dasavataram movie? In Dasavataram movie, so Kamal Haasan will be working as a scientist in one laboratory, beginning, opening scene and all. So that laboratory where they do the research is known as incubate. The owner of that particular laboratory is known as incubator, and Kamal Haasan scientist will be coming under incubatee. Okay, incubatee services. And recently also we saw an example. China is incubator. Wuhan laboratory where COVID virus is created is incubate. The scientist who created that virus will be incubatee. Understood? Now, incubatee will be providing services up to 50 lakhs will be exempted. Beyond 50 lakhs, entirely taxable, excess only taxable. Excess only taxable. Got it? This is the only place where excess is taxable. All other places I told you monetary limits. If you cross the monetary limits, entirely it will be taxable. But in this place alone, if you cross the monetary limits, the excess is only taxable. Okay. And 2 conditions should be satisfied. What are the 2 conditions? See there. Condition number 1, previous year their aggregate receipt should not exceed 50 lakhs. And from agreement date, 3 years is not elapsed. So these 2 conditions should be satisfied. So conditions for exemption to incubatee, previous year aggregate turnover should not exceed 50 lakhs, and from the agreement date 3 years not elapsed, means this exemption is only for a period of 3 years from the date of signing the contract. Then what about incubator services? Incubator services will always be exempted if they are approved by government for availing the exemption. Is it clear? If they are approved by government for availing the exemption, incubator services will always be exempted. Okay. And then, so there are only 2 incubators approved by government in India: Technology Business Incubator, Science and Technology Entrepreneurship Park. These 2. Okay. Any service provided by them will be exempted. Look into the example below. So this is gross receipts of a incubatee. How much is exempted? Up to 50 lakhs is exempted. What is the first year receipts? 60 lakhs. Whether first year they will get exemption? Yes. Because previous year it does not exceed 50 lakhs. 0 na. Previous year 0. Means it does not exceed 50 lakhs. First year by default they will get exemption. But how much is the exemption for the first year? 50 lakhs. So 60 minus 50, 10 lakhs will be taxable. Then next year, second year. Second year what is the gross receipts? 40 lakhs. Whether they will get exemption? No. Why? Because previous year it exceeds 50 lakhs. So second year they will not get exemption. What about third year? Third year will they get the exemption? Yes or no? Yes. Because for third year we need to see the previous year. It does not exceed 50 lakhs. So third year they will get the exemption. To what extent they will get exemption? 50 lakhs. 70 minus 50, 20. What about fourth year? Will they get the exemption for fourth year? Why? The exemption is only for 3 years. It's not about 70 lakhs. Even if it is 30 lakhs also. Even if it is 30 lakhs also, next year you will not get exemption. Why? Because this exemption is only for a period of 3 years. Then look into education services. This education services is an area which you will very much get connected, because majority of your parents' money you spent in this sector only. Okay, correct? You did not spend, or what? Spending. Today also you are spending, and future also you are going to spend, but we should not call it as spending, we should call it as investment. Okay, investment. Services provided by an education institution to its students, faculty and staff. There is an education institution, that education institution is providing service. What service? Any service, any service. So because nowadays education institutions is not providing only education. Actually education they are not providing, but apart from education other things and all they are providing, like bus facility they will give, then they will be collecting extracurricular activities, co-curricular activities. You know, my son is studying in 5th standard now, and his fees, yesterday only I got the payment reminder that I need to pay fees for him. Guess what is his fees? 5th standard. 85,000 rupees, which is actually CMA final coaching fees. You know, CMA final, CMA inter, both together you can complete in that 85,000 rupees. Okay, and that much they are collecting for 5th standard, and they are collecting library fees and all. Yeah. So 5th standard kid, what library fees I don't know, and all these fees which is collected by the school will be exempted. Okay, that too, that is the lowest fees in CBSE today. Today's school, that is the lowest fees, because I am not sending my son for some international school and all. Normal Maharshi Vidya Mandir, which is the like basic school in Chennai. Beyond that, premium schools and all are there, wherein they are collecting 3.5 lakhs, 5 lakhs per annum, like that they are collecting. CPS is correct. Chennai Public School is collecting 4 lakhs per annum. 4 lakhs up to 10th standard every year, 4 lakhs is the fees. Okay, so earn money and then get married, or even if you get married, don't give birth and all. You understood or not? So two reasons. Reason number one, already population is increasing. Okay, reason number two, cost is also increasing. Be careful. Okay, because the kid who is coming will have lot of expectations on you. Whatever expectations you have on your parents, whether you have or you don't have, it is fine. But this generation and all, no, they are having expectations. Simply they will ask, then who asked you to give me birth? Very simple, they will ask. Be careful. Okay, then services provided by education institution. Any service provided by an education institution, to whom they are providing services? To students, faculty and staff, that is exempted. Now what is the meaning of education institution? Category 1. So what is that category 1? Up to 12th standard. Starting point they did not specify, because no one knows the starting point actually. Okay, because starting point, it can start anywhere. It can start like pre-KG, LKG, then daycare, so play school, anywhere. So trust me, 2 years down the line, I will write and give, the moment mother become pregnant, they will send mother to school. Trust me. So it will happen. It will happen the moment mother become pregnant. So they will say in the womb, the baby will start hearing. So somewhere like 4th month or 5th month, the baby will start hearing. Someone will start that also batch. Okay, so we are announcing a batch for pregnant mothers, so you can come and attend, so that we will take IIT, JEE, CA integrated program coaching, so that the moment the baby comes itself, I will write CMA mom, like that it will go. Okay, so I don't know, crazy people here. Whether that is coming under exemption? Yes, exempted. Why it is exempted? Because up to 12th standard or equivalent. Then category 2, education for obtaining qualification. Why 12th standard or equivalent? In Tamil Nadu, 12th is coming under school, but if you see Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, so it is coming under junior college, and in Karnataka also it is PUC, pre-university college. Only in Tamil Nadu and Kerala it is like school, part of school. But other places and all, it's not part of school. The moment they complete 10th itself, they feel like they are going for college, okay, they do vibe, okay. So therefore that's why they said category 1 up to 12th standard or equivalent. Category 2, education for obtaining a qualification recognized by law. What's after 12th? What will you do after 12th? Either UG, PG or professional, correct? So college or any professional course you will join. So that is for obtaining a qualification recognized by law, that is exempted, okay. So college, are you undergoing any college? Or no one joined college? You completed college? Correspondence, etc. and all. Did you pay GST? By mistake also you did not think that college and all not required, CA, CMA is only sufficient, like that anywhere in your mind if you have, first remove that. Don't advise also people like that, because the moment you complete your professional course, it will take time. Sometimes it may happen, it may not happen. And even if it happens also, if you need to go abroad, the first thing that they are asking is your BCom. So definitely, see, if you get a better offer in abroad, you will tell, no, I will not go. India is my mother country. I will stay here, like that. You will tell, no, you will go. When you need to go, BCom is mandatory, not BCom. Some graduation is mandatory. You should definitely do, at least in correspondence you do. And in job market also they are asking, degree is mandatory. They are not counting this as degree. They are counting this as professional qualification. This is not sufficient. Today's job market, they are asking BCom. I don't know why, but they are disqualifying, rejecting, because HR don't know. See, people at the top level know the importance of this, but HR don't know. They are not doing shortlisting. They are asking where you did, BCom, etc. and all they are asking. So that's the reason why at least in Karas, you please complete your graduation. Some graduation you do, okay. And for that graduation fees, did you ever pay GST? No, there is no GST. For CMA Institute, you pay registration fees, you pay exam fees, every 6 months you give donation. Whether there is any GST on that? Yes, there or not? No, there is no. Why? Because it is education, part of education for obtaining qualification. Then why coaching centers will be charging GST? Because they are not affiliated to provide the coaching. Got it? College is affiliated to university, but coaching center is not affiliated to university or any institution to provide. So education for obtaining a qualification recognized by law. Then category 3, approved occasional education. Approved occasional education means, suppose if people who are intelligent like you will come into CMA course, etc. But what about some people who are dumb and all, like last bench students? What they will do? They cannot come now for qualification. So they will go for approved occasional education, skill courses. That skill courses is also exempted. So what are the 3 educational institutions here? Come on. Up to 12th standard or equivalent, education for obtaining a qualification recognized by law, approved vocational education. If they provide services to students, faculty and staff, it will be exempted. What if they provide services to others? Then it will be taxable. Look into this below. Application fee for entrance or fee charged for issuing eligibility certificate. Generally, when you are going to join in college, you will buy the application by paying application fee or prospectus fee, etc. Whether you are a student or you are not yet the student, you are not yet the student, you are a prospective student, even then the fees collected from you will be exempted. Sometime when you leave the college, you need to pay money for migration certificate or a transfer certificate. So then you are not a student because you already left the college. Even then it will be exempted because you will come under ex-student. Okay, read this. Application fee for entrance or fee charged for issuing eligibility certificate or fee collected for issuing migration certificate to the ex-student is exempted. Then services provided to an educational institution. So far what we have seen is by an educational institution. Now we are looking into to an educational institution. Okay. So transportation, not all services provided to educational institution is exempted. Any service provided by an educational institution is exempted, but service provided to an educational institution. So first 4 activities you see: Transportation means education institution is not doing, you are providing service to education institution. Transportation means education institution outsources the transportation work to you. You are a travel agency, you are doing the transportation of students for the school, okay, transportation of students, faculty and staff. Number 2, catering, you are providing food to the school. Number 3, security and housekeeping within the premises, okay. These 4 services to which institution is exempted? Only to category 1, that is school. What if it is provided to a college? It will be taxable. Got it? Then admission to or conduct of examination. Admission to or conduct of examination means admission to means bringing admission. So acting as a marketing person. Or conduct of examination. Conduct of examination means you are conducting exams like preparing the question paper, giving your premises on rent for conducting the exams, because CMA exams and all where you will write. Correct? Means the college has to give their premises on rent for CMA institute for conduct of examination. All these are also exempted for all 3 categories. Category 1 institution, category 2 institution or category 3 institution, it will be exempted. Then online periodicals and journals. Logically you tell me, for whom online educational journals is required? Category 1 required. Up to 12th standard online journals required. No. Category 3 also not required. If they are able to read, why will they go for approved occasional education? Correct. So they are not able to read their book itself. So they, where from they will be sitting and reading Reader's Digest, online journals, etc. and all. Got it? So it is useful only for category 2. That's why they gave exemption only for category 2. Can you remember this matrix of exemptions? What is that? First 4 services: transportation, catering, security within premises. Within premises means within the premises, that school building, okay, and housekeeping within the premises. Then only for category 1, admission to or conduct of examination, all 3 categories. Online periodicals and journals only to category 2. Now listen, you know this Anganwadi schools, Palwadi, okay. So these Anganwadi schools will be providing food, daycare. Basically they provide the daycare to the kids, and for that reason they will be providing food to the kids in the afternoon, and they will not cook, they will outsource it to one caterer. So caterer will bring the food and will be delivering it to the Anganwadi schools. Whether this catering service to the school is taxable or exempted. Which category it will come? Catering services to category 1 institution. Catering service to category 1 institution is exempted, okay. Read that. Exemption is provided to services supplied to an education institution, including Anganwadi, which provide preschool education by way of serving of food, including midday meals under any midday meal scheme sponsored by government irrespective of the funding. So Anganwadi schools may not have money to pay. Either it can be from government grants or it can be from corporate donations. Next, IIMs. IIMs are called as education institutions. Yes, IIMs are education institutions because they provide a qualification. They provide a education for obtaining a qualification recognized by law. So definitely IIMs are coming under education institutions. But remember, if they provide any certification courses wherein up to 1 year, then they will give only certificate, participation certificate, that will be taxable. Suppose if they provide courses which is more than 1 year, like degree course or diploma course, etc., that is only exempted. Then next one, there are some examination bodies which will just conduct the exam and give the score. Based on the score, the student can join in the college. NEET. If you take NEET, so this NEET exam is conducted by National Testing Agency. Will they give the admission medical seat? No. They just conduct the entrance exam, give the score. Based on that, if you are getting good score, good rank, you can go and join in a better college. Same way IIT JEE. So this also, they will not give the qualification. They will just conduct the exam. You understood? So whether these examination bodies which will just conduct the exam and give the result, will they also called as educational institutions and the fees collected by them is exempted? Yes, because they are providing exam which is a part of qualification. Without writing this entrance exam, you will not be able to get the qualification. So it's a part of curriculum. Due to that reason, it is exempted. Read that point. services provided by an educational institution by way of conduct of entrance examination against consideration in the form of entrance fee. So central and state education boards are treated as education institution for the limited purpose of providing service by way of conduct of examination. Therefore, National Board of Examination or National Testing Agency is an educational institution in so far as it provides service by way of conduct of entrance examination to its students is exempted. Okay. Then next, look into fifth one, amount paid to training providers under Deen Dayal Upadhyaya Gramina Kausalya Yojana for providing training in relation to vocational education courses. So under this DDUGKY scheme, Deen Dayal Upadhyaya Gramina Kausalya Yojana scheme, what will happen? We will be going to the rural areas, that is, people will be appointed to go to the rural area and provide the training to the rural people there, rural youth. Thereby, they will learn some skills and become self-employed, or using that certificate, they will get some job, etc. So these volunteers who are going into rural area to provide the training will receive some money from government, that is exempted. Read that. Amount paid to training providers under DDUGKY scheme for what? For providing training in relation to vocational education courses certified by National Council for Vocational Education. Then any service provided by National Skill Development Corporation. National Skill Development Corporation, see this, NSDC is the premier institution in India. That is, it is the only institution in India which will be regulating the skill courses in India. Okay, so this NSDC, like how we have CBSE for education board, okay, same way for skill courses, what is education board? NSDC. This NSDC will have lot of sector skill councils. This each and every sector they have divided. For example, banking skill courses, BFSI, and construction skill courses, Construction and Skill Development Council of India, and for this commerce students there is MEPSC, Management and Entrepreneurship and Professional Skill Councils. Like that, there are a lot of skill councils which are there, sector skill councils. Each and every sector skill council will be having 3 people, training providers, then we have awarding bodies, training bodies, awarding bodies, assessment bodies. Okay, you can see here trainers, partners, assessment agencies, industry partners, training centers, like that. So what awarding body will do? Will give the certificate. What assessment agency will do? Will conduct the exam. And what training body will do the coaching. These 3 bodies, whatever money that they are collecting is exempted. Okay, so under NSDC we have 3 bodies. What are those 3 bodies? Awarding body, assessment agency, or training body. They collect fees for providing the training or assessment or award, that will be exempted. Just remember that. Then services by assessment bodies under Skill Development Initiative scheme. Government of India has created a skill development initiative scheme wherein they will be inviting people from the industry to review the skill curriculum, skill courses curriculum, and they will review and suggest the changes. For doing this, these assessment bodies will be paid some money by government, that is exempted. Services by assessment bodies under Skill Development Initiative scheme. Then affiliation service provided by Central or State Education Board. We have Central Education Board, CBSE, State Education Board, Tamil Nadu State Education Board. To whom they will provide affiliation, because every school should get a recognition from the education department. So for which they need to pay affiliation fees. But whose affiliation fees is exempted? If they are providing affiliation to a school established, owned or controlled by government, central government, state government, local authority, etc., then it will be exempted. What about affiliation fee paid by private schools? That will be taxable, right there. Affiliation fee payable by private schools is taxable. It's already there. Super. Then look into some additional points. So these are the various exemptions with respect to services provided by education institutions to education institutions. Look into some additional points. Fees collected by ICAI, ICMAI is exempted as they are educational institutions. However, fee collected by coaching centers or individual faculties is not exempted. Then up to 12th standard, the education can be in any board, that is CBSE, state, matriculation, ICSE, etc. Then what about private tuitions or home tuitions? Private tuitions or home tuitions are taxable. That will be taxable. We don't have any exemption. Then approved vocational education means what? Approved vocational education means ITI or ITC, Industrial Training Institute or Industrial Training Center. Have you heard of polytechnic colleges? That will come under approved vocational education. Okay. So because if you see third category is that only na, approved vocational education is exempted. So what will come under approved vocational education? So polytechnic colleges. Okay. So with this we completed services provided by or to education institution. So we completed so far agriculture related services, then insurance, banking services we discussed, then healthcare services, entry tickets, then education services, correct? Education, then pension services, specified organization services. So these are all the areas which we completed, and now we have to discuss remaining. So there are few important areas: services provided by government to government, and then renting, then transportation and construction sectors are there. We'll take a break and thereafter we will continue with this. So have some good coffee and come back. So we'll complete this portion. Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll start. Now we are going to discuss the next area, that is services provided by government. When I am referring to government, I mean central government, state government and local authority. Any service provided by government means central government, state government, local authority. These services are broadly divided into two. Excluded from supply, two activities are excluded from supply, that is panchayat or municipality functions. So at village level we have gram panchayat, at town level we have municipality. So if gram panchayat or municipality provides any services and if they collect any amount, that is excluded from supply, panchayat or municipality functions as per constitution. Then liquor license granted by state government will be granting license to sell liquor to various liquor shops, for which they will pay some liquor license fee. That license fee collected by government is also excluded from supply. What are the two activities which are excluded from supply? Municipality are gram panchayat functions and then liquor license by state government. Apart from that, all other activities of government is covered under supply. In that, whatever is covered under supply, for Department of Post we have few exemptions. So first industry or first department we are taking is Department of Post. For Department of Post we have three exemptions. What are they? Postcard, inland letter or registered post or book post of envelope less than 10 grams, then it is exempted. So this inland letter means one blue color letter where we will write and send, then postcard, one yellow color card, then envelopes less than 10 grams. So better no need to give this exemption because no one is using this now. Got it? Less than 10 grams envelopes. So book post or registered post of envelopes less than 10 grams. These three exempted. What are the other activities of Department of Post? Speed post, express parcel post, life insurance service. They will do Aadhaar enrollment, Aadhaar update. All those activities of Department of Post will be taxable. Taxable. Only these three are exempted. What are the three activities of Department of Post exempted? Inland letter, postcard or envelope less than, registered post or book post of envelope less than 10 grams. Then services by Indian Railways. Indian Railways, second industry, that is first department we have taken Department of Post. Next, Indian Railways. For Indian Railways we have three exemptions. This is other than transportation, because separately for transportation also we have an exemption. This we are discussing for Indian Railways other than transportation. Services to individuals by way of sale of platform tickets, facility of waiting rooms, clock rooms and battery operated cars. That is usually Indian Railways will be providing services by way of sale of platform tickets. That sale of platform ticket exempted. Then there is a waiting room charges. Waiting rooms will be there. They will collect some charges. Clock room means to keep the luggage. And next small battery operated vehicles will be there for old people to go to the platform, near to the compartment and to board. That battery operated car services, these are all exempted. Then next one, services by one zone or division to another zone or division. So zones means generally railways department will be divided into zones: southern zone, eastern zone, northern zone, south central zone. Like that they will divide into zones for administration. Each and every zone will have a separate kind of administration, and in that zone there will be divisions. And one division, usually we say junction, for example Jolarpet one division, and then Katpadi is one division. So like that Chennai, this Basin Bridge is one division, Perambur is one division. Like that they will divide it into divisions. One division to another division, or one division to another zone, or one zone to another zone. Between them if there is any services, that is also exempted. Got it? So services by one zone or division to another zone or division. Next we have maintenance services to SPVs, special purpose vehicles. So about this special purpose vehicles we need to understand little bit. So have a look into this. So generally what will happen, Indian Railways may not have money to create the infrastructure. Example of infrastructure, if you see in some railway station there will be lifts and escalators. There won't be stairs, like, because climbing the stairs is very difficult, taking the luggage. How much ever you may be a strong gym body, but luggage and all you cannot take and climb the steps. For that reason escalators, that is elevators and lifts and all, they will be keeping. But that particular infrastructure creation money may not be with Indian Railways. So that will be provided by one infrastructure developer. That infrastructure developer is called as special purpose vehicle. Okay, so see this, there is a special purpose vehicle. What that special purpose vehicle will do, will create the infrastructure. Okay, there is a special purpose vehicle, and this special purpose vehicle SPV is one person, one company. Okay, so it is one company. What it will do, it will create infrastructure, it will create infrastructure, it will create infrastructure, and this SPV will allow Indian Railways to use the infrastructure. So there is a special purpose vehicle. That special purpose vehicle will allow Indian Railways to use the infrastructure owned by SPVs. So special purpose vehicle will give right to use infrastructure, right to use infrastructure to Indian Railways. Free, it will be given free? Definitely no. There will be lot of cost they will incur to create it. One lift is not that easy, one elevator is not that easy, it will take cost. So this SPV will incur the cost and will give the infrastructure to Indian Railways to use, for which Indian Railways will pay the charges for usage of infrastructure, charges for using infrastructure, Whether this particular charges is taxable or exempted, it will be exempted. Is it clear? But this is only for a concession period, not throughout the life. For a period, 5 years, 10 years, like toll gate only. Usually road and all will be laid down by L&T, etc. will be recovering in the form of toll charges for a period. Okay, this is for a concession period. This is for a concession period, means one period only this will be done. This charges for using the infrastructure is exempted. Is it clear up to this? Then this is transaction 1, first transaction. So what happens, again I am repeating, there is a special purpose vehicle. Kindly make note of this somewhere, so it will be easy, because it's a latest amendment, they can make a question out of it. There is a special purpose vehicle. So basically what special purpose vehicle will do, will create an infrastructure. That infrastructure is given to the Indian Railways for using, and for which Indian Railways will pay the charges for using the infrastructure, and this is for a concession period, and this particular amount which is paid will be exempted. Now this infrastructure is owned by whom? This infrastructure is owned by whom? Special purpose vehicle. And then for who should maintain that special purpose vehicle? But what happens, every time when the lift is not working or elevator is not working, we cannot call the special purpose vehicle, and Indian Railways has lot of engineers, correct? So therefore generally maintenance to be done by SPVs, but Railways only will do the maintenance and recover the money from the SPVs for doing the maintenance services. Is it clear? So Indian Railways will provide maintenance services. Indian Railways will provide maintenance services. Number 2, maintenance services with respect to infra owned by SPVs, with respect to infra owned by SPV. So who will be providing the services? Indian Railways will provide the service. Actually it is whose burden, I mean who should spend the maintenance? So special purpose vehicle, as Indian Railways is doing, definitely special purpose vehicle will pay the maintenance charges. For doing this, maintenance charges will be paid by special purpose vehicle to Indian Railways. That maintenance charges is also exempted. Is it clear? There are 2 exemptions here. Exemption number 1, services provided by SPVs to Indian Railways in relation to allowing the Indian Railways to use the infrastructure owned by SPVs, for which they will get a consideration. That consideration is exempted. This is service provided to government, whereas by government, Indian Railways will provide the maintenance services in relation to the infrastructure owned by SPVs, for which they will collect the maintenance charges. That maintenance charges is also exempted. Okay, so you understood these two parts. So see this book. First, maintenance services to whom? Who is providing the service? Indian Railways is providing the service. What service? Maintenance service to SPVs, that is special purpose vehicles, in relation to infrastructure built and owned by SPVs during the concession period. There is one more exemption here, that is under services provided to government, where you can see services provided by special purpose vehicle. Next page. Service provided by special purpose vehicle to Ministry of Railways by allowing them to use the infrastructure built and owned by SPVs during the concession period. These two exemptions only I have connected, and I have given one chart related to that. Now, so these are the three exemptions with respect to Indian Railways. First we saw Department of Post, 3 exemptions. Then we saw Indian Railways, 3 exemptions. Then for transportation of goods and services, we have a separate chart that we need to see. Then apart from this, any other services provided by government. Sir, what about airport or port service? Airport or port service, we don't have any exemption. Airport or port service provided by government is always taxable. We don't have any exemption. But apart from this, any other service provided by government to business entities, we have few exemptions, and to other than business entities, it is always exempted. Means it is to individuals. Example, RTO. RTO giving driving license to you, for which you pay some charges to RTO above the table, not below the table, above the table. Whether that is taxable or exempted. Is it Department of Post? Is it Department of Post? Is it Indian Railways? Is it transportation of goods or passengers? Is it airport or port services? No, it will be others. Others provided to whom? Individuals, correct? Therefore, it will be exempted. Got it? Next, generally, water supply will be made by government. Government will provide the water facility to your home, for which you will pay some water charges. Is it covered anywhere here? No, because it is other services provided to other than business entities, that is individuals, then it will be exempted. Is it clear? So from government, if individuals, apart from this, any other service is received, that will be exempted. What if they are providing services to business entities? Then again we have few exemptions, and in remaining cases it will be taxable. That we have in segment 3, which we are going to discuss. So you can just turn the pages little bit before. You can see list of exemptions provided by government to business entities, which is in page 32. You can see that exemptions with respect to services provided by government, not page 32, I think page 33. Page 33. Services provided by government to business entities. Services provided by government to business entities, including services of parliament, state legislature, court or tribunal. You can see there are specific exemptions. What is that? Number 1, RTI charges. So all this we are discussing is what? Sir, Department of Post we completed, Indian Railways we completed, transportation we have not yet discussed, that needs to be discussed. Airport or port services always taxable, and apart from that, other services provided to business entities, we have few exemptions. In that first point, RTI charges. What is RTI charges? You might be knowing. You would have applied, na? Did you apply for your evaluated answer sheet, etc.? So that is RTI. Usually whenever we need any information from government, so we need to pay some money to get the right to information. So that charges collected by government will be exempted. That is RTI charges. Number 2, interdepartmental service, means one department of government to another department of government. For example, say income tax department is coming to our TVK leader's house because he did not keep quiet. He spoke left, right, center about DMK and BJP. See, at a time you cannot be in bad books of both. You understood? And now what will happen? Enemy's enemy will become friend. You understood? So therefore, even though BJP and DMK don't like each other, but when there is another person who is coming into picture, then these two will become together. And what is the strength of this TVK leader? So the strength is money. So he has got lot of money. That is his strength. There is nothing else. So people etc. and all will not believe. Till the time he do anything for the people, then only people will believe him. Because gaining trust is very, very difficult. Okay. I'll tell you an example. I'm taking classes for free. And this CMA, how many students will be there in Chennai for CMA intermediate? Thousands of students will be there easily, correct? When you go to exam center, you will know the reality, how many students are there, correct? But even though when I am taking for free, why students are not coming? In Chennai only, see, like other outside Chennai, they will watch in YouTube. YouTube also not much are watching. So why? What do you think? I am giving free only, no? But why people are not watching? Because people don't have trust. When they get it something as free, so is it really free, or is there like, can we trust him, and whether these 4 days will be useful? Why should I waste my 4 days? For a movie, they will waste. Education, no one will waste. You understood? That is what people's psychology is. So it is very difficult to win the trust of a person. Then, so he need to come, he need to do, so he need to become successful. It will take time. Today, what is his strength? Money is his strength. And how to cut that money? So BJP government will make a super plan. Income tax, no one will pay perfectly the income tax. Everyone would have done some kind of golmaal, etc. Now, they will send an income tax department raid to his house. So far, he is just an actor, but now he is a leader. And now automatically what will happen? People are around him and they will not allow income tax department to enter his house. Now, income tax department take the help of Tamil Nadu Police Department. Will the Tamil Nadu Police Department provide service? Definitely yes. Definitely yes. Because he rubbed them only on the wrong side. You understood? State government also he rubbed. Now, Tamil Nadu Police Department will provide the service to Income Tax Department by way of providing security services for the Income Tax Department to enter into his house. This is called as interdepartmental services. Whatever money that is collected by Tamil Nadu Police Department will be exempted. Is it clear? So, what is the first one? RTI charges. What is number 2? Interdepartmental services. Then, right to use telecom spectrum allocated before 1/4/2016. Who owns the telecom spectrum? Government owns the telecom spectrum. They will be giving the telecom spectrum to these telecom companies for usage. If the spectrum is allocated before 1/4/2016, then everything will be exempted, because from 1/4/2016 only they have brought into taxability. So before 1/4/2016, any one-time charges or annual royalty collected will be exempted. Now read third point and fourth point and tell me what is the difference you can find. Third point and fourth point. Third point is right to use telecom spectrum, but fourth point is right to use natural resources. In third point, what is exempted? Both one-time charges and annual royalty. But in fourth point, what is exempted? Only one-time charges is exempted. Is it clear? Then next, what is the difference between fourth point and fifth point? Fourth point and fifth point, what is the difference? Fourth point is assignment of right to use natural resources. Fifth point also assignment of right to use natural resources to an individual farmer. Okay. And fourth point, when it should be assigned? Before 1/4/2016. Here it is assigned anytime. In the fourth point, only one-time charges is exempted, but here both one-time charges and annual royalty is exempted. Okay. Next one. Sixth one, merchant overtime charges under customs. Customs department will be working day and night. So even night times also they will be permitting importers and exporters to do the clearances. On holidays also they will be allowing people to do the clearances, for which, for example, today is a holiday, public holiday, Sunday, as well as festive holiday also will be there. So today is Ugadi, or then maybe a Ramzan, etc. Even then they will work. Yes sir, every day they will work, except on some government holidays like Republic Day, Gandhi Jayanti, like that, those times only they will not work, but otherwise they will be working, for which they will be collecting some extra charges. That extra charges is known as merchant overtime charges, that is exempted. Point number 6, merchant overtime charges under customs. Then safety certificate charges. Government will be issuing safety certificate for the people who are dealing with public at large, because it is mandatory to obtain a safety certificate. Okay, what are those places which are dealing with public at large? Malls, shopping complexes, then we have cinema theaters, all those places. So they will be required to obtain safety certificate, and the money collected by the government for issuing the safety certificate will be exempted. Okay, say this, safety certificate charges. Then consideration for tolerating an act. What is that consideration for tolerating an act? Means you enter into a contract with government and you breach the contract. When you breach the contract, government will pay you some money na, as you breach the you need to pay some money to the government na. Example, so if you remember VIP movie, VIP part 1, so in that they will take up a slum clearance project to do construction. Suppose if they are not constructing on time, they need to pay the damages to the government. That is called as consideration for tolerating an act, which is exempted. Got it? You enter into contract with government, you breach the contract. When you breach the contract, you pay some damages to the government. The money received by government will be exempted. That is this, consideration for tolerating an act. Then share of profit petroleum. Share of profit petroleum means, so this government will enter into contract with the leaseholder, allowing the leaseholder to extract the petroleum, crude or natural gas. For extracting the petroleum, crude or natural gas, anyhow that leaseholder will pay the royalty. In addition to royalty, government expects a share of profit. That share of profit received by government is exempted. Again I am repeating, you are leaseholder, I am government, I am giving you right to extract petroleum, crude or natural gas, for which you need to give me royalty. Apart from royalty, you should also give me share of profit in your business. So that share of profit received by government will be exempted. That is this, share of profit petroleum. What is profit petroleum? Revenue from operations minus cost petroleum minus royalty. That is called as share of profit petroleum. For what reason? For assigning the right to extract petroleum, crude or natural gas. Government receives share in profit on extraction in addition to royalty. Okay, so that is exempted. Then registration charges under any law for the time being in force. That is, you will be paying registration charges for registering your motor vehicle, RTO charges. Then you will be paying some charges for registering the building to sub-registrar, or for incorporating a company you will pay some registration charges. All the registration charges which is collected by government is also exempted. That is registration charges under any law. Then fee for birth certificate, death certificate, driving license, visa or passport. Sir, you said services provided by government to individuals is exempted, but these are to individuals only, sir? No, these are to business entities. Actually we are discussing which heading? These are services by government to business entities. Why will they provide birth certificate, etc.? Say there is a company which is taking keyman insurance policy. For that reason, they need the birth certificate of their employee. They need the death certificate of the employee to claim. And there is a company which is sending their employees for outside India for the purpose of training. So therefore, they will take the passport services, visa services for their employees. Also, there is a company which is into transportation business. They will pay for the driving license fee of their employees. So all these are received by the company. Fee for birth certificate, death certificate, driving license, visa or passport. Then guarantee commission for guaranteeing the loans taken by PSU. PSUs means public sector undertakings. These public sector undertakings will be taking some loans. Those loans which are taken by PSUs, the guarantee will be given by government, for which PSUs are required to pay a guarantee commission to government. That guarantee commission received by government will be exempted. That is this, guarantee commission for guaranteeing the loans taken by PSUs. Then excess royalty collection contractor to the extent of variable royalty. That is, generally government will be receiving fixed royalty, but they want they will be receiving variable royalty, because for example, I'll give you mining contract. when you do mining extraction, depending upon the number of tons extracted, you will pay me royalty. But that royalty will be variable. It will not be fixed every year. It will be variable. But I want a fixed royalty. So I will appoint one person called as ERCC, Excess Royalty Collection Contractor. This excess royalty collection contractor will receive the fixed royalty, that is, will receive the variable royalty from you and will pay the fixed royalty to government. So anyhow, on this variable royalty you paid the GST, so ERCC is not required to pay any GST. Is it clear? Just remember, ERCC is exempted to the extent of variable royalty. The next one, fee for granting national permit to goods carriage. Generally when some lorries or vehicles is crossing one state to another state, usually they pay the permit charges. That permit charges which is paid by them will be exempted. So fee for granting national permit to goods carriage to operate throughout India or contiguous states. These are the 14 specific exemptions that we have. Apart from these 14 specific exemptions, we have 2 general exemptions, that is services provided by government to business entity. First 14 specific exemptions. Then 2 more general exemptions if they provide service to business entity whose turnover, means that business entity turnover during the previous year does not exceed threshold limit, then the service will be exempted. So to a business entity whose aggregate turnover during previous year does not exceed threshold limit, but this exemption is not applicable in case of renting of immovable property. Then next one, next we have value of supply does not exceed 5,000 rupees per invoice. Value of supply less than or equals to 5,000 per invoice, then also the service is exempted. But in case of continuous supply of service, it should not exceed 5,000 for a financial year. What is a continuous supply of service? A service which takes more than 3 months to complete is known as continuous supply of service. Already we discussed that. Okay, so that is about this. Now listen carefully. Say I am an ad agency. I am an ad agency. Carefully understand the example, then only you can remember this exemption. I am an ad agency and I want to put the hoardings, and for which I need to pay money to government. So government is allowing me to put the hoardings. Is it covered anywhere in the 14 points? No, it's not covered under the 14 points. Now I am an ad agency. I started business this year only, means my turnover during the previous year does not exceed threshold limit. So due to that reason, the service provided to me will be exempted. Is it clear? Read there. Services to a business entity, ad agency, whose turnover during the previous year does not exceed threshold limit. Okay, therefore it is exempted. What if I take immovable property on rent from government? This exemption is not there. Then second exemption. Generally, these hotels and all will have pubs. Say Taj Hotel will have a pub inside the Taj Hotel, and Taj Hotel requires Department of Police to provide the security, police security outside the Taj Hotel during weekends, because weekends lot of celebrities will be coming into the pub, and for which they need the police personal security. Now in this case, the police department will collect some 4,000 rupees from Taj Hotel, which is taxable or exempted? Exempted, because second exemption, you see the value of supply does not exceed 5,000 rupees, which is exempted, okay, per invoice. In case of continuous supply of service, it is 5,000 in a financial year. Understood here? These are the various exemptions with respect to services provided by government. Then now we are moving on to services provided to government. Come back to this page, and in this we need to see various definitions related to government. So we have central government. Government means what? Government means central government, state government, local authority. Government authority. Government authority means board or body or authority established in an act of parliament or state legislature, or board or body or authority in which government has invested greater than or equals to 90%. Okay. So listen carefully. Government means what? Central government, state government, local authority. Government authority means any body or board or authority established under an act of parliament or state legislature, or a body in which government has invested how much? Greater than or equals to 90%. Example, ICI is a government authority. ICMAI is a body under an act of parliament. Correct? CMA Institute is under ICMA Act 1949. Correct? So it is one, I think not 49 or 59, I don't know. I think 59, I think. So ICMA Act 1959. So it is also an institution established under an act of Parliament or state legislature. So that will also be coming under, government authority. So see there, ICI, then CMDA, Chennai Metro Development Authority. So we have now, it will approve the projects that, then CMW SSB, Chennai Metro Water Sewerage and Supply Board. So Metro Water Board, which will lay down the lines and do the cleaning of drainages, that will come under. All these are government authority. What is government entity? Government entity is also same as government authority, but government authority is established for carrying out functions under constitution, but government entity is to promote trade and commerce. Like this PSUs are there na, that will be government entities. Steel Authority of India, ONGC, Oil and Natural Gas Corporation. So these are all coming under government entity. Then who are government agency? Government agency means generally government is required to do certain activities, but instead of they doing, they outsource it to some other contractors. Those contractors are called as government agencies. Example, contractors who lay down the road will come under government agency. Arbitrator, this cleaning, sanitation workers are there na, who do the cleaning of road, etc. They will also be coming under government agency. Person providing services to government in relation to functions entrusted to government as per constitution. Then next one, services provided to government. Service provided to government. So here, any person providing services to government authority. What services? These specified 5 services, then it will be exempted. Other activities will be taxable. Again I am repeating, there is any person who is providing services to government authority. What services? These services. So you can easily remember this, okay. So there is one movie of Sivakarthikeyan. So one movie is there, I think it's a flop movie. So that is, he will be living in one slum and he will be fighting for the rights of the slum. You would have seen, na? So in that, so when you see slum, what is that you will remember immediately? Slum means how it will be? Hut, good, next. Water problem will be there. Next, drainage problem, open drainages, correct. Lot of garbage and all here and there, am I right? Next, because of this open drainages, mosquitoes and all will come and will bite and they will get dengue, malaria, etc. Am I right? So now, activity number 1, water supply. Sanitation. Sanitation conservancy means cleaning, okay. Solid waste management, cleaning the garbage, cleaning the drainage is sanitation conservancy, cleaning the garbage is solid waste management. Public health, we need to provide public health to them. Then slum improvement and upgradation. Slum improvement means constructing houses for them, big houses and all, okay. So that will be coming under, so this which is exempted, you understood? That's what in that movie, one big house they will construct na. So which will also fall in the climax, that, what is that movie? Mahaveeran, correct. So that slum improvement and upgradation. You understood what are the 5 activities? Water, first slum improvement and upgradation. Next, they will have water problem, so water supply. Next, they will have open drainage, so sanitation conservancy. Then garbage and all will be there, solid waste management, and their health will be in a problem, so public health. These 5 activities provided to government authority will be exempted. All other activities will be taxable. Is it clear? Then same way, services provided by government authority to any person is also exempted. Just now I told you, government authority means CMDA, etc. and all. If they provide any service to any person, that will be exempted. And government includes even public works department also. Public works department means, so PWD, they will do roads, buildings, and all they will construct na, that. Next, look into the next one. There is any person who is providing services to government. Previous one is government authority. This one is government. What services? Any service in relation to constitution. Article 243W of the constitution. So government is required to do certain activities as per constitution, and they are asking you to do. For example, solid waste management. Solid waste management means cleaning the garbage, laying down the roads. All these are called as activities under constitution. Will government do that? No, they will outsource it to you. So you are doing that. It's a pure service, it is exempted. What if it is a activity that involves both goods and services? Even then it is exempted if the value of goods does not exceed 25% of total. So composite supply with respect to article 243 G or W of the constitution, where the value of goods does not exceed 25% of total. Then fair price shops. Fair price shops means what? Ration shops. Ration shops, then commission agents will be appointed na ration shops. Ration shop is owned by government, or they will appoint one person to operate the ration shop. They will appoint one person. He gets a commission. That commission is exempted. Then training program. You are providing training program to government where expenditure borne by government is greater than or equals to 75%. There is a coaching center. That coaching center is providing NEET coaching to below poverty line students. The fees is 1 lakh. In that 1 lakh, 80,000 is borne by government, 20,000 is borne by student. Whether the NEET coaching is taxable or exempted? Exempted. Why it is exempted? Training program where expenditure borne by government is greater than or equals to 75% of total. Then next one, import of services. If government imports any services, for what purpose? For other than business or commerce, for their welfare, government welfare or people welfare, then also that service will be exempted. But other than OIDR service, what is OIDR service? Online information database access and retrieval services. Okay, that is this online services, OTT platforms, etc. and all will come under online services. These are the activities which are exempted. Suppose if this person provides these services, water supply, sanitation, conservancy, solid waste management to government, even then it is exempted? Yes, it is exempted under the first point, pure services with respect to article 243 GRW. Say this, all above services, that is water supply, solid waste management, etc. provided to government falls under pure service and it will be exempted. So this third point already we discussed. Now, services provided by governmental authority, governmental entity. What is the difference between government authority and government entity? Government entity is same as government authority, except that government entity is established for the purpose of promoting trade or commerce. So there is a government entity which is providing services to government for which they get a grant and that will be exempted. Then services by governmental authority. Services provided by government authority in relation to any function entrusted to panchayat or municipality under constitution is exempted. Okay. Then we have real estate regulatory authority will also come under government authority, RERA, which will be giving license for apartments, etc. So money collected by them is same, exempted. So that is with respect to this. This is sufficient for government services, because for CMA and all they will not focus much on like government services. Just whatever we learnt, that is sufficient. Next, look into renting services. Renting divided into two: renting of movable property and renting of immovable property. In case of renting of movable property, we have 4 exemptions. I have a vehicle that can carry more than 12 passengers that I am giving on rent to a state road transport undertaking. Okay. For example, SCTC is a state road transport undertaking, and to that SCTC, my private bus I am giving on rent, for which I will get the rental charges. But what should be the capacity of the bus? Greater than 12 passengers, then it will be exempted. Then second point, hiring of a means of transport of goods to GTA. There is a goods transport agency. What goods transport agency will do? Will transport the goods from one location to another location. For that purpose, so I am giving my vehicle on rent. My lorry I am giving on rent. The rental charges will be exempted. Third point, hiring of electric vehicle. What vehicle? Electric vehicle that can carry more than 12 passengers. To whom I am giving it on rent? To a local authority. That is also exempted. Then hiring of bus to a person. So you are providing transportation services to school and you took the bus on rent from me. That rent received by me is exempted. So renting of bus to a person who is providing transportation service to education institution. So what are the 4 exemptions? hiring of a means of transport to carry passengers more than 12 to state road transport undertaking. Respond pa. See, there is no way. You have to be active. You need to speak. And I am only shouting. You also repeat. Once you repeat, it will get registered in your mind. Okay. So don't look at me as if you tell whatever you want. You tell. I will just sit and I will listen. You also should put effort, then only it will get registered in your mind. Okay. So I have a motor vehicle. What type of motor vehicle? More than 12 passengers. To whom I am giving on rent? To a state road transport undertaking. Then second rent. What is the second rent? Easily remember. Hiring of electric motor vehicle. First one is normal motor vehicle. Third point is electric motor vehicle. Both cases, what is the capacity? More than 12 passengers. First one given on rent to state road transport undertaking. Next one given on rent to a local authority. Then I have a motor vehicle that can carry goods given on rent to a goods transport agency. Last, I have a bus which I am giving on rent to a person who is providing transportation service to education institution up to 12th standard. These are the 4 renting of motor vehicles which is exempted. All other renting of movable property will be taxable. Then look into renting of immovable property. In renting of immovable property, we have land and building. Look into renting of building. I have a residential property which I am giving on rent for residential purpose to an unregistered person. So I have an immovable property. I am giving that immovable property on rent to whom? Registered person or unregistered person? Unregistered person. That is exempted. Number 2. I have a residential property that I am giving on rent to a registered individual. For what purpose? For his family stay. If it is given to unregistered person, no doubt it is exempted. If it is given to a registered individual for his family stay, even then it will be exempted. Then number 3, hostels, accommodation services for a continuous period of minimum 90 days. For how many days the hostel should be given on rent? Hostel or PG, etc. For how many days? Minimum 90 days. And what should be the consideration per month? What should be the hostel fees for per month? Less than or equals to 20,000 per person per month. Then it will be exempted. Got it? So these are the 3 exemptions with respect to building. Renting of building which is exempted. So what are the 3 exemptions? Come on. I have a immobile property, that is residential property given on rent to a unregistered person. Number 2, residential property to a registered individual for their family stay. Number 3, accommodation services for a continuous period of 90 days. And what should be the charges per month? Less than or equals to 20,000 per person per month. Then look into this land related exemption, renting of land or leasing of land. So you read these 2 points and tell me what is the difference you can find in these 2 points. First one, read it once for yourself and identify the differences. That is the way in which you can remember. Okay, tell me first. I'll write it for you to easily understand. So right now what we are discussing exemption with respect to lease of land, correct? Lease of land. And in this case we have 2 exemptions. Exemption number 1, exemption 2. In the first exemption, who is the supplier? Who is the service provider? Who is the service provider in the first exemption? Read and tell me. Government. So government, in the first case, the service provider is government, whereas in the second case, who is the service provider? SIDCO, State Government Industrial Development Corporation. Have you heard of this word SIDCO? State Government Industrial Development Corporation. So that is the service provider. When I say government, it is central government, state government or local authority. Now, this is a supplier. Understood the difference? Second point. Who is the recipient? Service recipient. In the first exemption, who is the recipient? Government, government authority or government entity. Government authority or government entity. In the second situation, who is the recipient? Any industry, correct? Any industry or infrastructure developer or infrastructure developer. Next, number 3, what is the type of land? What is the type of land? First exemption, any land, correct? Agricultural land or industrial land, any land. Agricultural or industrial, any land. But in the second case, industrial plots. Industrial plots. Then number 4, what is the type of lease? In the first case, first exemption, lease, short term lease or long term lease? Both short term or long term, correct? Whereas in the second exemption, it is only long term lease. What is long term lease means? Greater than or equals to 30 years. Then next, what is exempted? What is exempted in the first point? Upfront charges and annual royalty or only upfront charges? Upfront charges and annual lease rentals. Annual lease rentals. But in the second exemption, what is exempted? Only upfront charges. Only upfront charges. This upfront charges includes preferential location charges. Preferential location means when you need to get a place in a area which is near to highway or near to port, etc., you need to pay some extra charges, that is preferential location charges. Clear here? So this is about the land related exemption. Okay, next. Can I proceed? Say this. So we completed renting of movable property, land and building. There is one more exemption you can see here. Renting of precincts of a religious place. Precincts of a religious place means what? Precincts of a religious place means, for example, Tirumala is a religious place. Surroundings of the religious place is given on rent. For what purpose it is given on rent? Tirumala, have you been to Tirumala? For what is the place that they are giving on rent? For what purpose? Accommodation, correct? Accommodation is exempted provided the charges per day is less than 1000. Less than 1000 means what? 999 rupees per day. Suppose if they are giving rent for marriage functions, etc., how much it should be? Hall rent should be less than 10,000, means 9,999 per day. Then it will be exempted. Suppose for shops, if they are giving, shops and all will also be there na. How much the rent should be? Less than 10,000, that is 9,999 per month, then it will be exempted. Otherwise, it will be entirely taxable. So, renting of the precincts of religious place meant for general public, registered as a trust under Income Tax Act. For what purpose? Accommodation up to 999 per day, exempted. Hall up to 9,999 per day, exempted. Shop up to 10,000 rupees, that is 9,999 per month, then it will be exempted. Then next you can see sports related services. Here, so there are 3 exemptions. First exemption is sponsorship money collected by a recognized sports body is exempted. So, sponsorship money collected by a recognized sports body. What is a recognized sports body? Total 6 sports bodies you have, you can see below. First one, National Sports Federation. So, this BCCI, Indian Hockey Federation, that will be coming under National Sports Federation. Then we have Inter-University Sports Board. What they will do? They will conduct the sports and games between the universities. So, for example, Anna University and Kamaraj University, like that, between universities, they will be conducting, competitions, sports events. Then, Paralympic Committee. Paralympic Committee is like for physically challenged people, they will conduct some sporting events, that is Paralympic Committee. Then next we have Indian Olympic Association. This Indian Olympic Association will conduct the national games in India. So, by inviting countries, various people from other countries to come and participate, that is also recognized sports body. Then Central Civil Services Cultural and Sports Board. What they will do? They will be conducting the sports and games for central government employees. So, if you have watched that Dhoni movie, so in that, so he will participate in the railway match, and from railway team he will get selected to nationals. So, for railway people who are working in railways also, there will be some tournaments that is conducted by Central Civil Services Cultural and Sports Board. Then next we have Panchayat Sports Board. Panchayat Sports Board, village level, rural level, this kabaddi matches, then volleyball matches. So, these are all conducted by them. So, that is Panchayat Sports Board. These are the 6 recognized sports bodies. What are the 6 recognized sports bodies? National Sports Federation, Inter-University Sports Board, Paralympic Committee, Indian Olympic Association, Central Civil Services Cultural and Sports Board, Panchayat Sports Board. If they provide, if they collect any sponsorship money, that sponsorship money collected by them will be exempted. Is it clear? So, sponsorship money collected by recognized sports body will be exempted. What if unrecognized sports body, example IPL, BCCI is an example of recognized sports body, whether they collect money from Tata, an example of body corporator firm, or from me, example of sole proprietor, that will be exempted. What if IPL, suppose if I pay money for IPL sponsorship, or Tata pays money for IPL sponsorship, whether it will be taxable or exempted? Taxable. So, see this, recognized sports body provides sponsorship services to Tata, exempted. To THARUN'S Brewery, exempted. Suppose if IPL, unrecognized sports body, provides services to THARUN'S Brewery, taxable, and even to body corporate also it will be taxable. Only from recognized sports body, sponsorship money collected by recognized sports body is only exempted. Then second exemption, that is services provided by individual as a player, referee, umpire, coach or team manager to a recognized sports body is exempted. Who are the 5 people pa? Player, referee, umpire, coach, team manager to recognized sports body. What if they provide services to unrecognized sports body? Then it will be taxable. For example, Virat Kohli getting money from BCCI, taxable or exempted? Virat Kohli getting money from BCCI, exempted. Suppose if Virat Kohli is getting money from RCB, taxable. Now, almost all IPL umpires and all will receive money from Mumbai Indians team. Whether that money received by umpires from Mumbai Indians team will be taxable or exempted? Taxable. Definitely it will be taxable. Okay. Then next one, services provided by one recognized sports body to another recognized sports body is exempted. Okay. Example, say this National Sports Federation BCCI is providing services to Inter-University Sports Board, one recognized sports body providing services to another recognized sports body, that is exempted. Okay. These are the exemptions for sports related services. Then look into transportation services, then we will come back to this. But before that, do we have any questions based on this, whatever we have discussed? See how beautifully it could have been given. They have just given copy paste from the notification. Literally one table they have given. I don't know how student will be able to read this. Then you can see here one illustration. Illustration 3, state whether the following services are exempted or not. Shri Jagadish Ji, a priest, charged 21,000 from Mr. X for carrying out the rituals of his marriage ceremony. Taxable or exempted? Exempted, where we discussed conduct of religious ceremony, priest, purohit, etc. is exempted there. Next, rent of 19,000 charged for letting out of community hall in temple premises for a marriage ceremony. Why taxable? More than or equal to 10,000 rupees per day. Are you getting this? That's why I asked you to just focus, listen. So whenever you get a question, it will strike, provided if you have listened to it. Okay, otherwise nothing will be there. Then temple provides room in the precincts of the temple on a rent of 750 rupees per day to pilgrims. What is your answer? Why exempted? Less than 1,000 rupees per day, therefore it will be exempted. You have to just write that only. Taxable means taxable, exempted means exempted. Sometimes they will be asking a question with some numbers like this. In that, whichever is taxable, you need to take. Exempted means you don't have to take that number, right? Just write exempted, do the total, that will be the value of taxable supply. 7 marks, one question will be given on this. Okay, so see this illustration 4. Determine taxable value of supply under GST law with respect to each of the following independent services provided by registered person. Fee charged for yoga camp conducted by a charitable trust. Where? Advancement of religion, spirituality, yoga. Do you remember we discussed charitable activities, advancement of religion, spirituality and yoga. Yoga is covered there, so exempted. Amount charged by business correspondent for the service provided to rural branch of a bank with respect to savings bank account. Business facilitator, agent of business facilitator, business correspondent, agent of business correspondent in rural area is exempted. Amount charged by cord blood bank for preservation of stem cells, taxable. We don't have any exemption with respect to this. It is a mistake, so it should be taxable. Why? Because for healthcare services we have only 2 exemptions. Previously cord blood banks was exempted, but now it will be taxable. Okay. Then amount charged for service provided by commentator to a recognized sports body. Is commentator in the list? Just now we discussed 5. Player, referee, umpire, coach, team manager. Is commentator in the list? So taxable. So that will be taxable. 5,20,000 will be taxable. Okay, clear? That's what, it's a mistake. That's what I said. It is a mistake. It's old provision. They have not updated the answer. Okay, so it is taxable. It's not exempted. It is taxable. We should take that amount 5 lakhs. Okay, previously cord blood banks was exempted and they have not updated the answer, so it is taxable. 5 lakhs. Next, Mr. Ijaz, a performing artist, provides the following information relating to October 2024. For performance artist, there is one exemption, that is services provided by a performance artist. You can see this point. No need to see in the book, or you can see there also, no issue. Services by a performance artist in what art form? Folk or classical art form of music, dance or theatre. First, who is a performance artist? One who perform before the audience is known as performance artist. In what art form? Either folk or classical, of music, dance or theatre. But how much they should be collecting per performance? Up to 1,50,000 for a performance. What if they are performing as a brand ambassador? If they are performing as a brand ambassador, even if they receive 10,000 rupees also, it will be taxable. Okay, excluding service provided by such artist as a brand ambassador. Now let's see how this question is tested here. Performing classical dance, is it covered? Covered. What is the amount? 1,40,000. So what is your answer? Exempted. Then performing in television serial, is it given? I told you, who is a performance artist? One who performed before the audience, not before the camera. So television serial, definitely 2,80,000 will be taxable. Then services as a brand ambassador, definitely it will be taxable. Coaching in recreational activities relating to arts. Now see this. For that, coaching in recreational activity relating to arts also, we have one exemption. Next point itself. Service by way of training or coaching in recreational activities relating to arts or culture. Example, dance classes, music classes, karate classes, kung fu classes, swimming classes, like that, any art. Okay. So art or culture. Culture means languages, Vedas, Upanishads, etc. But that should be by an individual. And suppose if it is other than individual, it will be taxable. Even sports academies are there, na? Sports academies also exempted, but that should be by a charitable trust. Now, see this example. Here, is this coaching in recreational activities by an individual or by others? By an individual. Therefore, this 2,10,000 will be exempted. Then, activities in sculpture making. We don't have any exemption with respect to that. Then, performing Western dance. We don't have exemption. Only for classical dance performance, we have the exemption. So, therefore, this 90,000 also taxable, 3,10,000 also taxable, 12 lakhs, 2,80,000 also taxable. Only this 1,40,000 and this coaching in recreation activities, that is 2,10,000 is exempted. So, that is the value of taxable supply. Is it clear? So, that's how the questions are there. I think good questions are given. So, see this, illustration 7. Illustration 7. Illustration 6 I have skipped because that is related to some other points. We will see later. Look into this illustration 7. Compute the taxable value of supply of service of A Limited for the month of June 2024 from the following information. Entry fee received for cultural program organized in open theatre where the ticket price is 200 rupees. Cultural program, do we have any exemption? No. Where? That's what. Where we have less than 500, okay. But this cultural program, where it is? Theatrical. It is not a theatrical performance. How can you take this as a theatrical performance? Open theatre, like that it is given. So, we will take it as a theatrical performance. If you take that as a theatrical performance, then it will be exempted. You understood? So, I am asking you the list. There are 9 points. Which place it should be coming? It will come under theatrical performance. Where is it given as theatrical performance? Open theatre. Then next, receipts on account of standalone ride in a mall. For that entry ticket, standalone ride in a mall, any entry ticket exemption is there? No. So, therefore, it will be taxable. Then receipts of video parlor for exhibiting movies, taxable, no exemption. Auxiliary service provided in capacity of event manager for organizing an event, we don't have any exemption. Receipts from running Natraj circus, exempted. Circus is exempted, but what should be the ticket price? But we don't have the information here. We don't have the information here. So, therefore, in exam if you get a question like this, so you can take any assumption. So, what they have done is that they have taken the assumption that the ticket price does not exceed 500. Okay. But you write, if the ticket price, you take the assumption like if the ticket price does not exceed 500 rupees, like that you need to write. Next. So, here let us take ticket price less than or equals to 500. Next, receipts on account of admission to award function where the consideration for admission is 400 rupees per person. Award function, is it there in the list? Yes, therefore it will be exempted. Receipts on account of admission to musical performance. Is musical performance there in the list? Yes, but where the consideration is 1000 per person. So, entirely it will be taxable. Receipts on account of Admission to recognized sporting event. Recognized sporting event. Is it in the list? Yes. But the ticket is 1000 per person. So entirely taxable. Receipts on account of admission to a non-recognized sporting event. Any sporting event is given in the list, but the amount should be less than or equals to 500. Here it will be taxable. Receipts of amusement park. Where we have exemption? We don't have. Sir, in the first list we have national park. National park is different from amusement park. Amusement park means MGM, VGP, that will come. That will be taxable. Okay. So therefore, this first one 5 lakhs, 8 lakhs and 5 lakhs is only exempted. First one is exempted, then fifth one and sixth one is exempted. Remaining and all will be taxable. So therefore, the value of taxable supply is 64 lakhs. Look into illustration 8. This is related to that agriculture services. Okay. Agro Farm Limited, registered under GST, furnishes the following details with respect to activities undertaken by them in the month of May 2024. Receipts from supply of farm labor. Receipts from supply of farm labor. What is your answer for farm labor? Exempted. Why? Any service in relation to agriculture or agricultural produce. Exempted. What about seed testing? Soil testing? Warehousing of potato chips? Taxable, because potato chips is not agricultural produce. Then commission received on sale of wheat. Exempted. Wheat is agricultural produce. Wheat means you know na? Godumi. Not weed. Wheat. Okay. So wheat. Service in relation, any service, commission agent service or warehousing service, any service in relation to agricultural produce is exempted. Charges for training of farmers. Farmer training. Is it service in relation to agriculture? Yes. Farmer training for what? Writing CMA exam. Farmer training for what? Agriculture only. Therefore, it is exempted. Renting of vacant land to stud farm. Stud farm is horse farm. Taxable. Leasing of vacant land to cattle farm. Exempted. Warehousing of rice. Exempted. For rice separately. Packing, loading, unloading and warehousing of rice. Separately we have exemption. Next, warehousing of cotton fabrics. Taxable. We don't have any. Cotton fabric is not agricultural produce. Cotton is agricultural produce. Cotton fabric is not agricultural produce. Retail packing and labeling of fruits and vegetables. Exempted. Exempted. Service in relation to agricultural produce. Fruits and vegetables are agricultural produce. Okay. Now, so what and all is exempted? Taxable you take 85,000, 1,85,000, do the total. 85,000 plus 1,85,000 plus 2 lakhs. How much? 4,70,000. Is it clear? Next. Look into illustration 9. Mr. Dev, a famous cricketer, furnishes you with the following information of the various receipts for the month ended 30/9/2024, you are required to compute the value of taxable supply. Receipts from Sports Authority of India for participation in recognized sports. Is Sports Authority of India recognized sports body? Yes. Therefore, it will be exempted. Receipts from franchisee of IPL. See, I told you services provided by a cricketer, individual as a player to recognize sports body is exempted. But suppose if they are collecting money from franchisee of IPL, that will be taxable. Receipt from acting as a brand ambassador, taxable. Receipts of sports training academy to coach young players. He is individual na? He is individual. And sports training academy to coach young players. So whether it will be taxable or exempted? Sports should be by a charitable trust, but they are telling that it is exempted. Actually, it is not exempted. It will be taxable because training in sports only by a trust, charitable trust is exempted. So it's a mistake. So it will be taxable. How much it will be? 15 lakhs. Okay. So the answer will change. 75 plus 22 plus 15, that will be 112 lakhs. Then next one, illustration 10. Oh, mistakes are there in study material, that you know, na? Not that I am changing, okay? Really there is a mistake in the study material. Then illustration 10, Messrs. D Bank Limited, a scheduled commercial bank, has furnished the following details for the month of August 2024. Extended housing loan to its customers. Banking service, I told you. For extending housing loan, what is that they will get? 200 crores. First of all, it is not a supply. Transaction in money. They give loan and they take loan. That is not a consideration. That is neither, no separate consideration, not a supply. Processing fees, interest. Is processing fees interest? No, other consideration. Therefore, it will be taxable. Commission, taxable. Interest on credit card, taxable. Interest on housing loan, exempted. Minimum balance charges, taxable. For bank, what is exempted? Interest on loans, advances, deposits, other than interest involved in credit cards. So therefore, here only this 50 is exempted, and the first one is not a supply. Okay. So these are some questions they have given, but still there is possibility of asking many other questions also, because that much is there. You look into transportation sector. Say this, page 54, transportation of passengers. You can see here, transportation of passengers, following are exempted. What are exempted? Say this, first, transportation of passengers is divided into two separate charts. One is transportation of passengers, another one is transportation of goods. Okay. So in case of transportation of passengers, what are the various modes through which the passenger can be transported? Either railways, airways, waterways, roadways. Okay. Suppose if it is transportation of passengers in railways, let's see what are the exemption. Other than first class or AC is exempted. Other than first class or AC means what? General ticket, exempted. Sleeper class, exempted. Second class sitting, exempted. If it is AC, any AC, that is first class AC, second class AC, three tier AC, chair car AC, everything will be taxable. First class, let it be AC or non-AC, it will be taxable. Usually first class means AC only, na? What is first class non-AC? Local train. In local train, there will be two compartments which will be first class compartments. So that is also taxable. Okay. So other than first class or AC will be exempted. Then metro, mono, tramway, fully it is exempted. Metro already we have in Chennai. Monorail means what? Bullet train, single track will be there. Then tramway, tramway in the road itself they lay down the track. So all these is exempted. Then this already we discussed, notified services by Indian Railways to individuals. What are they? Platform tickets, then clock room charges, waiting room charges, battery operated car services. Okay. So we have this already we covered. So just remember two exemption for railways. For railways, what are the two exemption? Other than first class or any AC, metro, mono, tramway. Then when it comes to airways also we have two exemptions. If the starting point or ending point of the passenger is in northeastern states or Bagdogra in West Bengal. What are northeastern states? MMTN, SAM. MMTN, Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland. A for Assam, S for Sikkim, A for Arunachal Pradesh, and M for Meghalaya. So these are the northeastern states. Then if the starting point or ending point of the journey is in this place or Bagdogra in West Bengal, the ticket will be exempted. Okay. For example, you are going from Chennai to US and you book two tickets. Ticket number 1 from Chennai to northeastern state. That ticket will be exempted because the ending point is in this place. Then another ticket you are booking from the northeastern state to US. That ticket is also exempted because the starting point is in that place. Without paying 1 rupee GST also, you can travel to foreign country. But which class? Only economy class. For business class, they are not giving this exemption, only for economy class. Is it clear? So what is the exemption pa? If the starting point or ending point, not both, either starting point or ending point in economy class at northeastern states or Bagdogra in West Bengal. Then next one, consideration as viability gap funding for a period of 3 years. Usually some regional airports, if airlines are operating in the regional airports like Tiruchi, etc. and all, they will be offering at a lesser rate. For doing that, they will receive some money from government. Who will receive money from government? Airlines will receive from government. That is called as viability gap funding. So this money received from government will be exempted. For how many years it will be exempted? For a period of 3 years. Consideration as viability gap funding up to a period of 3 years. Then when it comes to waterways, we have 2 exemptions. Inland waterways exempted. Inland waterways means rivers. Through rivers, if the people are transported, that will be exempted, whatever may be the purpose, tourism purpose or other than tourism purpose. So whether boating and all will be taxable or exempted, because boating happens in inland waters, exempted, okay. Whereas coastal waters means seaways, that is also exempted, provided it is used for public transportation. What if that is used for tourism purpose? Then it will be taxable. Coastal waters within India for other than tourism purpose is only exempted. So for tourism purpose, taxable. And who should be operating it? Either government operated or private operated. I'll give you a few examples, try to understand. That is from Chennai to Andaman, within India, correct? From Chennai to Andaman, people are being transported in coastal waters, that is seaways. Public transportation, daily there is a cruise ship which is transporting the people from Chennai to Andaman and Andaman to Chennai. Public transportation, whether it is taxable or exempted. And in Kanyakumari, there is a Vivekananda rock and Tiruvallur rock. From Kanyakumari to Vivekananda rock or from there to Kanyakumari, again sea waters only. But it is for what purpose? Public transportation or tourism purpose? Tourism purpose, that will be taxable. Is it clear? Then inland waterways. In Kerala, lot of places are connected only through waterways, and boating, like through boats people will be transported, it will be exempted. The moment it is inland waterways, always it will be exempted. Clear? Next, last, in case of roadways, transportation of passengers in roadways, we have 3 exemptions. Non-AC stage carriage. What is a stage carriage? Which stops at every stage during the journey is known as stage carriage. So example, share auto. So share auto which stops na every stage. Even bus, local bus will also stop at every stage. It is non-AC, then it is exempted. What if it is AC? Then it will be taxable. Rarely I see in Chennai AC local bus. That will be taxable. Majority it will be non-AC. Share auto always non-AC only. Where we have AC share auto, actually it is nice idea. We can think of it, okay. So we can start some business of AC share auto. Nicely it will go, yeah. Got it? Definitely. But this, if it is non-AC only, it is exempted. What if it is AC? Then it will be taxable. Then non-AC contract carriage other than hire or tourism. What is non-AC contract carriage means? Contract carriage means which stops only to the point, that is Chennai to Velur. Chennai it will start, Velur it will stop. Then Chennai to Tiruchi, only it will start in Chennai, it will stop in Tiruchi. That is an example of point to point travel, that's a contract carriage. If the contract carriage is a non-AC contract carriage, that too for other than tourism or hire, then it is exempted. What if it is a non-AC contract carriage operating as a package tour? For example, Tirupati. So they are taking the pilgrims to Tirupati and again returning it, the evening. So like a tour package they are operating. Whether it will be taxable? Yes. Normal public transportation is there now, that is only exempted. So that is this. Non-AC contract carriage other than for hire or tourism. Then metered cab or auto rickshaw. Autos are there now, regular autos. Then metered cab, car with the meter, that yellow and black color. So that will be coming under exemption. All these 3, if it is through e-commerce operator, then it will be taxable. Like regular auto is exempted. But if it is a Ola or Uber auto, then it will be taxable. Okay. So these three places, exemption not available if the service are provided through e-commerce operator. Then northeastern states, already we discussed what are those northeastern states: Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland, Assam, Sikkim, Arunachal Pradesh and Meghalaya. Then look into this. What about transportation of passenger other than above is taxable? That is ropeway. Is ropeway given here? No. So taxable. Cable car, taxable. Horse cart, rickshaw, chartered flights, helicopter, everything else will be taxable. But sir, rickshaw and all, will they pay GST, sir? No, it's like taxable. If they cross the threshold limit, they need to register. If they cross 20 lakhs, they need to register. Will they cross 20 lakhs? If they cross 20 lakhs, today itself you quit CMA. If they cross 20 lakhs, today itself you quit CMA, buy 4 rickshaws, appoint the people and operate it. That's a big business. You understood? So definitely it will not cross 20 lakhs and all, and they will not pay GST. Then, but the service is taxable. Service is taxable. If they are registered only, they will pay GST. Otherwise, there is no GST. Then renting of motor vehicle is different from transportation of passengers. Usually, don't get confused between renting a motor vehicle and transportation. Renting a motor vehicle, we have to see that previous point, 4 exemptions. What is that? Motor vehicle, more than 12 passengers, to state road transport undertaking, that is renting. This is transportation. What is the difference, sir? If the vehicle is at my disposal for a period of time, for example, morning, you drop me from one location to another location and the vehicle leaves, it is transportation. If the vehicle is with me throughout the day, then it will be called as renting of motor vehicle. See there. Renting of motor vehicle is different from transportation of passengers. In case of renting of motor vehicle, the vehicle is at the disposal of the recipient for a period of time, which is absent in case of transportation of passengers. Understood? Now we are moving on to transportation of goods. In relation to transportation of goods, following are exempted. Again, we have 4 divisions: railways, airways, waterways and roadways. For railways, only one exemption. Transportation of specified goods by railways is exempted. What are those specified goods? You can see below that specified goods are agricultural produce, food grains, including pulses, flour, milk and salt, then organic manure, newspapers and magazines, defense or military equipment, relief material for natural or man-made disasters. These are the 6 notified goods. What are they? Number 1, agricultural produce, food grains, including flour, pulses, milk and salt. Third, organic manure. Number 4, newspapers and magazines. Number 5, so relief material for natural and man-made disasters, then defense and military equipment. Got it? These are the 6 notified goods or specified goods. If transported by railways, it will be exempted. For airways, what is exempted? Transportation of goods from where to where? Outside India to India. So that transportation freight paid will be exempted. Then that is air freight. Air freight for bringing goods from outside India to India. Import air freight is exempted. Then for waterways, what is exempted? Inland waters is exempted. Inland waters, even passenger transportation is also exempted and goods transportation is also exempted. For coastal waters, what is exempted? For coastal waters within India, specified goods. Okay, what are those specified goods? Same list, same 6. So these 6 goods in 3 places you can see: railways, specified goods exempted; waterways, coastal waters also specified goods exempted; GTA service also specified goods will be exempted. So 3 places transportation of these specified goods is exempted. What are those 3 modes? Railways, coastal waters between place in India and goods transport agency, GTA. Then in case of roadways, other than goods transport agency or courier agency, all other transportation of goods by road will be exempted. Sir, what is a courier agency? They transport the parcels from one location to another location, and like how courier agency will deal with small parcels, goods transport agency will deal with large parcels. Both are like courier only. How courier company works, the same way GT also works. But courier company deals with small packages. but big boxes and all will be dealt by goods transport agency. Apart from that, normal lorry transporters are there now, which you see in the highways, that will be exempted. Okay. So other than GTR courier agency, everyone is exempted. Look into this. Transportation of goods by waterways from outside India to India, is it given in the exemption? No. So therefore it is taxable. Also, transportation of goods by airways or waterways from India to outside India, anywhere it is given in the exemption? No. So therefore it will be taxable. Then when it comes to goods transport agency, already I told you who is a goods transport agency. You can see the first point below. Goods transport agency is a person engaged in transportation of goods by road. They should be transporting goods by road and issues a consignment note by whatever name called, which means they will be giving a slip. That slip contains what are the goods, who is the consignor, who is the consignee, which vehicle has transported, that is called as consignment note. Then they are called as goods transport agency. For goods transport agency, we have 3 exemptions. If they are transporting specified goods, it is exempted. If the recipient is central government, state government, local authority or union territory registered only for deducting TDS, then also it is exempted. If the recipient is individual, HUF, AJP or trust and all are unregistered, not having factory, then also it is exempted. So what are the 3 exemptions? First exemption, if the specified goods are transported. Number 2, government, which is registered only for deducting TDS, or if the recipient is unregistered, individual or HUF or AJP or a trust and they are not having factory, then also it is exempted. Then look into another points. First point you understood. Second point, GTA has option to choose either FCM or RCM. If they go for FCM, they have 2 rates, that is 12% with ITC or 5% without ITC. If it is RCM, always 5%, and they need to decide this option with respect to every financial year, and that option they need to select between 1st January to 31st March of the previous financial year. If they are not issuing consignment note, they are not called as GTA, and consequently transportation of goods by roadways is exempted. Consignment note issued by transporter, what does it contain? I told you, it contains consignor details, consignee details, goods transported, vehicle details, place of origin, destination, etc. So this is about transportation services. There is one circular here that is not there in the study material, so no need to read that, just ignore it. So this is about transportation sector. Then next we have this services by unincorporated association. See the previous page before transportation sector. Services by unincorporated association to its members. There is an unincorporated association, means what? AOP, BOI. That AOP or BOI is providing services to its members and they are collecting some membership fees. Suppose if it is a trade union means what, pa? All association of traders will form a trade union. Then industrial labor union or agricultural labor union. If it is a trade union, industrial labor union or agricultural labor union, so then whatever money that they are collecting will be exempted. Then suppose if they are providing service which is exempted service, example, there is an association which is providing healthcare services. Anyhow healthcare service is exempted, even if it is provided by association to its members also it will be exempted. Then membership fees or maintenance charges collected by resident welfare association. What is a resident welfare association? All apartment owners will form an association. They will be collecting money from its members, and if the membership fees is, maintenance charges is 7,500 rupees per month per member, then it is exempted. If it is beyond 7,500 rupees per month per member, then entirely it will be taxable. Then apart from this, any other association, membership fees up to 1,000 rupees per annum is exempted. If it is beyond 1,000 rupees per annum, entirely taxable. So just remember, trade union, industrial labor union, agricultural labor union, full membership fees is exempted, any amount. Suppose if the service itself is exempted, then also it is exempted. Membership fees are maintenance charges. Resident welfare association, that is apartment owners association, how much should be? less than or equals to 7,500 per month per member exempted. Any other association less than or equals to 1,000 rupees per annum per member, not per month, per annum per member, then it will be exempted, not per month, per annum. Then electricity charges, carefully listen, pure agent concept is applicable here. EB, that is electricity bill of the owner, flat owner, paid by the association, recovered from the flat owner. Actually it is whose liability? Again I am repeating, electricity bill, I am living in a flat, I have to pay the electricity bill, I am not paying it, association is paying, in turn recovers it from me. Okay, whose bill they are recovering? My electricity bill. Whose liability? Recipient liability. Who incurred? Supplier. Then it will come under pure agent. Will it be included in this 7,500? No. So electricity supplied by Resident Welfare Association, they will pay the electricity charges on behalf of members and claim reimbursement of actual electricity charges, means they are acting as a pure agent. It will not be included in the value. Suppose if it is a common electricity charges. What is common electricity charges means? Motor, lift, light, etc. That charges they will recover on what basis? Actual basis. Then also they are deemed as pure agent and it will not be included in value. On ad hoc basis they will collect. Monthly you pay 500, monthly you pay 1000, like that they will collect without the actual amount. Then in that case it will be included in the value and chargeable to GST. Is it clear? So it shall form part of value, and if it exceeds 7,500 it will be entirely taxable. Got it? So that is with respect to this. Transportation also we have completed, and now we need to discuss import of services and look into one illustration based on this. One illustration which we skipped, not discussed. Look into that illustration, which is illustration number 6. On the basis of following information, you are requested to compute the value of taxable supply and GST. Advertisement through hoardings, do we have any exemption for it? No. Taxable. Performance as folk dance artist, exempted, amount does not exceed 1,50,000. Hotel room 2,500 per room, do we have any exemption for hotel rooms? No. Taxable. Rent received for residential dwelling. Residential dwelling means what? Residential building. For use as residence per month 2,000. So it is exempted. I told you, residential property to an unregistered person. So it is unregistered person because I have not given as registered person. Received from outdoor catering service, we don't have any exemption, taxable. Received by professional training center, taxable. Received from service by way of transportation of passengers by inland waterways, exempted. So what is taxable? 1 lakh, 1,50,000, 1,50,000 and 1,80,000. 1 lakh, 1,50,000, 1,50,000, 1,80,000, 5,80,000 on that CGST, SGST. Clear? So all the illustrations which is given in your book got completed, and you can see these MCQs. Identify the correct statement. Entire income of any trust is exempted from GST. True or false? False. Not entire income, only charitable activities, specified charitable activities. So this is false. Entire income of a registered trust is exempt from GST, false. Income from specified or defined charitable activities of a trust are exempt from GST, correct. That is only correct. Only specified activities of a charitable trust, okay. And that too, which charitable trust? Not all charitable trust, registered charitable trust. Registered as 12AA, 12AB charitable trust. So option D is the correct answer. Services by way of dash to a single residential unit is exempted. Pure labor contract. This is one construction service that we have. You can see here in construction services, construction of an individual house. Construction of an individual house, irrespective of the floor area or cost, not as a part of complex, is exempted. but it should be a pure labor contract and not a works contract. Means what? There should not be any supply of goods. For example, you wanted me to construct a house. You have land. I am constructing the house. You only buy entire material. I will just do the construction. That's a pure labor contract. The money received by me will be exempted. Okay, that is this. Then services by a hotel, inn, guest, club or campsite for residential or lodging purpose having declared tariff. Actually, this is omitted. Now this is irrelevant. This MCQ is irrelevant because previously that exemption was there less than 1000 rupees per day, but it is not there. Now that 1000 rupees per day is only for a precincts of a religious place meant for a religious place trust. Transportation of passengers with or without accompanied belongings by dash are exempted. AC stage carriage, AC contract carriage taxable only, non-AC stage carriage is exempted. Services by way of admission to museum, national park, tiger reserve. So dash is not exempt. Museum is exempt, national park is exempt, tiger reserve is exempt. Recognized sporting event where the admission ticket is 600, that is taxable. Transportation by dash of agricultural products, milk, salt and food grain, including flour, pulses, etc. is exempted. What are they? Goods transport agency, rail, vessel, all of the above. All of the above. Next, which of the following is exempted? Service by way of loading, unloading, packing, storage of warehousing of rice, exempted. Loading and unloading of jute and packing and storage of rubber, that and all will be taxable. Only A is exempted. Which of the following service is not eligible for exemption? Healthcare service to human beings by authorized medical practitioner exempted. Healthcare services to animals or birds exempted. Rearing of horses not eligible for exemption. Even slaughtering of animals is also not eligible for exemption. Previously it was exempted, now they have removed the exemption, so that will be taxable. Warehouse services of dash is exempt from GST. Warehousing of rice is exempt. Warehousing of minor forest produce is exempt. Okay. What about jaggery and coffee? That will be taxable. Okay. So warehousing of rice is exempted. Minor forest produce, these two are only exempted. Jaggery is taxable, coffee is taxable. MCQ not correct. Then which of the following supply of service are exempt under GST? Service by way of artificial insemination of livestock other than horses, exempt. Supply of farm labor, exempt. Warehousing of agricultural produce, exempt. So all 1, 2 and 3. Service by way of transportation of dash by rail from Chennai to Gujarat is exempt from GST. What and all is exempted? Military equipment, pulses, electricity equipment taxable, jaggery taxable. So 1 and 2, option B. Clear? So these are the areas. So this import of services, and we have some more things also. Construction services, import of services and miscellaneous exemptions are there. Advocate services. These are there in syllabus, but they have not asked the questions on that. But that also we need to complete. Then only fully that chapter will be over. Okay. So what we will do, we'll take a break and then we will continue at 2 o'clock and we will continue with these remaining things. Okay. Remaining things in the exemptions. We'll meet at 2 o'clock. Yes. And don't worry about remaining topics. As I already told you, by April, first week or second week itself, I will be uploading all revision videos for every chapter that is there in your study material. Okay, because already I don't have to record it because already I took for CA students, CA intermediate. So these are some topics which is exclusive for CMA I have taken now, but there are some topics which are there for CA that I will put it. Okay, so because if you see now, major like 70% of the portion I have completed. Customs fully we have completed, time of supply, place of supply, value of supply we completed, input tax credit we completed, exemptions. If you see repeatedly from these areas only the questions will be. Apart from that, some small topics you have. I'm not telling that you don't have, you have. Those things also I will try to put it in the video, just listen to it. That won't be more than 8 hours, 8 hours to 10 hours, not more than that. So that too, it will be like small video only, whenever you are free, afternoon or night time, etc. So just you complete watching it once, enough, so that you can go for the exam. Done. And anyhow, I will be taking DT for you at the end. So as per the schedule, my classes is in May. Okay. So at that time, if you have any doubts in this also, you ask me. At that time, I will be clarifying your doubts. Okay. Done. Thank you. Okay, we'll start. Look into advocate and arbitrator services. Advocate services, first we need to understand, advocate is a person who will be doing the litigation, that is, who will settle the cases through court of law, whereas arbitrator is a person who will do the settlement out of the court. That is the difference between advocate and arbitrator. So what advocate will do? Will settle the cases through the court of law. Arbitrator will do out of the court settlement. An advocate can either practice as a normal advocate or can practice as a senior advocate. Senior advocate is a designation which is given by High Court or Supreme Court. It's not like, based on the seniority they will become a senior advocate, not like that. So that's a designation which is given by High Court or Supreme Court. So you can see here advocate or arbitrator services, and either the person can be a normal advocate or firm of advocate or senior advocate or arbitrator. Suppose if there is a normal advocate or firm of advocate who is providing services to a person other than business entity, then it will be exempted. Who is that person other than business entity? Means individuals. So if they are providing services to individuals, then it will be exempted. Suppose if they provide services to government, so a normal individual advocate or firm of advocate, if they provide services to government, then also it will be exempted. Government means either government authority or government entity, then it will be exempted. Suppose if they provide services to a business entity whose turnover during the previous year does not exceed threshold limit. Already we saw this point for government service also, na? Government providing service to business entity whose turnover during previous year does not exceed threshold limit is exempted. And if they provide service to another individual advocate or firm of advocate, then also it will be exempted. So what are the four exemptions? First we need to know who is the supplier. Who is the supplier? Individual advocate or firm of advocate. What are the four exemptions? If they provide services to a person other than individual, person other than business entity, that is exempted. If they provide services to government, exempted. If they provide service to a business entity whose turnover during the previous year does not exceed threshold limit, exempted. If they provide services to another individual advocate or firm of advocate, also it is exempted. However, if the supplier is a senior advocate, only three exemptions are there. That is, if they provide service to a person other than business entity, to government or to business entity, turnover during previous year does not exceed threshold limit. What if senior advocate provides services to another advocate or firm of advocate? In that case, the recipient will be ultimate litigant or applicant or petitioner, but not another advocate or firm of advocate. For example, I am senior advocate, you are another advocate. Now I am providing services to you, which means I am not providing services to you. You have one client. For that client only you are receiving services from me, correct or not? Why will you approach a senior advocate? When you are unable to handle the case, then only you will approach a senior advocate. Then in that case, so senior advocate is not providing service to another individual advocate or firm of advocate. In turn, one applicant, litigant, applicant or petitioner is there now, your client. Your client will be my recipient. Is it clear or not? So if that person is a person other than business entity, then it is exempted. If that person is a government, then it will be exempted. If that person is a business entity whose turnover during the previous year does not exceed threshold limit, then also it will be exempted. Is it clear? So say this. So senior advocate, these three same, exempted. Senior advocate providing service to another advocate or firm of advocate, the ultimate litigant, applicant or petitioner is deemed to be recipient, and accordingly the taxability or exempted will depend. You understood? Means we need to see that ultimate litigant as the recipient and determine the taxability. Then suppose if the supplier is an arbitrator, for arbitrator also first 3 points are same. What is that? If arbitrator provides service to a person other than business entity, exempted. If arbitrator provides service to government or government department, exempted. If arbitrator provides services to business entity whose turnover during previous year does not exceed threshold limit, exempted. In other cases, it will be taxable. Wherever arbitrator service is taxable, so therefore they need to pay, that is recipient need to pay GST. Sir, what about arbitrator service to another advocate or firm of advocate? Why you have given not applicable? Really it is not applicable, because why will an arbitrator provide service to advocate? It is like homeopathy doctor going to allopathy doctor. You understood? Why will they both practice in two separate systems? So advocate will settle the case through the court. Arbitrator will settle the case out of the court. Why will arbitrator go and provide service to advocate, or advocate will go and provide service to arbitrator? It's hypothetical, not possible. That's the reason why it is not applicable. Is it clear? Now, always advocate or arbitrator service falls under RCM if taxable. So advocate never pay GST. So who will pay GST? Their recipient will pay GST. Service provided by senior advocate to individual advocate or firm of advocate is not exempted. In such case, the ultimate, I told you, whenever senior advocate is providing services, who should be taken as the recipient? The ultimate litigant, applicant or petitioner shall be deemed to be recipient. Then an advocate, the either individual or firm, and an arbitrator are not required to get registered. Why they are not required to get registered? As they are exclusively engaged in supplies covered under RCM. So they are exempted from registration. Okay. So these are the points related to advocate and arbitrator services. Now look into this import of services. See the previous one. Import of services. Import of service is divided into two: OIDR services and other than OIDR services. OIDR services means what? Online information database access and retrieval services. That is the full form. Can you tell me the full form once? Online information database access or retrieval services. And in case of OIDR service, what is the meaning of OIDR service? See there below, any service which is mediated through internet. Without internet, it cannot be provided. That is called as OIDR services. Okay. Can you give me some examples? Without internet, the service cannot be provided. Online classes. Correct? Without internet, how the online class can be taken? So that's a OIDR service. Next. Online games. Very good. So there are some games, mobile games or desktop games. Without internet, you cannot play the game. Correct? There are many mobile games. Just turn off the internet and open a game. You will know. It will not work. So that online games will come under OIDR services. Next, this GTA, then Minecraft. These are all examples. Next, all OTT platforms like this, Netflix, Amazon. So that is coming under OIDR. Next, think. E-commerce, that is sale of goods. Now I am talking about services. Online information database access retrieval services. Services I am asking. Very good. This Kindle, Spotify, then music apps are there. Na Apple Music. Correct. Ennadappa? Nava? Oyova. Okay. Solunga. Tinder, Bumble. Achudanga. So that is also OIDR services only. Correct. Without internet, the service cannot be provided. OIDR service only. See this. But in exam and all, matrimony, very good. Matrimony is also OIDR services. Correct. Good flow you are there here. Nice. Say this. Online information and database access retrieval service means services whose delivery is mediated by information technology over internet or an electronic network, and the nature of which renders their supply impossible to ensure in the absence of information technology, and includes electronic services such as advertising on internet, that is Instagram, YouTube is OIDR service, providing cloud services, QuickBooks, Zoho Books or SAP, that is also OIDR. Provision of e-books, movie, music, software, Amazon Kindle, Spotify. Then providing data or information retrieval or otherwise to to any person in electronic form. Udemy, there will be some online courses you can buy and you can watch. Udemy, Canva, then online supplies of digital content, movies, television shows, music and the like. Example, Netflix, Amazon Prime. Digital data storage. Digital data storage, example, iCloud, Google Drive. And online gaming. Online gaming, example, Minecraft, GTA Vice City. These are all examples of OIDR service. But remember, OIDR service excludes online money gaming services. Excluding the online money gaming. That is, these betting apps are there na. That betting apps will not come under OIDR service because it will come under specified actionable claims. Okay. Then, so OIDR services will always be taxable pa. Whomsoever imports it, it will always be taxable. But who will pay GST? It will vary. If it is imported by non-taxable online recipient, NTOR, if it is imported by non-taxable online recipient, who will pay? The supplier outside India will pay. That is taxable under FCM. FCM means forward charge mechanism, supplier will pay. Suppose if it is by other than non-taxable online recipient, then recipient will pay. Now we need to know who is non-taxable online recipient. The first definition we understood is OIDR service. Now look into non-taxable online recipient. You see there and tell me who is a non-taxable online recipient? Any unregistered person. Any unregistered person is non-taxable online recipient, or registered person who is registered only for deducting TDS will come under non-taxable online recipient. Example, you are subscribing for Netflix and you will pay say 499 rupees, and whether this 499 rupees will come under OIDR services? Yes. And you are what? You are what? Unregistered. So who will pay GST? Supplier outside India will pay GST. That is, Netflix only will pay GST. Is it clear? What if it is imported by other than non-taxable online recipient? For example, I am a registered person. If I import services, who will pay GST? I should pay GST under RCM. Is it clear, pa? So, NTOR means any unregistered person or a registered person who is registered only for deducting TDS. So, again I am repeating, import of service divided into two. OIDR, other than OIDR, OIDR always taxable. If imported by non-taxable online recipient, it will be taxable under FCM. If imported by other than non-taxable recipient, online recipient, it will be taxable under RCM. Suppose if it is imported by import of other than OIDR services, can you give me example of import of other than OIDR services? Imported? No, we are importing services. Consultancy services, good. Legal services, next. Medical services. So we will take an opinion from a foreign doctor, medical services. Then import of software license. We will use lot of softwares we will be importing and using, and we pay the license fee for that software, like lot of Adobe Photoshop softwares, etc. and all. Next, even we have technology import. Lot of technology we will be importing, for which we pay royalty fees, technical fees, etc. All these are example of other than OIDR services. Who imported it? Imported by non-taxable recipient, then it will be exempted. Who is non-taxable recipient? See the same page below. Who is non-taxable recipient? Individual, unregistered person importing services for personal purpose. Charitable trust under 12AA, 12AB importing for charitable activities, and government importing service for other than business or commerce. Basically, we are all individuals, correct? We trust to whom? We trust to whom? We are individuals. We trust to whom? Government, private? Government. So, individuals trust government. That is what you need to remember. Individual trust government. That will come under non-taxable recipient. Got it? Who will come under non-taxable recipient? Individual trust government. Individual importing for what purpose? Individual for what purpose? Personal purpose. Trust for what purpose? Charitable activities. Government for what purpose? Other than business or commerce. Then that import of service will be exempted. Example, listen. Swami Nityananda Trust has imported architect services for the purpose of construction of Kailasa. Whether that import of service is for charitable activities? Yes, because he will be interacting with pilgrims. So spirituality he will be giving, advancement of spirituality. For the sake of that, he is constructing Kailasa. Got it? So with babes, he will be enjoying his spirituality and spiritual journey, and that will be coming under import of other than OIDR services by non-taxable recipient, which is exempted. Got it? Next one. Suppose if government is importing litigation services, so government wanted to file a case, Indian government wanted to file a case on Sri Lanka government, or Indian government want to file a case on some other country government, then in UNO they need to file the case. For that purpose they will import litigation services. Again it will come under other than OIDR by non-taxable recipient, that will be exempted. Say for example, you are one individual, you wanted to construct a house, you are importing construction services from a person outside India, and that is also import of services for what purpose? By an individual for personal purpose, that will be exempted. Is it clear? So 3, other than OIDR services by non-taxable recipient. Who will come under non-taxable recipient? Individual, trust, government. If it is imported by other than non-taxable recipient, then it will be taxable and it will come under RCM. But now they have added one amendment, that is, there is an Indian establishment of a foreign airline company. Example, Singapore Airlines. Concentrate. Singapore Airlines. Singapore Airlines will be having an Indian establishment. They will open an office here, Indian establishment, which is importing services from their head office without consideration. So that is exempted. Okay, read there. Import of services by Indian establishment of a foreign airline company. For consideration or without consideration? Without consideration. Where Ministry of Civil Aviation certifies that there is a reciprocal agreement between India and foreign country, then in that case that service is exempted. Got it? So this is about import of services. And sir, when NTR, when NTOR? What is the difference between NTR and NTOR? O. Correct? NTOR and NTR, what is extra? O. O for OIDR. So whenever there is OIDR services, you need to apply NTOR. Whenever it is other than OIDR service, you need to apply NTR. Got it? NTOR is any unregistered person, or registered person who is registered only for deducting TDS. But NTR means individual, trust, government. So that is about this. Then there are 2 more amendments in this case. Whether a loan taken by Indian affiliate from overseas affiliate where both being related constitute supply. That is, there is a Indian company, that is subsidiary company, foreign holding company, and subsidiary company is taking loan from the foreign holding company and pay the interest. When they pay the interest, they are telling that interest is not a supply. Got it? But anyhow, interest on loans, advances, deposits is exempted na. Correct. But that is if the person is in India. But here where the person is outside India, means it will come under import of services. For that reason, they are telling it is not a supply. See there. Whether loan taken by Indian affiliate from overseas affiliate where both are related constitute supply. If the consideration for loan is interest or discount, it is not a supply and GST not payable. If the consideration for loan is processing fees, administrative charges in addition to interest or discount, then it will become supply under 7(1)(b), and as it is import of services, it will come under RCM. Then same way, generally these ESOPs, have you heard of ESOPs? Employee Stock Option Plan. What does it mean? Whenever you join a company, in order to retain you, the company will be offering you ESOP. Means if you work for 5 years, you will become an equity shareholder in the company. Got it? So that is known as Employee Stock Option Plans. In case of these ESOPs, Employee Stock Option Plan, what will happen is that, so you will be getting ESOPs, that is you are a subsidiary company. You are importing ESOPs from your holding company. You pay the money for that. It is actually shares. ESOPs are nothing but shares. So whenever you are importing shares, you are not required to pay any GST because shares are neither goods nor services. Say this. Whether GST is applicable on ESOP, ESPP or RSU provided by a company to its employees through its overseas holding company. In case of cost-to-cost reimbursement by domestic subsidiary to its foreign holding company, it is not treated as supply and there is no GST liability because it is transaction in securities without consideration. In case of additional charges collected by foreign holding company, just you pay for the cost, there is no supply. But if you pay some extra amount like additional charges, administrative charges, etc., then it will be treated as supply of service and GST payable under RCM. Now next we are moving on to construction services. Construction of an individual house is exempted. Already I told you. That individual house may be of any square feet, any cost, but construction of an individual house is exempted. But remember, it should be a pure labor contract. It should not be works contract. Means they should not involve any supply of goods, only supply of services. Read that. Construction of an individual house, irrespective of the floor area or cost, not as a part of complex, is exempted. Individual house means what? A house occupied by one family, and it should be a pure labor contract and not a works contract. For example, have you heard of this Antilla house? So this is Mukesh Ambani's house. Okay, this is Antilla, very big house. Okay, in Bombay it is there, and this house will come under individual house. How, sir? It is occupied by one family. It is occupied by one family. It's an individual house. For construction of this house, some consideration will be paid to the builder. Taxable or exempted? Exempted. Why it is exempted? Because individual house. Construction of an individual house. What builder will do, you know? If they buy the material, it's a works contract. If you buy the material, it's a construction service. They will only buy material but in your name. They will only buy material, but they will buy in your name. Means as good as you only purchased and supplied the material and they collect the construction service charges, that will be exempted. You got it? Now, so that is how they have given a big loophole here. Then look into the second point. What is the difference between first point and second point? Construction, repair, alteration, renovation. But in the first point only construction. But in this case both repair and construction, both are given. Correct? Then next, of following projects. Here individual house, here project. What is that project? Housing for all mission or Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. It should be also pure labor contract and not a works contract. Then next, third point, 1/3 of the gross value of the flat is exempted towards land or undivided share of land where the gross value includes value of land. What does it mean? Whenever you buy a flat, you pay for the flat only or even for the land below the flat? You will pay only for the flat or even the land below the flat? Land below the flat. What is the name of that? UDS, undivided share of land. Okay. Now in that case what we need to do? So 1/3 of the gross amount is exempted towards undivided share of land. Why like that, sir? Because sale of land is excluded from supply. Due to that reason 1/3 reduction we will get. Okay. For example, you can see if the sale value of the flat, next page you see, if the sale value of the flat is 75 lakhs, it includes the value of land or UDS. How much will be exempted? 25 lakhs. Why 25 lakhs? 1/3. 1/3 of 75 lakhs is 25 lakhs. 25 lakhs will be exempted. Remaining 50 lakhs will be taken as the value of taxable supply. Is it clear? Then, suppose what will be your answer if value of flat excluding value of land is 40 lakhs and the value of land is 50 lakhs. Now you see the gross amount, 40 plus 50, how much? 90 lakhs. In this 90 lakhs, how much will be covered under exemption? 1/3. 1/3 will be exempted. 1/3 means what? 30 lakhs. 30 lakhs is exempted. So remaining 60 lakhs only will be taken as the taxable value. Is it clear here? Next. Another exemption is with respect to TDR, FSI and long-term lease of land. So TDR refers to transferable development right. I have a land development right. The transferable development right I am giving to you. I am the landowner, you are the builder. Okay. So you know what is TDR, FSI and all? You know or you don't know? Okay, say this. Have a look into this. You will understand what is FSI and TDR. Huh? So what is FSI? FSI refers to the ratio of building or complex to the total area of the plot on which it is built. That is known as FSI. Okay. So total built up area divided by carpet area. Okay. So see this. Now in this case, what is taken as the FSI? How much is the plot area? 10,000 square feet. And what is the built up area? 20,000 square feet. So 20,000 divided by 10,000 will be 2. Correct? So 2 will be taken as the FSI. And means how much you can construct in the given land, to what extent you can construct is known as FSI, floor space index. So who will determine the FSI of a property? FSI of a property is determined by the municipal authorities. So municipal authorities will determine FSI depending upon the street area or the land soil capacity. So suppose in the past it was a river, means they will not give beyond 1 floor. So usually they say na G plus 2 is allowed, G plus 1 is allowed. All these is like that. Okay. So what happened? TDR refers to transferable development rights. One person is losing his property. When he is losing his property, government is offering him compensation, but the person says no, I don't want compensation. But government is telling, okay, take the TDR. This person says, okay, give me the TDR. What he is going to do with the TDR? TDR is like a paper, just a paper. What he is going to do with that paper? You understood what he can do with the paper? Generally there is a FSI limit. If he want to go beyond FSI limit, he will use TDR. Ground plus 2 only I can construct as per FSI. But if I want to construct 2 more floors, I can use TDR. How I got TDR? I have lost one property. When I lost the property, government gave me the TDR. Using that I can construct. Okay. So first they are telling a limit. First they are telling a limit, and they are also telling a cheat code for that limit. What is the cheat code for the limit? TDR, which means for that paper they created a value. For example, see this this is one paper. This is one paper, just one paper. Okay. Now there is no value for this paper. Government is telling, if you give me this paper, I will give you permission to construct more floors. Then whether this paper has got a value? Yes or no? Currency also just a paper only but they are telling only that paper we will accept. That's why it got a value. Agreed or not? Otherwise that is also just a paper. So the TDR is just a paper, but they are telling if you give the paper, your number of floors can be increased. So that's where we can use that paper for constructing more floors. Say for example, I don't have any building, I lost the building, I got TDR. Can I transfer it to another person also? Yes. Got it? So there is one builder who is constructing some 10 floors. He can also buy the TDR from 4-5 people and construct 10 floors. That's where if you see in some areas, some buildings will be 10 floors, some buildings will be only 2 floors. Have you observed? So why like that? If they are able to construct 10 floors means that much of TDR they would have acquired. Okay. But they need to acquire it at the time of construction itself. Otherwise plan approval and all will not be given. But sir, suppose if that is not at all allowed to construct, then approval itself they will not give. Even if you have TDR, just because you have a TDR, approval will not be given. Suppose if the soil capacity is so weak, they will not give you no approval itself. But all these things you need to acquire in the beginning itself. Now carefully listen. I have a land which I am giving to you on lease, or I have FSI, unutilized FSI, means I can construct 4,000 square feet, but I construct only 1,000 square feet. So the 3,000 square feet I am giving to you, or I have a TDR I am giving to you. Who are you? You are a builder. I am a landowner. What is it I will give it to you? Either FSI or TDR or long-term lease of land. What is long-term lease of land? Lease for greater than or equals to 30 years. In this case, who will pay GST? Builder. You need to pay GST. Is it clear? When you pay GST, there is an exemption available to you. What is the exemption that is available to you? Using this TDR, FSI and long-term lease, you will be doing construction of residential flats. Okay. Using this TDR, FSI and long-term lease, you will construct some residential flats. To what extent you have constructed residential flats that got booked before completion certificate divided by total carpet area, to that extent it is exempted. So you look into next page, you will get an idea about it. There is a landowner who is transferring TDR, FSI, long-term lease to a promoter or builder, for which promoter or builder will pay the consideration. What is the consideration? 10 lakhs. Will it be covered under RCM? Yes. Now the promoter or builder is required to pay GST under RCM. Okay. The consideration may be monetary or non-monetary, but this promoter or builder will get a exemption. To what extent they will get the exemption? How many units they are constructing? Commercial 40, residential 60. So what is the total number of units? 100. Okay. And out of this residential 60, how many got booked before completion certificate? 15. 15 got 15 or 25. 25 got booked before completion certificate. So tell me to what proportion exemption will be available? 25 divided by 100. 25 divided by 100. So what is the value of inward supply? 10 lakhs. 10 lakhs into 18%, 1 lakh 80. 1 lakh 80 into 25 by 100. 45,000 will be exempted. So the net GST payable will be 1,35,000. Is it clear here? However, the number of units may not be of equal size. Then in that case, you need to take the carpet area. So see the formula in the previous page. So what is the exemption? Read it fully. Transferable development rights, floor space index, or long-term lease of land by landowner to promoter or builder is exempted, provided the land is used for construction of residential flats and such flats are booked before completion certificate. So to what extent exemption is available? Exemption with respect to inward supply of FSI, TDR and long-term lease. In such case, okay, so liability to pay GST is on promoter or builder under RCM. That is value of inward supply into 18% into floor area of residential flats booked before completion certificate or first occupation, whichever is earlier, divided by total floor area of all the flats in the project. Okay. So see this value of inward supply of TDR, FSI 10 lakhs excluding GST at 18%. GST payable on inward supply is 1,80,000. Floor area of residential flats booked before completion certificate 28,000 square feet. Total floor area of the project is 50,000 square feet. So to what extent the exemption is available? 1,80,000 into 28,000 divided by 50,000, 1,800,000 will be exempted. So remaining 1,80,000 minus 1,800,000, 79,200 is the GST payable under RCM. Got it? Next. This is the latest amendment. Taxability of preferential location charges. What is preferential location charges means? Usually in apartments and all, if you need east facing flat, you have to pay extra money. If you need covered car parking, usually car parking will be open car parking. If you need covered car parking, you need to pay extra amount. And same way, suppose if you want seaside facing flat, means morning when you open window, sea will be there. Got it? And if you need seaside facing, you need to pay extra money. All these is called as preferential location charges. This preferential location charges, if you pay at the time of purchase of flat itself, whatever is the rate applicable to flat, that will be applicable for that preferential location charges. Suppose if you pay separately, this will be taxable independently at the rate of 18%. So see there, taxability of preferential location charges. If it is paid along with the consideration for construction service, it is treated as construction service by applying composite supply and taxable based on construction service. If it is paid separately, independent of construction service, it is taxable separately as supply of service, where the rate of GST is 18%. Okay. Now, suppose if it is treated as taxable as construction service, generally there is one point related to construction service. If entire consideration is received after obtaining completion certificate, means ready to occupy flats. Ready to occupy flats, when you are selling, there is no GST. So even the preferential location charges collected for that also will not be subject to GST because it is not a supply. Otherwise, GST will be payable. Okay. Next. So we completed all the sectors. Now we are left with miscellaneous exempted services. Look into exemptions under IGST Act. If supplier of service is outside India, recipient of service also located outside India, all the services will be exempted because place of supply cannot be determined. Place of supply, if you remember 12 and 13 we discussed. When 12 will be applicable, both supplier and recipient are located in India, section 12. Any one, either supplier in India, recipient outside India, or supplier outside India and recipient in India, then section 13. What if both are outside India? Place of supply cannot be determined and all the services will be exempted. Then look into the second point. Services provided by a tour operator. To whom they have provided the service? To a foreign tourist in relation to the tour conducted fully outside India. Where the tour is conducted fully outside India, then it is exempted. Sir, why will an Indian tour operator provide tour operator service to a foreign tourist, that too fully outside India? Simple. Say there is an Indian tour operator in India and this particular person, so he is providing services to a tourist in US in relation to the tour in Sri Lanka, because definitely Indian tour operator only have better idea about Sri Lanka than any other country. So therefore Indian tour operator providing tour operator service to a US citizen in relation to the tour that is taking place in Sri Lanka, the charges will be exempted. What if the tour is conducted fully in India? Taxable. Exemption not available. What if the tour is partly in India, partly outside India? Then proportionately it is exempted. To what proportionate it is exempted? Number of days the tour is conducted outside India divided by total number of days. See here. So services provided by a tour operator to a foreign tourist in relation to tour conducted partly in India and partly outside India. Exemption is with respect to that part which is conducted outside India. How to compute? Total consideration into number of days the tour outside India divided by total number of days, or total consideration into 50%, whichever is lower or whichever is higher, whichever is lower. Now say this. Say there is a Indian tour operator to foreign tourist, total consideration total consideration is somewhere like 1,50,000. Number of days tour in India, number of days the tour has taken place in India is 6 days. 6 days the tour has taken place in India. Then number of days tour outside India, number of days the tour has taken place outside India, that will be 4 days. Okay, number of days the tour taken place in India is 6 days, number of days the tour taken place outside India is 4 days. Tell me what is the exemption that is available. How much is the exemption? 60,000, sure. A 1,50,000 into 4 by 10, correct? 1,50,000 into 4 by 10. Number of days the tour is outside India divided by total number of days. What is the total number of days? 10 days. 1,50,000 into 4 by 10. How much? 60,000. Or B. What is B? 1,50,000 into 50%. That will be 75,000. Whichever is lower, that is 60,000, will be exempted. So therefore, what will be the taxable value? What will be the taxable value? 1,50,000 minus 60,000, that will be equals to 90,000, will be taken as the taxable value. Is it clear? Then what will be your answer if same as above, except that tour outside India is 6 days and tour in India is 4 days. Then tour outside India is 6 days and tour in India is 4 days. Then what will be taken as exemption? What will be taken as exemption? A. Tour outside India. What is the number of days the tour is outside India? 1,50,000 into 6 by 10. What is 1,50,000 into 6 by 10? 6 by 10, that will be 90,000. B. 1,50,000 into 50%, that will be 75,000. Whichever is lower is what? 75,000 will be taken as the value. Is it clear? Then next, another question, and taxable value will be 75,000. Taxable value is 1,50,000 minus 75,000, that equals to 75,000. Then another question, same as above, except that tour outside India is for, same as above except that tour outside India is for 6 days 18 hours, 6 days 18 hours, and tour in India is for 5 days 8 hours. Okay, same as above except that tour outside India is for 6 days 18 hours and tour in India is 5 days 8 hours. How we need to take this? Simple. First, tour outside India will be taken as 7 days. Tour outside India will be taken as 7 days. That is 12 hours or more than 12 hours. Total in a day 24 hours. Half or more than half. Okay, that will be counted as full day. So therefore, tour outside India will be 7 days. And what will be tour in India? Tour in India 5 days na, and 8 hours. 8 hours means less than 12 hours. Less than 12 hours should be taken as half day, which means 5.5 days. And what will be the total? 7 plus 5.5, that will be 12.5 days will be taken. Now, what will be the exemption? What will be the exemption? A, 1,50,000 into number of days the tour take place outside India, 7 divided by 12.5. So 1,50,000 into 7 divided by 12.5 will be 84,000. Then B, 1,50,000 into 50%, that will be 75,000. So whichever is lower, that is 75,000, and therefore taxable value will be 1,50,000 minus 75,000, that equals to 75,000. Is it clear? So that is with respect to this, and you can see this part. Fourth one, services provided by an intermediary. So there is an agent in India. That agent is connecting the seller outside India and the buyer outside India. There is an agent in India who is connecting, that is arranging a transaction between a seller outside India and a buyer outside India. This agent in India will get a commission. On that commission it is exempted, no need to pay GST. See there, services provided by an intermediary, where location of both supplier and recipient of goods is outside the taxable territory. So agent in India connecting supplier and recipient of goods outside India for a commission is exempted. Then look into some other miscellaneous exempted services. Number 1, transfer of a going concern as a whole or independent part thereof. Means what? Slump sale. In income tax, capital gains, have you come across one word called slump sale? What is slump sale means? Transfer of business as it is. So entire business when I transfer as it is to another person, that is known as slump sale, for which I get a sale consideration, that is exempted, no need to pay GST on that. Transfer of a going concern as a whole or independent part thereof. Then supply of services associated with transit cargo to Nepal and Bhutan. Nepal and Bhutan are landlocked countries. So generally goods, we have a MOU with Nepal and Bhutan. Goods which are to be consumed in Nepal and Bhutan will be unloaded in a port in India, and through land route it will be going to Nepal and Bhutan. For doing this transportation, they will be collecting some charges. So that transportation charges will be exempted. Okay. So supply of service associated with transit cargo to Nepal and Bhutan, both to and from covered in the exemption. Not only onward journey, even return journey is also exempted, provided they are not charging anything for the return journey. Then third one, services by way of collecting or providing news by an independent journalist, Press Trust of India or United News of India is exempted. What is this? There will be some independent journalists who are not associated with any news channels, but they will be gathering the news and selling the news to the news channels. Okay. For example, in Tamil Nadu, in Chennai also, we have one news, independent journalist, Sauku, like that one person is there, Sauku Sankar. Okay. So what this person will do, somehow he will get the news. I don't know from where he will get the news that, CM's son is having affair with one heroine, like that and all. He will bring some news, and that news he will be selling to the news channels, and these news channels will pay money to him and will buy the news and will put it breaking news. Okay. So one state CM son is having affair with one heroine, like that. So they will tell it for 10 times in a day, correct or not, morning to evening, and they will never tell who is that CM's son. Okay. So they will tell just like that, and state also they will not tell. Tamil Nadu, like that also they will not tell, just like that, like this. So usually independent journalists will get some news, sensation news and all, they will be selling it to the news channels, for which they will get some money. That money received by them will be exempted. Okay, no need to pay GST on that. Same way, PTI or UNI, Press Trust of India or United News of India. They are news broadcasting agencies. For example, if you want some news to be telecasted or displayed in a newspaper, all the newspapers, go to PTI, Press Trust of India, pay some money, give the news, that news will be published in all newspapers. So they will get some money enough for publishing. So that money received by them is exempted. Then next, fourth point, service of public libraries. What public libraries will do? Will lend books for which they collect some lending fees. That lending fees will be exempted. Then services by an organizer. There is a business organizer who is conducting a business exhibition. Where the business exhibition is held? Outside India. So that service will be exempted. Then service by way of public conveniences, washroom, public toilet, 2 rupees, 5 rupees they will collect for this using the washroom. That will be exempted, as if it will cost 20 lakhs and all. So who will pay and use here? Everyone use open space only. Service by way of public conveniences such as provision of facilities of bathroom, washroom, laboratories, urinal or toilet. Then service by way of access to road or bridge on payment of toll charges. So generally this builders and all will be laying down road. Government will not have money. So because whatever money they have will be spent for construction of statues, bridge, etc. and all, and they will not have money to lay down the road. And for that purpose, what they will do? They will approach the builders. This builder will lay down the road and will be collecting money, whatever they invested, from the people who are using the road. For that purpose, they will get a toll charges. That toll charges will be exempted because basically it is like a recovery of their investment. First they spend money in laying down road, they are recovering that. So service by way of access to road or bridge on payment of toll charges is exempted. Other than payment by way of annuity, instead of collecting toll charges from every vehicle, sometimes the builders will be collecting money from the government as annuity, yearly charges. That will be taxable. Only from people they collect the toll charges, that toll charges is exempted. Sometimes when you don't have fast tag sticker, you need to pay double toll charges, that is also exempted. Sometimes when vehicles are carrying huge load and all, they need to pay overloading charges, that is also exempted. Read this. Overloading charges at toll plaza is also exempted. Higher toll charges for not having functional fast tag is also exempted. Then services by a performance artist in folk or classical art form of music, dance or theatre, where amount charged is up to 1,50,000 for a performance, excluding services provided by such artist as a brand ambassador. Okay, so what is this? There is a performance artist, I told you already, and this point and 9th point we discussed. Satellite launch service supplied by any person providing satellite launch services. Then services of transmission and distribution of electricity. Electricity charges, there is no GST. So next time when EB bill is paid, electricity bill is paid, you check, there won't be GST on electricity, it is exempted. Service of transmission, distribution of electricity by an electricity transmission or distribution utility is exempted. Not only electricity, all other activities in relation to supply of electricity. So what are the other charges collected by electricity department? Renting of meters, shifting of electrical connections and releasing a new connection, and charges for duplicate bill, like that n number of charges they collect and increasing the load from 1 phase to 3 phase, or suppose if the power load is very less, they will increase that. All these things, providing metering equipment on rent, testing of meters, releasing of electricity connection, shifting of meters, etc., which are incidental or ancillary to electricity is also exempted. Then 13, last point, research and development services against consideration in the form of grants. So somewhere in income tax section 35 PGBP you would have read scientific research expenditure is allowed as deduction while computing the income tax, correct? Not only scientific research expenditure but also donations or contributions to an association which is engaged in scientific research is also allowed as deduction. Okay, now there is an association or a university to which you have contributed money for scientific research. That university or association is giving grants to one person to do the scientific research. That person who is doing scientific research getting the grant from this association is exempted. Read that. Research and development services against consideration in the form of grants from government entity or research association, university or college or other institution notified under section 35 of Income Tax Act is exempted. This is the latest amendment. With this, fully we have completed exemptions under GST. Every point, nook and corner that is there in the exemption, we have been thorough, and this you need to revise as many number of times as you can, because what I have observed is that, so every attempt they are asking one 7 marks question on this exemptions. Okay, so I'll just show you this. So there is a model test paper. Let's see that model test paper just to have an idea as to how the questions will be. So this is a MTP for June 25 exam. I'm just doing this. They have not yet released the answers for this MTP. So look into this question. So they have given section A compulsory 15 into 2 30 marks. In this around some questions, some 6th question up to that will be related to income tax, and 7th question they gave related to GST. When did GST come into effect in India? When? 1st July 2017. 2 marks here, this one. Who is empowered to make law for the matters contained in list 1 of 7th schedule to the constitution? Central government. 7th schedule to the constitution, list 1 is union list. Okay, that is central government. Person liable to get registered shall apply for registration in every such state or union territory in which he is so liable. What is the time limit within which we need to make application for registration? 30 days. In input tax credit, I told you 18(1)(a). So a person liable to get registered and he make application for registration within 30 days. Okay, within 30 days from the date on which he become liable for registration. Which of the following activities or transaction shall be treated neither as supply of goods nor as supply of services? Sale of land and building, not a supply, but lease of land is covered under supply, rent of building is covered under supply, but sale of land and sale of building is excluded from supply because land and building are immovable. For which of the following goods the manufacturer is not allowed to opt for composition scheme? So manufacturer of certain notified goods cannot opt for composition scheme, that is ice cream and edible ice, pan masala, tobacco and tobacco products, aerated waters, then bricks and roofing tiles. Remember this notified goods: ice cream, edible ice, pan masala, tobacco and tobacco products, aerated waters, bricks and roofing tiles. Okay, so all these cases the manufacturer, but a trader of these goods can opt for composition scheme. Only manufacturer of these notified goods cannot opt for composition scheme. Under which article of the Constitution GST Council has been constituted? Article 279A of the Constitution. As per Article 279A of the Constitution, GST Council is constituted. You can see this information which I gave in the basic concepts. Okay, so GST Council, Article 279A of the Constitution, constituted by President of India, because GST is levied by both central government and state government. So there is a need of common decision making body. That's the reason why they created GST Council. Article 279A of Constitution. Who will be the head of this council? Union Finance Minister is its chairman, and it is a decision making body of GST. And how many members will be there in GST Council? Total 33 members will be there. How 33 members? One Union Finance Minister. And for 31 states we have 31 state finance ministers. Plus for 5 union territories, 1 union MP will be there. So 33 members. Quorum. Quorum is 50%. What is the meaning of quorum? Quorum means minimum number that should be present in order to call it as a valid meeting. How many members should be there? 50% means 33, 50% will be 16.5, that is 17 members should be there. And central government vote will be 1/3 weight. State government vote will be 2/3 weight. And they need to do a weighted majority. What is a weighted majority? 3/4 means greater than 75%. And state finance ministers and MP of state affairs in charge of revenue or its members. So Article 279A of the Constitution. Which of the following is a taxable event for imported goods? So date on which goods cross the customs barrier. This next 5 years, next 8 years is a print mistake. Okay. So they have given that. So next 5 years like that and all we don't have. Date on which goods cross the customs barrier. For the purpose of computing IGST on imported goods, one of the following shall not be included in the value for computation. So social welfare surcharge will come, anti-dumping duty will come, but compensation cess will not be included. Okay. Then where the transport charges are not available for ascertaining the assessable value for customs duty, the percentage of FOB value to be taken is 20% of FOB. Transportation cost is 20% of FOB. Then, so we have section B. In section B, we need to answer any 5 questions out of 7 questions. Amazing choice according to me actually, because CA exams and all only 1 question they will give as choice. But here 2 questions they are giving as choice. Even then you are not able to clear means take a share auto, go to Marina Beach, go and fall in Bay of Bengal and die. No use of it. Okay. And already you have this much of choice. Even then if you are not able to clear means I don't know. So 5 out of 7 questions. And in this, so we have question number 2, both are income tax, and question number 3A, 3B, both are income tax. 4A and 4B, that also income tax only. Okay. Then 5, first 4 only, no, but 5th question also they gave as income tax. 2 to 5, okay, 2 to 5, first 4, understood, 2 to 5. Then question number 6, 7, 8, these 3 questions will be indirect tax. Okay. So then that is like what? Even if you answer these 3 questions, just 2 questions only you need to answer in income tax. Correct? Good only, nice deal. But question number 6, what I have observed every question paper is that it's a theory question. Theory question, discuss the differences between direct tax and indirect tax. Amazingly we can write, superly we can write. Direct tax is direct, indirect tax is indirect. Like that we can start. And tell me few differences. What is the difference between direct and indirect tax? Direct tax is progressive in nature. Means what? Higher the income, higher the income tax. Lower the income, lower the income tax. But indirect tax is regressive in nature. Regressive in nature means irrespective of your income, they will pay the same amount of tax. A beggar also will pay same indirect tax. A rich person also will pay same indirect tax. There is no difference in that. That is one difference. Another difference, burden. In case of direct tax, the person who is paying the tax will have the burden of tax. But in case of indirect tax, the person who is paying the tax will transfer the burden to the next person, and the ultimate consumer of goods or services will have the burden of indirect tax. 2 points. Next. That's what we said just now. Okay. Tax incidence. So what we saw is tax burden or tax incidence. And one more difference you need to write is with respect to amount on which we need to. So usually income tax will be on the net amount, that is sale price or gross receipts minus certain expenses, whereas indirect tax is always on the gross amount. Income tax, if there is no profit, that is if there is a loss, you need to pay income tax or not required to pay income tax? Not required to pay income tax. But in case of indirect tax, if you buy at 10 rupees and sell at 6 rupees also, you need to pay indirect tax. Okay. So these are some points you need to write. And lastly, examples. So examples of direct taxes, income tax, that's it. We don't have anything income tax, everything comes in income tax only, okay. Income tax, whereas examples of indirect taxes, customs duty, GST, entertainment tax, these are all examples of indirect tax. Don't write it like a table, okay. If you write it like a table, definitely, in half a page itself it will be over, and therefore write it like paragraphs, side heading, paragraphs like that, right? Full page it will come. You understood? Next, discuss the key benefits of GST to business and industry sector and for the consumer. This also I gave here in the first chapter itself. What are the benefits of GST? You remember this mnemonic: cities cameo. Understood? Cities cameo. Remember Jailer movie? How Jailer movie became hit? Because they have brought cameos from all cities. You understood? So they brought in from Kochi, Mohanlal, and from Karnataka. So that guy Shivanna. Okay, like that. You remember cities cameo. Okay, cities cameo. C for credit system, which eliminates cascading effect of tax. Don't write the mnemonic and all in exam. Then they will think that you have written something. Point number 1. Point number 2, like that you write. The cities, cameo, etc. and all don't write, okay. You remember, maybe in question paper somewhere you write and keep. So cities cameo. C for credit system, which eliminates cascading effect of tax. Cascading effect of tax means what? Tax on tax. Then investments are increased. Why? Because they are facilitating ease of doing business. So a lot of people, foreign companies are coming and investing in India. All these are lies only, but we need to write, okay. Then tax compliance simplified. So because of GST, the tax compliance is simplified to a greater extent. False actually, okay, but we need to write. Then E, employment increase. Is it as or like that? Don't ask. Employment increased, okay. Then small business owners relaxation. That is true. That is, small people are not required to pay tax because up to 20 lakhs, 40 lakhs, there is a threshold limit for registration. Then certainty in tax administration. That is also true, because whether you are in Tamil Nadu or you are in Karnataka or you are Maharashtra, anywhere the process will be same, the procedure will be same, there is no difference. Then automated procedures, because everything is now automated, everything happens in online. So due to that reason it is automated. And M, make in India. So it encourages make in India initiative. And E for ease of doing business. Ease of doing business means simplification in business. You don't have to bear lot of torture and all. So doing business in India will be so happy, like a jolly vibe and all you can do, okay. Then one nation, one market. So entire country is one nation, one market. There is no difference. No Tamil Nadu, no Karnataka, no Andhra. Everything is one. We are all Indians. You understood? One nation, one market. These are all the advantages of GST. Okay. So that is what you need to write. So you write all these points. You write definitely 7 what? 14 marks also they will give. Okay. Then that is about this. Next, examine with brief reasons which person is liable to pay GST in the following independent cases where the supplier and recipient both are located in taxable territory. Ignore aggregate turnover and exemption available. Now they have given one question related to RCM. Now you need to know what are the list of activities which are covered under RCM. Okay. So for that you need to remember this. Sir, CG got salads. Okay. So you can see here the list of services which are covered under RCM. You need to remember this mnemonic. Sir, CG got salads. S for security lending. Just try to understand what is the full form of this, so that you will know what are the list of services which are in RCM. S for security lending under SEBI. So I am lender of securities, you are borrower of securities, I will lend the securities to you, you will pay me lending fee. On that lending fee, I will not pay GST, you only will pay GST. That is security lending as per SEBI. I for import of services. In case of import of service, supplier outside India, recipient in India, it will come under RCM. What is it we are learning? The list of services which are covered under RCM. So yes, security lending services. I for import of services. R for renting of motor vehicles. Another R for renting of immovable property. Sir, yes for security lending, I for import of services, R for renting of motor vehicles, another R for renting of immovable property. Then CG, C for copyright services, G for goods transport agency services, GTS services, and next G for government services to business entities. Then next O, GOT, government service to business entities. O for overseeing committee. RBI will appointing one person, that is overseeing committee, to restructure the non-performing assets. That is overseeing committee. T for TDR, FSI, long-term lease. S for sponsorship services. A for agent services. And next L, legal services by individual advocate or firm of advocate. A for arbitrator services. D for director services to company or body corporate. Last, security agency services. So what is that, sir? CG got salads. Yes for security lending. I for import of services. R for renting of motor vehicles. Next R for renting of residential property, renting of immovable property. 4. Then CG, C for copyright services. G for GTA services. Next GOT, G for government services to business entities. O, overseeing committee services to RBI. T, TDR, FSI, long-term lease. Then next, last, salads. S for sponsorship services. A, agent services. L, legal services by individual advocate or firm of advocate. Okay. Then A, arbitrator services. Then D, legal services, arbitrator services, director services, and last, security agency service. Security agency means manpower agency. They will supply the security personnel, that is security agency services. These are the list of services which are covered under RCM. The moment you see the question, you need to just run through whether it is covered anywhere here. If it is covered there, then we need to know that it will be RCM, but there are conditions for RCM. Okay. Otherwise, it will be FCM. Okay. Now, so in each and every service, you have again certain exemptions and condition for RCM, non-applicability of RCM. So look into this. Yes point for security lending. So first you need to remember the service that you remember now. Next you need to remember what are the exemptions. That also we completed just now, list of exemptions. Then we need to know what is the condition for RCM, then non-applicability of RCM. Okay. So somehow this table, if it goes into the exam now, so then definitely you will be able to get 7 marks. Okay. I mean outside the exam hall, not inside the exam hall. Don't take this. Okay. Up to exam hall, you carry this in your brain and see this. Yes for security lending under SEBI. Any exemption? No exemption. Condition for RCM, not applicable. Non-applicability of RCM also we don't have anything. Then I for import of services. For import of services, recollect 2 exemptions we discussed. What are they? Number 1, other than OIDR by non-taxable recipient. One more point I told you. Indian establishment of a foreign airline company importing services without consideration from its head office, provided Ministry of Civil Aviation certifies that there is a reciprocal agreement. These 2 cases exempted. You can see there. Import of service other than OIDR by non-taxable recipient, import of service by Indian establishment of foreign airline company. These 2 exemptions. In other case it is taxable. We don't have any condition for RCM. But in case of import of service, in one place there is non-applicability of RCM, that is FCM. Which case? OIDR services imported by NTOR, non-taxable online recipient. Then renting of motor vehicles. For renting of motor vehicles, we have 4 exemptions. What are they? Motor vehicle more than 12 passengers to state road transport undertaking, electric motor vehicle more than 12 passengers to local authority, motor vehicle that can carry goods to a GTA, then motor vehicle provided on rent to a person who is providing transportation service to education institution up to 12th standard. This 4 case it is exempted, remaining case it will be taxable. And we have 3 conditions for RCM. If all the 3 conditions satisfied, then only it will be RCM. What is that? Supplier is other than body corporate. Recipient is body corporate. The rate of GST will be 5%. All 3 conditions should be satisfied. If any one condition is not satisfied, it will be FCM. Then next, R for renting of immobile property. For immobile property, what are the exemptions we saw? Building, 3 exemptions. Residential property for residential purpose to an unregistered person. Residential property for residential purpose to a registered individual for family stay. And then even accommodation service we saw. What is that accommodation service? Up to 90 days, minimum 90 days, but the value should be less than or equals to 20,000 per month. Okay. And next, per month per person. Is there any condition for RCM? See, for residential property, there is a condition that the recipient should be registered. And what if the recipient is unregistered? Then it will be FCM, wherever it is taxable. Okay. Then for commercial property, 2 conditions for RCM. What are the 2 conditions for RCM? Supplier should be unregistered, recipient should be registered. Suppose if supplier is registered person, then it will come under FCM. Then, so we have completed S, I, R, R. Then C for copyright services. What are the various copyrights that we have? Total 4 copyrights. You can see there. Original literary. Original literary means novels, author of a book, etc. will come under original literary by an individual. For example, I am authoring a book and I will be giving the copyright of the book to a publisher. Publisher will give me royalty. On that I will not pay GST. The publisher only will pay GST. Then second one, dramatic works. Dramatic works by an individual means, so I will write a story or a script and I will be giving it to the director or producer of the movie, for which they will be giving me money. So story writers. So that will come under dramatic works. Then we have musical works. A music director who composes a music and will be transferring the music to the producer of the movie, for which he will receive money. That is also covered under RCM. Producer will pay GST. Then artistic works. So there is a person who make the drawings, paintings, etc. will be giving it to other person. So he receive money, on that he will not pay GST. The recipient only will pay GST. So original literary, dramatic works, musical works, artistic works. By whom? By an individual. Will come under RCM. We don't have any exemptions. We don't have any condition. But only one place we have non-applicability of RCM. That is in case of original literary, that is author. Author can opt to pay GST under FCM. If author opts to pay GST under FCM, for the next 1 year from the date of exercising the option, author only should pay GST under FCM. Okay. If author opts to pay GST under FCM, lock-in period 1 year from the date of exercising the option. Then goods transport agency services. For GTA services, what are the exemptions? 3 exemptions we saw. Specified goods, correct? Then if the recipient is individual, HUF, AJPR trust and they are unregistered, not having factory, or if the recipient is government, which is registered only for deducting TDS. So in these 3 cases it is exempted. Other cases it is taxable. For GTA also there is an option to opt for FCM, correct? Only 2 places they can opt for FCM. Even though it is covered under RCM, they can opt for FCM. What are they? Original literary and GTA. But GTA, so they need to opt for FCM for 1 financial year. So if GTA opts to pay GST under FCM for 1 financial year, they only should pay GST, and the option to be exercised between 1st January to 31st March of the preceding financial year. Then next, government services to business entities. Already we discussed all these exemptions. Condition for RCM not applicable, but in these cases RCM will not come, FCM only. What are they? If you remember the chart we discussed, Department of Post, always FCM. Indian Railways, always FCM. Then airport or port, always FCM. Transportation, always FCM. So, supply of goods or service by Indian Railways, Department of Post, transportation of goods or passengers, airport or port, all these are always FCM. Even renting of immobile property to an unregistered business entity is also FCM. So, even though government service to business entity is RCM, but in these 5 places, it will not come under RCM, it will be FCM. Then, overseeing committee, GOT, overseeing committee services to RBI, no exemption, no condition, non-applicability. RBI only will pay GST. T, for TDR FSI long-term lease, we discussed one exemption. What is that? Proportionate to residential units booked before completion certificate divided by total carpet area, it is exempted. And we don't have any condition for RCM, non-applicability of RCM. Yes, for sponsorship services. In case of sponsorship services, any exemption? Yes. Sponsorship money collected by a recognized sports body is exempted. And what is the condition for RCM for sponsorship services? Recipient should be body, corporate or firm. What if the recipient is other than body, corporate or firm? It will be covered under FCM. Then agent services. Who are the agents that we have? Insurance agent to insurance company, recovery agent to bank, financial institution or NBFC. For insurance agent to insurance company, do we have any exemption? Yes, we discussed this. If there is a business facilitator or a business correspondent earning commission from rural area, it is exempted. Insurance services we discussed. And in other cases, it is taxable, no condition for RCM. Then recovery agent. Remember, recovery agent providing service to bank, financial institution, NBFC, not to others. Bank, financial institution, NBFC. And we don't have any exemption. Always it is taxable, no condition. Direct selling agent. What recovery agent will do? Will do the recovery of the loans. Direct selling agent will do the marketing for loans. Okay. Direct selling agent to bank or NBFC, no exemption. But there is a condition for RCM. What is the condition? Supplier should be other than body, corporate or firm. Suppose if the supplier is body, corporate or firm, they only will pay GST. Then business facilitator to a banking company. What is the exemption? Business facilitator earning commission from rural area is exempted. Otherwise it will be taxable and comes under RCM. Same way, agent of business correspondent to business correspondent. Rural area commission is exempted, otherwise taxable, comes under RCM, no condition. Then legal services. Already we discussed legal service by individual advocate or firm of advocate. What are the 4 exemptions? If they provide service to a person other than business entity, exempted. If they provide services to government or government authority, government entity, exempted. If they provide services to a business entity whose turnover during previous year does not exceed threshold limit. If they provide service to another advocate or firm of advocate. But that last point, another advocate or firm of advocate is not applicable to senior advocate. And even that is not applicable to arbitrator. Correct? Then, is there any condition for RCM? No. Non-applicability of RCM also we don't have anything. Then director services to company or body corporate. There is a director who is providing service to company or body corporate. In that case, the company or body corporate will pay GST under RCM. Got it? However, if the director is a employee of the company, employee receiving salary is excluded from supply. Employee to employer in the course of employment is excluded from supply. Why, sir? Because already they are paying heavy income tax there. Again, GST also if they pay, they will leave the country. Already 35% of the skilled youth have left the country. You know that? 35% of the Indian population which got graduated in the last 2 years left the country. Okay. Why? Because we need to pay income tax, we need to pay GST. On my income I need to pay income tax. 100 rupees if I am earning, 30 rupees I will pay as income tax. Then 70 rupees I will get. In that 70, I will be spending day-to-day expenses. On that GST is there. Thereafter savings. Using saving, I will buy a flat. On that flat also there is GST. You understood or not? Then literally it is like, I am marrying government. I am marrying government. So I am feeding the government. It is like even my wife will not demand that much, but government is demanding that much. Seriously, my wife will tell, okay, whatever you are able to do, you do it for me like that. But government now, it is rightfully taking money out of my pocket. So then who will be in India? No one will be in India. Everyone will leave. So if the director is an employee of the company, there is no GST. It is excluded from supply. If director is an employee of company or body corporate, then it is not a supply. Otherwise, GST will be applicable, and we have one non-applicability of RCM. If the director is providing services in his personal capacity means what? For example, I am a director of a company. Being a director, I receive sitting fees. On that, I will not pay GST, company will pay. But I have a immobile property which I am giving on rent to the company. Now I am not acting in the capacity as director. I am acting in the capacity as a property owner. You understood? So therefore, separately we need to determine. Next, security agency service. For security agency service in education sector, one exemption we discussed. What is that? Services, security agency services provided to within the premises, provided to education institution, providing education up to 12th standard or equivalent is exempted. Okay. Then we have two conditions for RCM. What are they? Supplier should be other than body corporate. Recipient should be registered but not opting for composition scheme, and not registered only for purpose of deducting TDS. If any one condition is not satisfied, then it will be covered under FCM. So this is about the list of services along with the conditions, etc. Now see this question, you will definitely be able to do this. Vikash is an insurance agent registered under GST, received commission 12 lakhs from insurance company. Who will pay GST? FCM or RCM? RCM. So insurance company will pay GST under RCM. Then Mukesh is a business facilitator, received commission of 1,95,000 for the service provided to urban branch. If it is rural branch, it would have been exempted. Urban branch of nationalized bank with respect to savings bank. FCM or RCM? RCM, business facilitator. Just now we discussed business facilitator to a banking company is covered under RCM. Okay. So therefore it will be RCM only. Next, business facilitator. Business correspondent is FCM, but business facilitator will be RCM. Then Gukesh is an independent director of XYZ Company Limited, has received sitting fees of 1 lakh from XYZ Company for attending board meetings. RCM. Why RCM? Director services to company or body corporate will be covered under RCM. So who will pay GST? XYZ Company will pay. Now, when the question is for 7 marks, 3 points have been given, definitely like 2 marks, 2 marks, 2 marks like that they will be putting. So you need to write accordingly. So what you need to do? First you need to remember the reference. What is the reference that you need to remember? Section 9 subsection 3 read with. Section 9 subsection 3 read with notification number 13 of 2017. First one, what you will write? First you will write the, see all these theory type questions. Theory type questions means application based questions. These are called as case study or application based questions. You need to ensure that you are writing the answer in 4 parts. First you need to give the reference. You need to give reference. What is that reference means? That is, it is which section, which notification or which provision, so the section reference you need to give. Okay. So that is reference. And number 2, sir, how can I remember section numbers and all, sir? Don't worry. In this book, at the end of this book, I have given, all the section reference. All the section reference under CGST Act, somehow you need to by heart this. Section number is what and what is that provision says. Okay. So that what will happen? Just 2 pages only, just 2 pages. So these are the sections under CGST, these are the sections under IGST. So just this much. So somehow you need to remember these section numbers, because imagine your answer sheet, you are writing with section number, that to correct section number and all. So the valuer will think, ayyo, he is a rank material. Let's give marks like that he will give. Got it? Simple path. They don't know anything about you. They don't know whether you are boy, you are girl or something else. And they don't know anything about you, whether you are a school topper or college topper, nothing. What they see is only your answer sheet, because your roll number, name, nothing will be there. Your answer sheet is your face. Depending upon that only they will give marks. So when you try to write the section numbers and all, so definitely the impression will be so good, okay, that you need to do. Then I also gave the summary of time limits. We discussed multiple time limits in different places. Everything I gave in one place. So therefore, suppose afternoon exam, morning you revise all these things and go. For MCQs you will definitely get marks. You will not go wrong. Every time limit I have given here, and monetary limits, amount and all we discussed in multiple places. That also I gave a compiler. So all monetary limits in one place I have given, okay. So you can go through these monetary limits also. So mainly for MCQ, my target is that your MCQ, because these two only will be tested in MCQ, monetary limits and time limits. So in MCQ, at least out of 30, you should be able to get somewhere like 20, 25 there itself. So if you are able to get that now, then in descriptive, getting 30, 40 will not be a problem. So you should be in 60. That is the target, okay. What is the target for taxation? 60. Exemption, okay. And so exemption in taxation will give you confidence, and because of that in final group 300 marks, group 400 marks, DT 100 marks, IDT 100 marks, 200 marks, 2 papers, you will get a confidence and you will be able to do that. Got it? Therefore this and all you need to, like whenever you feel like, I am feeling bored, I don't know what to do, take this and read. Take this and read, because it is just the summary only, na. Take this and read. And lot of times you don't know what to read. Your mind will be blacked out. So you take this and you keep this book, take a photo of this and keep it in your mobile also, and you see it whenever, rather than seeing Instagram reel and swiping it, at least this you see and swipe, you understood? So that some information will go here. See, you should be obsessed with the education. It's not discipline, motivation, beyond that it should be obsession. What is that obsession I mean to say? Obsession means today is Sunday. Today is Sunday and today is Ugadi, and it's a festival day, and even then I'm coming and taking classes. You're also coming and sitting, and why will I do that? Money, I'm not getting money. Then what else? So anything else? Name, beyond this, I don't know what more name I will be getting. Correct? But what is it? Obsession. It's not even passion. Passion will be for beginners, and already I achieved everything. But even then I wanted to do, because I am obsessed. So that's what you also should be. You should be obsessed with the books, and only then success will come. Imagine you are putting a hard work and maybe by mistake you got a rank in CA, in CMA Inter. You got a rank. Then what will be the situation? Super, na? You would not have imagined. Many people would have looked at you like insect and all. Correct? Now all of a sudden that position would have changed. Rank, super, respect will come. You got it? And that is what we should ensure, that by seeing us, everyone's belly should be fired upon. Got it? The fire, pattinerino. You understood or not? And that's what we need to achieve. Our success should speak, wherein others should feel envy about us. Ayyo, you valandutane. So relatives and all should die out of heart attack only. Got it? That much success you should achieve. You got it? Then, so this monetary limits and time limits, etc. and all, you revise it as many number of times as you can, so you will never forget, because these are all the areas you will forget. Provision you will remember. 30 days, 45 days, 7 days, 15 days, this you will forget. This is what you need to remember upon, okay? Next. So, what is it you need to write? First you need to write the reference. Second, you need to write provision. Provision or clarification. Second, you need to write provision or clarification. That is, whatever the section says, that we need to write. Then, number 3, discussion. And finally, conclusion. These are the 4 elements that should be present in your answer. This is common for law, DT, IDT, audit. These 4 subjects it is common. That is literally your theory papers. Your theory papers, it should be common that you ensure that you are writing these 4 parts in every answer sheet, so that you will get the marks. Now here, let's try to put it so you will know how to do that. First, what is the point that you will write here? As per section 9, subsection 3, read with notification 12 of 2017. Sir, subsection 3 I don't know. Write section 9. Who will stop you? Write section 9. So that section also I don't know. As per the provisions of CGST Act, that you will know na. CGST Act you will remember na. CGST Act. Act name at least you remember. You got it? There you are writing CMA intermediate exam. Got it? So it is not some board exam. So to vomit something and come in the exam. So you are writing a professional exam. At least Act you should be knowing. Make an effort to remember section. Worst come scenario, as per the provisions of CGST Act, as per section 9 of CGST Act, read with notification 13/2017. So these are some crucial things. Whenever there is a question on exemption, you need to write 12 of 2017. Whenever there is a question on RCM, you need to write 13 of 2017. Okay, few notifications only you need to remember. And this also you cannot remember. In hall ticket somewhere in pencil you write and go. Okay, if you are caught, I am not responsible. Okay, so this is the reference that you will write. Thereafter, next line, as per section 9 subsection 3. I am just joking, pa. You don't take it seriously and take it and write there and tell. Tarun sir only said, I have one membership in CMA Institute. That don't ensure that it is getting cancelled. Okay, so as per section 9 subsection 3, read with notification number 13 of 2017, services provided by an insurance agent to insurance company is covered under RCM, where liability to pay GST is on insurance company. Provision. In the present case, discussion. First reference, provision. In the present case, Vikash is an insurance agent providing services to the insurance company, which is covered under RCM. Therefore, conclusion, therefore, GST payable by insurance company under RCM. That is, this whatever insurance company that is given under RCM. Got it? Like that, you present it so that out of 7, at least 6 marks you will get. If you just write one line, you may not be able to get that 6 marks. Maybe 3 marks or 4 marks you will get. Same answer only. You are also writing same answer, I am also writing same answer. You will get 3 marks, I will get 6 marks. Which is better? 6 marks. Because every mark count, pa. Every mark count. You know how this every mark count, you know? Usually these drinkers and all, people who drink, I have observed, when they consume the bottle, 1 or 2 drops will be left. Like that they will put. So that 1 or 2 drops also they will not leave. Honey drops they are, okay? Like that you should also be. 1 mark also you should not leave. Sir, an example kudukringa sir. Where example theriyadappa appadiyavadhu padingappa, okay? So that 1 mark is also important. Ensure that every mark counts. Every mark counts and you should be able to get it. Because a student who gets 39 will know the 1 mark value. A student who gets 49 will know the value of that 1 mark. A student who gets 59 also will know the value of that 1 mark. Because with 1 mark they are losing exemption. With 1 mark they are losing aggregate. With 1 mark they are losing, attempt itself. Because everything pass. 1 subject, 39, gone. Again you need to write. Correct? So that's the reason why, every mark counts. Squeeze in every opportunity. Ensure that you are getting the maximum marks. Okay, next. Look into this question B. T Series Music Company and a registered dealer in India paid an advance of rupees 5 lakhs to Mr. Vikash, a music composer. Maybe the one who drafted this question paper, his son name is Vikash, I think. Okay, Ore Vikash like that. T Series Music Company and a registered dealer in India paid an advance of 5 lakhs to Mr. Vikash, a music composer, for the copyright covered under 13(1)(a) of Copyright Act of his original musical work on 5/9/2024 through RTGS. It made the balance payment of 2,50,000 on 12/12/2024 through RTGS. You are required to determine the time of supply if Vikash raised invoice on 6/10 or 7/12. This is a provision related to time of supply. What should be taken as time of supply in case of service under RCM? This is service under RCM. How you know, sir, service under RCM? Temporary transfer of music to a director, music director, or to a to a producer is covered under RCM. So therefore, who is liable to pay GST in this case? T Series. And what should be taken as time of supply in case of service under RCM? Date on which payment is made to supplier. What is the date on which payment is made to supplier? So 5/9/2024, correct? 5/9/2024, and 61st day from the date of invoice. What is the date of invoice? 6/10. So see the provision. We need to take first time of supply in case of RCM. A. What is the date on which payment is made to supplier? Date of payment to supplier. Date of payment to supplier. Then B. 61st day from date of invoice. This is case 1. Case 1 where the invoice. Case 1 where the invoice is on. What is the date on which invoice is given? 6/10. Invoice is on 6/10/2024. So first advance is there and there is some balance amount. There are two amounts pa. So not only one amount. You see here advance is also there and balance amount 2,50,000 is also there. Correct. So for advance, what is the date on which payment is made to supplier? Come on. 5/9/2024 is the date on which payment is made to supplier. Balance payment. Balance payment of 2,50,000. 12/12/2024. You count 61st day from the date of invoice. What is date of invoice plus 61st day? That is October 31 minus 6, 25 days in October, and November it will be 30 days, 55 days, and December, so it is balance day, so 6th December 2024. 6th December 2024 will be taken. So you tell me what should be taken as the time of supply. Time of supply is whichever is earlier, A or B, whichever is earlier. So in this case, which is earlier? 5/9/2024, here 6/12/2024. There is another case which is given, case 2. Case 2, invoice is on. Invoice is on which date? So they have given 17/12/2024. 17/12/2024. Again same story. First advance we need to take and then balance amount we need to take. A. Date of payment to supplier. What is the date of payment to supplier? Date of payment to supplier, no change pa. That will be 5/9/2024 and 12/12/2024. B. 61st day from date of invoice. What is 61st day from date of invoice? 31 minus 17, that is 14 days in December, 31 days in January, and February will be 17. So 17 February 2025. 17 February 2025. You see that, correct? What pa? 16 February. By 16 February, 31 minus 17, 14 days in December. Then 31 days in January, 45 days. 45 61 we need. So minus 61, that will be 16. So correct, sorry, I counted 30 only. So 16 February 2025, but whatever the case may be, this will not be the answer. So because time of supply will be A or B, whichever is earlier. Which is earlier? 5/9/2024 and 12/12/2024. Got it? So that is about this answer for time of supply. Here there is no explanation, just one line you need to write. What is the provision you need to write? That is time of supply in case of service under RCM. That is section 13. Section 13 deals with time of supply in case of services. You need to write date on which payment is made to supplier, or B 61st day from the date of invoice, whichever is earlier, like that you will write the provision, and thereafter you need to prepare this table and you need to present it like this. Okay. Then look into question number 8. So question number 8, measures VMA, a registered taxable person under regular scheme, provides following information with respect to supplies made it by during the month of April 2024. Interstate supply of goods. Interstate supply of goods means IGST. So again, this is a question related to computation of net GST payable. I told you we need to prepare the answer in 4 statements. Statement 1, statement showing computation of gross GST payable. Now, in order to make the answer fast, in order to present the answer fast, I'll tell you one easy way. You prepare one page, one statement. Parallelly, you start putting it. You understood? Because usually we may make mistake because if we ignore one point or if we miss one point. So that's why my advice is 3 pages you devote. Whenever you get this question, minimum net GST, every attempt they are asking. So you need to prepare. Can we work out this question? Yes. So just open 3 pages. So in 3 pages you write, page number 1, you write computation of gross GST payable on outward supplies. In first page you will write computation of gross GST payable on outward supplies. Computation of gross GST payable on outward supplies. So that is the first statement. Computation of gross GST, computation of gross GST payable on outward supplies. On outward supplies. This you will write in page number 1. Okay. And in that particulars you take, particulars, value column also you take. I'll tell you that is useful for one place. While doing reversal of, proportionate ITC computation, taxable turnover to total turnover we do na, there it will help. So again we don't have to count it separately. So particulars, value, CGST, SGST and IGST. Okay. Particulars, value, CGST, SGST, IGST. This is first page you have written. Then you go to second page. In second page, usually RCM transactions will not be that much, hardly 1 or 2 transactions. So in the second page, half page is sufficient. Okay. In the second page, half page, computation of GST payable on inward supplies. Computation of GST payable on inward supplies. On inward supplies under RCM. On inward supplies under RCM. Okay. Computation of GST payable on inward supply under RCM. That is particulars, CGST, SGST, IGST. So this value column and all not required here. Just the particulars, CGST, SGST, IGST is sufficient. Just half a page only. Half a page only, full page is not required for this. Then next we need to take ITC, computation of net eligible ITC, that is third statement. Computation of net eligible ITC, net eligible ITC. Also remember one thing, that whatever you paid as GST and RCM, that can be taken as ITC, okay. So computation of net eligible ITC in this particulars, CGST, SGST, IGST, okay. CGST, SGST, IGST. So this is related to, ITC. Sir, what if there are no intrastate transactions, etc. and all? Whether it is there or not, this is a template, this is a format, you prepare this format, okay. Then let's start with the first point in the question. Given as interstate supply of goods, which statement it will come? 1 or 2 or 3? Interstate supply of goods. First statement it will come, because it is your liability, okay. So first statement it will come. So interstate supply of goods. What is the value? Interstate supply of goods. Interstate supply of goods. What is the value of these goods? 2 lakhs. 2 lakhs is the value of goods, and therefore it should come in which column? IGST column. Now you need to see the rate that is given. What is the rate that is given? 18% is given, okay, IGST. So therefore we need to take into 18%, 2 lakhs into 18%, that is 36,000. What's next? Intrastate supply of, I think this question already we did, no? Same question only. Okay, fine. I think this question itself we did, na? Okay, some other, anyhow the format we will keep, some other question we will try, okay. So this question, I think study material question we discussed. So just roughly I am discussing with this. Intrastate supply of 1000 packets of detergent, 400 along with plastic bucket worth 100 each, with each packet being mixed supply. Rate of GST on detergent is 18% and plastic bucket 28%. So which one we need to take? Highest rate, 28%, that should be applied, and it is intrastate. Supply of online educational journals to private coaching, I told you it is taxable, because online educational journals only to category 2 institution is exempted. And inward supply, interstate supply of goods, 40,000 is missing, means we cannot take. Seating capacity of 20 passengers used to transport its employees from their residence being intrastate supply, 1 lakh. That will be what? Taxable ITC available or not available? ITC available. And opening balance, it's a simple question, already we did this. Then compute the assessable value of a machine imported from Germany by RIL Limited under Customs Act 1962. Also determine the duty liability of RIL Limited. FOB value given 30,000. Air freight 7,250. So how much we need to take? Actual or 20% of FOB, whichever is lower. So first we need to take FOB given. What is that FOB given? $30,000. $30,000 into, what is the exchange rate that is given here? 85 rupees per dollar. So 30,000 into 85. 25 lakh 50,000. Then air freight insurance, don't do adjustment now. Designing charges incurring in India will not come. Indian agent commission. What is Indian agent commission? Local agent commission. What is the local agent commission? Local agent commission will be 20,000. Transportation charges from port to factory in India. No, it will not come because it is after importation. So 25 lakh 70,000. I think this question also we discussed. Okay. Air freight. Air freight will be A. Actuals. So what will be taken as actuals? Actuals will be 7,250 into 85. That will be 6,16,250. B. 20% of FOB. What is 20% of FOB? 25,70,000 into 20%. That will be 5,14,000. Whichever is lower, that is 5,14,000 will be taken. And then insurance. Insurance will be how much? 1.125% of FOB. So 25,70,000. Is it given actuals? Not given. So that's why we are taking 1.125%. 1.125%. 28,912.50. So you do the round of 5,14,000, 25,70,000. That is 31,12,913. And based on that, we need to compute the basic customs duty and IGST. Social welfare surcharge not given. Can we ignore it? No. Even if it is not given, always we need to take it as 10% of basic customs duty. Okay. So see, easy question or easy paper only here. Any paper is there, then all MTPs will be like this only, model question paper. Then exam question paper only difficult. Give me, no. Give me. We will do. So he shared me one question paper already. This is the question paper. Okay, we will do this itself. So you will get an idea as to what difficulty it is, whether the 4 days whatever we have spent, is it useful or not? Let's see. Okay. Look into this. As per GST law, renting of precincts of religious place meant for general public, owned and managed by a charitable or religious trust under 12A of Income Tax Act shall be exempt if renting of rooms where per day charge is less than 1,000, renting of shops less than 10,000, renting of hall less than 10,000 per day. All of the above. All the above is correct answer. A hotel owner provided accommodation in Haryana through an e-commerce operator. So remember, there are 4 services, notified services provided through e-commerce operator. The liability to pay GST is on e-commerce operator. So these are the 4 services. You remember that with the keyword HATE, HATE, housekeeping services, accommodation services, transportation of goods, transportation of passengers, and then we have eating food from restaurant. These are the 4 notified services. HATE, H for housekeeping services. If housekeeping services are provided through e-commerce operator, example urban clap, quicker services, so supplier will not pay GST, e-commerce operator will pay GST. A for accommodation service, Oyo, Goa, Bibo, Make My Trip, etc. Okay. Oya nale siripu varudhe. Edo sambhavam nadandirukku. So A for accommodation services, and in that case again who will pay? E-commerce operator will pay. T for transportation of passengers by any motor vehicle, passenger, that is Ola, Uber, Rapido, that is example. Then eating food from restaurant, that is Swiggy, Zomato. In that case, liability to pay GST is on e-commerce operator. But remember, for H&A, housekeeping service and accommodation service, supplier should be unregistered. What if supplier is registered? It will be supplier only, 95 will not come. Then T for transportation of passengers by any motor vehicle, there is one exception. If there is a company which is transporting passengers through omnibus, the liability to pay GST is on the company only, not on e-commerce operator. Same way, if there is a restaurant, that restaurant is in the specified premises. What is a specified premises? That is, a hotel, a 5-star hotel, where the tariff per day is greater than 7,500 per day. For example, Taj Hotel, tariff per day is greater than 7,500. Inside the Taj Hotel, there will be a restaurant which will be supplying food through Swiggy. Liability to pay GST is on restaurant only, not on Swiggy. Got it? So this is what you need to remember, this table. And look into this. A hotel owner provides accommodation in Haryana through an e-commerce operator. The hotel owner is not registered. So in case of H&A, housekeeping service and accommodation service, how the supplier should be? Unregistered. See there, in case of housekeeping service and accommodation service, supplier should be unregistered. But in case of next 2, that is transportation of passengers and eating food in restaurant, how the supplier should be? Either registered or unregistered. Okay, so see this. A hotel owner provide accommodation in Haryana through an e-commerce operator. The hotel owner is not registered. So who will pay GST in this case? E-commerce operator. What if the hotel owner is registered? Hotel owner only will pay. The items which will be taxable under both central excise law and the new GST even after implementation of GST, only one, tobacco and tobacco products. On motor spirit means petrol. On petrol there is central excise duty, CST and VAT. On petrol, motor spirit means petrol. On petrol there will be central excise duty, then service like sales tax, only central excise duty, sales tax. Sales tax means CST or VAT will be there, but there is no GST. On alcoholic liquor for human consumption, we have state excise duty and sales tax, that is CST or VAT. But on tobacco and tobacco products, we have central excise duty, there is no sales tax and there is GST. So option C is the answer. As per GST law, tax invoice shall be prepared in dash in case of goods and in case of services. How in case of goods the tax invoice should be? Triplicate. For goods the invoice should be in triplicate, means 3 copies of invoice should be there. Whereas in case of services, it will be duplicate. I'll tell you logic. So in case of goods, the original will be for the recipient. 3 copies of invoice we need to prepare. Original will be for recipient. Duplicate will be for transporter. Triplicate will be for the supplier. So therefore in case of goods, the invoice needs to be prepared in triplicate. Whereas in case of services, so there is no transporter, so only 2 copies, original for recipient, duplicate for supplier. So therefore we need to prepare in duplicate. But remember, whenever you are issuing e-invoice concept is there. Who will be giving e-invoice? Any registered person whose aggregate turnover during the previous year exceeds 5 crore, any previous year from 2017-18 to 2023-24, any previous year, if their aggregate turnover exceeds 5 crores, they need to give e-invoice, electronic invoice. If they need to give e-invoice, this copies of invoice is not required. Generally, this copies of invoice is applicable only if e-invoice is not applicable. If e-invoice is applicable, this copies of invoice not applicable, maybe that can be tested in exam, okay. Then, as per Customs Act 1962, goods which are same in all respects, including physical quality, is known as what? What type of goods? Identical goods. Same in all respects. Commercially interchangeable means similar goods. The maximum threshold limit for eligibility under composition scheme under 10(2)(a) 50 lakhs. For section 10, there are 2 types of composition scheme. Section 10(1) composition scheme and 10(2)(a) composition scheme. 10(1) composition scheme limit is 150 lakhs or 75 lakhs. Sir, for which cases 75 lakhs is applicable, sir? Remember, MMTNU SAM. What is MMTN? Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland. U for Uttarakhand, S for Sikkim, A for Arunachal Pradesh, M for Meghalaya. For that 75 lakhs. And 10(2)(a), the limit will be always 50 lakhs. And to whom it is applicable? To whom it is applicable? 10(1) is applicable to manufacturer, trader or food service provider. But 10(2)(a) is applicable to whom? 10(2)(a) is applicable to manufacturer, trader or any service provider. Any service provider can go for 10(2)(a). That is the difference between 10(1) and 10(2)(a). Okay. So 10(2)(a), so basically 10(2)(a) is any service provider like a saloon or interior decorator or a coaching center. Anyone can go for 10(2)(a) composition scheme. 50 lakhs is the limit. Then Mr. Prashant works with ABC Limited as senior manager since 1/4/2019. On 11/5/2023, the company gave him a cash gift of 55,000 for his contribution in acquiring a new client. Which of the following statements is correct with reference to GST law? The gift received by employer, the received from employer is fully exempt from GST. The gift received from employer is fully taxable under GST as the amount exceeds 50,000. That is the correct answer. So gift given by employer to employee, while discussing input tax credit I told you. So a gift given by employer to employee, if the value of gift does not exceed, that iPhone example, if the value of gift does not exceed 50,000, it is not a supply. If the value of gift exceeds 50,000, then it will be fully taxable. Then as per section 2 clause 28 of Customs Act, Indian customs waters means the waters extending into the sea up to Indian customs waters up to exclusive economic zone, that is 200 nautical miles from baseline. Okay, next, but everyone would have answered 12 nautical miles, but that is territorial waters. Okay, next, Mr. Nitish, a composition dealer under GST, exceeded the specified turnover to be eligible for composition scheme on 1st December. So when you will exit from composition scheme, whenever your turnover exceeds the limit, what is the limit? So this 150 lakhs or 75 lakhs or 50 lakhs, whenever you cross the limit, you need to exit from composition scheme. So whenever you exit from composition scheme, you need to intimate the department by filing CMP4. What is the form to intimate exit from composition scheme? CMP4. Exit from composition scheme, CMP4. What is the time limit within which the CMP4 needs to be filed? Within 7 days from breach of condition. What is the breach of condition? You cross the limit, correct? You cross the limit. Whenever you cross the limit, from there within 7 days, you need to intimate in CMP4 and exit from composition scheme. So 1st December, he has to intimate the tax authorities and start paying tax under regular scheme from the first day of next financial year. No, immediately you will exit. So from 1st December itself you need to exit, and you need to, but what is the time limit within which you need to file this form? 7 days. Okay, maybe as they ask this question, they can ask the time limit question. Okay, 7 days you need to make intimation to exit from composition scheme. Then next section B, question number 6, explain the concept and features of indirect taxation. So you need to write fully about indirect taxation. Direct tax, indirect tax difference you remember na? In that indirect tax related points alone you write, that is the features of indirect tax. Got it? Next, who are the members of GST Council? We discussed now one paragraph, that fully you need to write. Article 279A of Constitution, Union Finance Minister, how many members will be there, what is the voting right, everything, quorum, those points you write. Then state with reason the person liable to pay GST in each of the following independent cases where supplier and recipient both are located in taxable territory. Ignore the aggregate turnover and exemption available if any. Money Save Bank Limited, located in Kolkata, appointed Miss Sakshi as a recovery agent for collecting outstanding balance amount of loan from its customers. Recovery agent providing service to bank, is it covered under RCM? Yes, see there. So agent, total 5 agents. In that 5 agent, whether recovery agent is there? Yes. Say this, recovery agent to bank, financial institution or NBFC, he is there. So therefore in case of recovery agent services to bank, who will pay GST? RCM. Will your answer change in case if Sakshi provided recovery agent service to a car dealer company? Yes, it will be FCM, because recovery agent service will come under RCM only if the recipient is bank, NBFC or financial institution. Then Mr. Mohit has taken a loan from Dhanwan Bank Limited, and for this he has taken a service of an individual, Mr. Prakash, who is a direct selling agent. Direct selling agent to bank, supplier should be other than body corporate or firm, correct? Then it will come under RCM. So Mr. Prakash is other than body corporate or firm, therefore it will come under RCM. Clear? Next, B already we discussed. 8A. 8A is related to net GST payable. Sham Limited is a registered manufacturer of cars. Sham Limited provides the following information of GST paid. So this we discussed here. This we discussed. It's there in study material. This there in study material. Okay, I'll discuss again. I don't have any problem. See there. First one. Routine maintenance of the cars manufactured by Sham Limited. So whether routine maintenance of cars anywhere in the list of blocked credit? No. It is used in the course or furtherance of business? Yes. So we will take ITC. Capital goods, out of 5 items, invoice for 1 item is missing and GST paid on that item was 2,500. So 45,000 minus 2,500. How much? 42,500. So here full 40,500 can be taken, here 42,500. Input consisting of 4 lots, out of which 3 lots were received in May. Right now May. So therefore we will avail ITC on receipt of last lot. So can we take now? No. Travel benefit extended to employees on vacation under statutory obligation. Yes. Generally travel benefits to employees on vacation is blocked credit. But if it is under the statutory obligation, ITC available. Purchased machinery for manufacturing process worth rupees 2 lakhs and claimed depreciation under the Income Tax Act on 2,36,000. So what is your answer? 36,000 can we take ITC? Why? Because on entire 2,36,000 they claim the depreciation. Repair service of office building, cost of repairs is charged to P&L. Generally construction expenditure is blocked credit, but if it is charged to P&L, we can take ITC with respect to that. So therefore this 48,000 we can take ITC and the answer will be 40,500 plus 42,500 plus 7,500 plus 48,000. That will be 1,38,500. Okay. This question already we discussed. Trust your institute first, because I can see that guy was telling, you know, institute nothing will come sir, everything new like that only he is under the impression. See, your ICA MAI study material you cover first. Once you cover that, you will get automatically confidence. You cannot expect the same question. This is not a BCom exam wherein same question copy paste and all they will not ask. Actually this question we discuss in multiple questions. Combining that only they will create. Same question if they copy paste, why will it become CMA? Then every donkey monkey who is going on road also can become CMA, correct? So some standard is required now. So when that standard is required, so little bit at least they will be putting like this. But trust me, all these points I discussed. I remember I discussed in the class. Okay. Got the confidence? So usually your question paper, what I have observed every attempt covers these 4 areas only. That's why mainly my focus was on these 4 areas for 4 days. First day I focused on customs, wherein one question will be guaranteed in customs, that is this 8B plus MCQs. Then next day we discussed time of supply, place of supply, value of supply. Out of those 3, one 7 marks question will be guaranteed, and if possible 2 7 marks questions also we may get out of that. And then we discussed input tax credit, one 7 marks question guaranteed from that. Then exemptions are liability to pay GST, that's what we discussed today. Okay. So therefore that is the area. Apart from this, what we have is registration, then tax invoice, then e-way bill, okay, then returns, payment of tax. These small topics only. This alone you watch in YouTube. So I will put it in the YouTube itself. You can watch that. Done. Got the confidence? Can we wind up for today? Yes. Still you want me to, sir, one more paper we will discuss? Yes. Okay. No issue. So take a break for 10-15 minutes. Come back and we will discuss one more paper also. So still to get you the confidence. Okay. Fine. And you get me, no, some question paper, some RTP or something of that sort. You give me, I'll discuss that. Okay. So take a break. We will meet after 15 minutes. Okay, we'll start. And so you have joined the Telegram group, right? You be in the Telegram group. So I will put the videos in that group itself, YouTube video in the group itself, so that you can complete watching that extra topics, whatever is the extra topics, and whatever topics I have taught also, I will share, I will make it like a playlist and I will create it and give it to you. You just watch whichever topic you feel like you wanted to revise, you do the revision, okay. Then coming back to this, so one student shared with me June 2024 question paper. So let's see this 24 question paper, question number 7 only. What is the monetary limit for giving gifts by employer to employee in a financial year so that it is not treated as supply under GST law? 50,000. See, June attempt whatever is asked in December attempt also. Okay, this 50,000 point was there in December attempt also. Who will levy and administer IGST? IGST, central government. IGST full form is what? Integrated Goods and Services Tax. Who will levy and collect IGST? Central government. Will central government completely retain that IGST? No. 50% they will share with the consuming state based on place of supply. For example, supplier is in Tamil Nadu. Okay, so location of supplier will be Tamil Nadu. Place of supply is Karnataka. Now in this case, it is a interstate supply. Now what will happen? IGST will be payable by supplier to central government. To central government, IGST will be payable. Thereafter, what central government will do? 50% they will retain. 50% they will retain. Remaining 50% they will give. They will give it to which state? Karnataka. Consuming state they will be giving 50%. But it is levied by central government. What is the monetary limit for generating e-way bill under GST law? E-way bill. What is the e-way bill limit? 50,000. So whenever the invoice value, that is value of invoice, while doing the value of invoice, whether we need to include GST or exclude GST, include GST, is greater than 50,000, then definitely not 50,000 or more, not 50,000 or more, greater than 50,000, then option C, then e-way bill required. However, in two cases, even if the value does not exceed 50,000, e-way bill is required. What are those two cases? You know that? Goods sent on job work and handicrafts. Okay, so goods sent on job work, goods sent on job work, goods sent on job work, or handicraft goods, handicraft goods. In case of these two, goods sent on job work and handicrafts, in case of these two, e-way bill always required, irrespective of the limit. Okay, e-way bill always required, irrespective of the limit, e-way bill is required. Got it? Next, which of the following statement is incorrect? Power to levy GST on alcohol for human consumption remains with the state government. Power to levy GST, where we have GST on alcohol, GST on alcohol is an incorrect statement. Okay, along with GST, additional excise duty is levied by state government on tobacco. Correct. Then for petrol and diesel, the GST council has to decide the date from which GST will be applicable. True. Crude oil and natural gas are not taxable under GST. True. Under GST, the due date of filing GSTR 7. What is GSTR 7? TDS return. GSTR 7 is a TDS return. So section 51 talks about TDS, section 52 talks about TCS. So TDS, TCS. And what is the return to be filed? The return to be filed is GSTR 7 is the return to be filed by TDS deductor. GSTR 8 is the return to be filed by TCS deductor. And what is the time limit for TDS, TCS? Both return, the time limit is same, 10th of next month. 10th of next month is the time limit for filing the return. So option A is the answer. Okay. Then Mr. Raja supplied a machinery to Mr. Ranka on 28 July. The applicable rate of GST on that date was 12%. With effect from 1st August, the GST rate for machinery was revised to 18%. What is the change in rate? Already we did this question, section 14. What is the change in rate? Change in rate is with effect from 1st August 2023. Mr. Raja issued invoice for the sale of the machinery to Mr. Ranka on 4th August. So date of invoice will be 4th August 2023 and he received the payment for the same on 10th August. So what is the date of payment? Date of payment will be 10th August 2023. What is the date of completion? Date of completion is 28th July 2023. Whether the completion is before change in rate or after change in rate? Before change in rate. Then what will be taken as the time of supply? Invoice or payment, whichever is earlier. Which is earlier? 4th August. So 4th August will be taken, and on that date of 4th August, what was the rate? As on 4th August, new rate is there, that is 18%. So they have given two options 4th August, but the new rate 18% will be taken. Got it? So this is purely on section 14. This is purely on section 14. Then a credit note is issued by dash and it is a document accepted for GST purpose. A credit note who will be giving? Always credit note and debit note. So whenever there is a increase in invoice value, whenever there is an increase in invoice value, what is the name of the document? Increase in invoice value, debit note. And if there is a decrease in invoice value, what is the name of the document for decrease in invoice value? Credit note. Credit note. Remember, whenever there is a increase in invoice value, debit note, decrease in invoice value, credit note. And who will be giving? Both debit note and credit note will be given by supplier. So both debit note and credit note issued by supplier to recipient. So therefore a credit note is issued by whom? Always issued by supplier. For increase in tax or taxable value or reduction in tax or taxable value. Just now I told you, for a decrease in invoice value, credit note, correct? Increase in invoice value will be debit note, decrease in invoice value will be credit note, will be issued by supplier to recipient. Then on which of the following values IGST cannot be levied under the Customs Tariff Act? Assessable value of imported articles plus basic customs duty plus social welfare surcharge, basic customs duty plus anti-dumping duty, basic customs duty plus compensation cess. On that we cannot. Same question they have repeated. Okay. Assessable value plus basic customs duty and anti-dumping duty. They are telling which of the following values IGST cannot be levied. So compensation cess. Then under the Customs Tariff Act, safeguard duty shall be ceased to have effect on expiry of 4 years. 4 years, 4 years, and it can be extended for a period of 10 years. So 4 years plus 6 years, that is maximum 10 years. That is the time limit up to which the safeguard duty will be levied. Then next one we have question number 6. State the difficulties or limitations in pre-GST regime in the context of indirect taxes which were removed with the introduction of GST. Okay. So this is a general point. So we need to remember first one, cascading effect of taxes. What is cascading effect of taxes means? Tax on tax. In the past there used to be cascading effect of tax, that is while computing while computing sales tax we used to add excise duty, because of which we need to pay the tax on tax. Also ITC was not available. As input tax credit not available, the cost to consumer has increased. So we need to write like this. What was the disadvantage? In GST, what is the advantage? In old indirect tax, disadvantage was cascading effect of tax. And now the cascading effect of tax is eliminated to a greater extent by subsuming various indirect taxes into one GST. Then previously ITC was not available fully, but now except blocked credits, on all other cases we can avail the ITC, thereby the cost to consumer gets reduced. In the old tax regime there was no benefit to small traders and small manufacturers, and whereas in GST regime they have given the threshold limit for registration. Only after crossing threshold limit they need to register. Moreover, there is composition scheme also, rather than paying GST at the reduced rate, they need to pay regular rate, they need to pay GST at reduced rates. So like that we need to compare and write. Then write a short note on GST network. So basically GST network is what? So GST network is a entity which will be engaged in implementation of GST. You can see here GST network, section 146 of CGST Act. It provides information technology infrastructure for implementation of GST. It is referred to as common portal and provides services to taxpayers, central government, state government, banks and other stakeholders for the purpose of implementation of GST. Basically, this is in first chapter. It provides information technology infrastructure for implementation of GST. So it connects whom? It referred to as common portal and provides services to taxpayers, central government, state government, banks and other stakeholders. It facilitates, its facilities includes, if you want to do registration, you need to go to the GST network. If you want to pay taxes, after registration, what's the next step? Payment of tax, then filing of returns, settlement of IGST, that is IGST collected by central government will be divided between central government, state government, that will also be done by GST network. Then e-way bill generation and generating reports to central government and state government. These are the activities of GST network. You write it like points, point 1, point 2, point 3, point 4. So more lines will come. Okay. So that is with respect to this GST network. If you get a question like this, you write. Then question number 7. Miss Pooja, running a fancy store and also a footwear showroom, is registered under GST in the same permanent account number in the state of Uttarakhand. Mrs. Pooja is not engaged in making any interstate supplies. Her aggregate turnover in the preceding financial year was 50 lakh from fancy store and 45 lakh from footwear showroom. As per the provisions of GST law, examine the issue and provide the answers with supporting explanatory note to the following. Is Mrs. Pooja eligible to opt for composition scheme in the financial year 23-24? Listen, basically they are not doing any services other than supply of food. They are a trader, correct? A trader means which composition scheme? I told you 10-1 composition scheme. And who can opt for 10-1 composition scheme? Any person whose aggregate turnover during the previous year does not exceed 150 lakhs. Where are they located? Uttarakhand. So in case of Uttarakhand, it is not 150 lakhs, it will be 75 lakhs. There are 8 states where 75 lakhs will be applicable. What are those 8 states? M, T, N, U, Sam. Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland. U, Uttarakhand. S, Sikkim. A, Arunachal Pradesh. M, Meghalaya. So for Uttarakhand, the limit will be 75 lakhs. Now what is their aggregate turnover? 50 plus 45, 95 lakhs. As their aggregate turnover during the previous year exceeds 75 lakhs, they cannot opt for composition scheme during current year. That's the answer for this. Whether it is possible for Mrs. Pooja to opt for composition scheme only for fancy store and normal scheme for footwear showroom? No. Remember, all in, all out means what? All the businesses should be under composition scheme and all the businesses should be under normal scheme. But few businesses composition scheme, few business normal scheme is not possible. Mix and match is not possible. So all the registrations of a person should be under composition scheme in this case, or all the registration should be under normal scheme. So this is not possible. Rework: if Mrs. Pooja is running a restaurant as well as fancy store, whether she is eligible for composition scheme if aggregate turnover in the preceding financial year was 30 lakhs from fancy store and 35 lakhs from restaurant service. What is your answer? Yes. Why? Because 30 plus 35 how much? 65 lakhs. It does not exceed 75 lakhs. So she can opt for composition scheme during the current year. Okay. So purely this is based on composition scheme. Then next, Mr. J received an advance of rupees 25,000 on 7th May 2023 for supply of goods. He delivered the goods on 16th May. He raised an invoice of 75,000 on 20th June and received the balance payment on the same day by NEFT in his bank account. So this is goods or services are goods. Goods. Carefully read the question. Goods. Goods. What will be the time of supply for the above transaction for the purpose of payment of tax? What is the time of supply in case of goods? It is not given as RCM, so FCM. Due date of invoice. Is it composition scheme? No. Is it specified actionable claims? No. So therefore, due date of invoice or actual date of invoice, whichever is earlier. What is the actual date of invoice? The actual date of invoice is on 20th June. Actual date of invoice is 20th June. What is the due date of invoice? If supply involves movement of goods, due date of invoice is at the time of removal. What is the time of removal? 16th May. So 16th May or 20th June, whichever is earlier. Which will be earlier? 16th May will be taken as the time of supply. So time of supply is 16th May 2023. What will be your answer? If the above information related to service instead of goods, and Mr. J would have provided service on 16th May. In case of services under FCM, what should be taken? If invoice is issued within 30 days, invoice date or payment date, whichever is earlier. If invoice not issued within 30 days, completion date or payment date, whichever is earlier. So what is the date of completion? 16th May. What is the date on which invoice is issued? 20th June. Is it within 30 days or beyond 30 days? Beyond 30 days. So we need to take completion date or payment date, whichever is earlier. So completion date only, because that is same date. 16/5/2023 will be taken as the time of supply. Is it clear? Because invoice is not issued within 30 days. If invoice is not issued within 30 days, completion date or payment date. What is the payment date? And received the payment on the same day, sorry, 20th June. Whichever is earlier is 16th June only. Same date, not 16/5, 16/5, no change in that. As per the provisions of GST law, determine the effective date of registration in the following independent cases. Usually, what is the effective date of registration? Remember, whenever you are liable to get registered, from the date, if you make application for registration within 30 days, the date on which you are liable to get registered is the effective date of registration. If you have not made application for registration within 30 days, you made application beyond 30 days, the date on which you actually got the registration certificate, that will be taken. Again, I am repeating, if you make application for registration within 30 days, from the date you are liable to get registered, the date on which you are liable to get registered, otherwise the date on which you got the registration certificate. Now read the first part. The aggregate turnover of Messrs. Parvati and Company, Utensils Trader of Delhi, has exceeded the applicable threshold limit of 40 lakhs on 1st October 2023. 1st October 2023 it crossed the limit. It submits the application for registration on 20th October. Within 30 days or beyond 30 days, application for registration is within 30 days. Then what will be taken as the effective date of registration? The date on which they are liable to get registered. So effective date of registration is 1st October 2023. Number 2, Mr. Hardik is an architect in Jaipur. His aggregate turnover exceeds 20 lakhs on 25th September. So 25th September he is liable to get registered. He submitted the application for registration on 27th October 2023. Registration certificate granted to him on 10 November 2023. So tell me, what is the time limit within which like application should be made? 30 days. But here when it is made beyond 30 days, so whenever they got the registration certificate, that will be taken as the effective date. So therefore the effective date will be the date on which registration certificate is granted. Understood? Simple point only. On that they gave one 7 marks question. First you need to write the provision and then you need to apply that provision. Then Sham Trading Company of Kolkata has imported one machine by air from USA. Sham Trade Company has given the following particulars relating to this transaction. FOB value of the machine $25,000. So FOB given. What is that FOB given? $25,000. Now we need to take the exchange rate. What should be taken as exchange rate? date of bill of entry arrival, whichever is later. Which is later? 10/8/2023. As on 10/8/2023, what is the rate we have? But here there is no question related to rate, only exchange rate. Then for exchange rate, it is always bill of entry date. What is the bill of entry date? 37. And what is the exchange rate? 75 rupees per dollar. So how much it will come to? 25,000 into 75, that will be 18,75,000 will be taken as the FOB price given. Then next one, air freight we will not take now, we will take later. License fee relating to imported goods, the buyer was required to pay in USA as a condition of sale. So we need to add license fee $500. License fee $500, $500 into rupees 75 per dollar. How much it will come to? 37,500. Then next one, design and engineering charges paid to a consultancy firm in Mumbai will not come. In India, buying commission paid in India, no. So insurance charges paid to the insurer in India, it will come later. Finally, demurrage charges for delay in clearing, no. Only ship demurrage charges should be included, but demurrage charges should not be included. Okay, that's it. So now if you do this, you will be getting FOB as per customs. FOB as per customs, the FOB as per customs will be, so 37,500, that will be 19,12,500. Then we need to take add air freight or normal freight, air freight. Air freight, what we need to do? Air freight, we need to take actuals. What is actual? $3,000. $3,000 into rupees 75 per dollar. So 3,000 into 75, 2,25,000, or B, 20% of FOB, 19,12,500 into 20%. 19,12,500 into 20% will be 3,82,500, whichever is lower, correct? So 2,25,000 only will be taken as air freight. Then we need to take insurance. How much will be insurance? Insurance, whether actuals is given? Yes. So we will take actuals, that is 8,000 we will take. Now you do the total of this, 19,12,500, 2,25,000 and 8,000, that is 21,45,500 will be taken as the assessable value, because they are asking that only. So you need to compute the assessable value. You are required to determine the assessable value of machine imported, but for this and all you need to write the notes. As design engineering charges is paid for consultancy firm in Mumbai, it will not be included. Buying commission paid in India, so only selling commission should be included, but buying commission will not be included. Only ship demurrage charges will be included, but demurrage charges payable by importer is after import and it will not be included in the value. Okay, so these are the details you need to write. So this is one. And any other paper? Did you send? Send? No. Let's complete. But so easy are this and all. For me it is easy, pa. For me it is easy. By vessel, multi-mode transportation by vessel means up to some distance by roadways, thereafter some distance by waterways, then again by roadways, like that. So multi-mode means different modes of transportation. Then it will be 1 day for every 20 kilometers or part thereof. 1 day for every 20 kilometers or part thereof. That is the validity of e-way bill. If it is others, in case of others, the validity will be 1 day for every 200 kilometers or part thereof. So what is the distance in this case? 290 kilometers. 290 kilometers means the validity will be 2 days. For first 200 kilometers it will be 1 day, next a fraction it will be 1 day. So 2 days will be taken as the validity. The decision in GST Council would be taken by a majority of not less than, how much majority is required? 3/4 majority is required. Okay. Then A and Company firm was dissolved and its GST registration was cancelled on 31/8/2022. What is the time limit within which A and Company must file a final return in form GSTR 10? What is the time limit for filing final return? 3 months from cancellation. 3 months from cancellation or 3 months from order of cancellation. 3 months from order of cancellation, whichever is later. Whichever is not earlier, whichever is later. Here they gave only one date. What is that one date? 31st/8. So 31st August, 3 months means September, October, November. So therefore on or before 30th November. If they have given both the dates, date of cancellation as well as order of cancellation. Now you take 3 months from both the dates and take whichever is later. Then Jagat and Company is a manufacturer of footwears and registered under GST law. It wants to avail QRMP. What is the monetary limit of aggregate turnover in the preceding financial year? Aggregate turnover during previous year does not exceed 5 crores, then can opt for QRMP scheme. What is QRMP? Quarterly return, monthly payment. So what should be the limit? So during the preceding year, what should be the limit? 5 crores. It should not exceed 5 crores, means either less than or equal to 5 crores. Then next, under the GST law, in case of taxable supply of services by a banking company, invoice to be issued within, for what is the time limit for issuing invoice? Banking sector and insurance sector, 45 days from the date of completion. For others, 30 days from the date of completion. For banking, it will be 45 days. Input tax credit on account of IGST available in the electronic credit ledger shall be utilized for payment of what? First for IGST, then for CGST or SGST as per the choice of the dealer. Then Lakshman and Company, Hyderabad, is engaged in supply of both goods and services which are liable for GST. What is the threshold limit up to which it is not liable for registration under GST law? Both goods and services, the limit will be 20 lakhs. Even if they are exclusively engaged in supply of goods also, it will be 20 lakhs. Remember this limit. MMTN, Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland. The limit for registration is 10 lakhs. Means as and when their aggregate turnover exceed 10 lakhs, they need to register. For U stamp, what is U stamp? U stamp, MMTN means you know na, Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland. U stamp, U for Uttarakhand, Uttarakhand. Then S for Sikkim. Then T, Telangana, Telangana. Then next Assam, sorry, Arunachal Pradesh, not Assam, Arunachal Pradesh, Arunachal Pradesh. Then Meghalaya, Meghalaya, and then Puducherry, Pondicherry. In this case, the limit will be 20 lakhs. And for others, for other states, if you are making only goods, the limit will be 40 lakhs. Balancing figure. Okay. So other cases means what? Both goods and services, the limit will be 20 lakhs. Basically, this state that is given, Hyderabad, is in Telangana. So the limit will always be 20 lakhs. Okay. Then next one. Under customs, the limit of exclusive economic zone of India. What is the limit of exclusive economic zone? 200 nautical miles from the baseline. Okay. Next. Part B, section B, question number 6. Discuss the concept and features of indirect tax. Repetition. What are the benefits of GST? Repetition. Okay. So concept and features of indirect tax, I told you, DT, IDT, the difference IDT you need to write. Benefits, I told you na, cities cameo, just now, that points you need to write. Examine with brief reasons which person is liable to pay GST in the following cases. So this just now we discussed one question, MTP question, okay. So Ram is an insurance agent, received a commission of 12 lakh from insurance company. Who will pay? Insurance company will pay GST under RCM. So why? Insurance agent to insurance company. Sham is a business facilitator, received commission, urban branch, taxable, and it will come under RCM. Mohan is an independent director, director receiving sitting fees. Again, this will also come under RCM. All these three. And what is the reference we need to give? Section 9(3), read with notification 13 of 2017. Next. You see this? B. Happy Enterprises, a registered dealer, furnishes the following information relating to machinery sold by to Kushi trader in the course of intrastate in the month of May. List price of the machinery 12 lakhs. So 12 lakhs should be taken as the price, transaction value. Now municipal taxes levied on sale of machinery. What is your answer? This is also one question. Study material only it is there. Municipal taxes, duties and cess other than GST should be included. But in the given price it is exclusive of only GST. They have given only exclusive of GST. See here some additional information they have given. Items in serial number 2 to 5 are not considered while arriving at the price given in the machinery 1. Means this is not included in the given price. So we need to add. It is to be included, and even the price it is not included. So we need to add. Installation and testing charges for machinery. It is incidental. I told you installation is usually incidental. Wherever it may be conducted, but it should be included. In the given price it is not included, so we need to add. Freight and insurance charges from place of removal to buyer premises. Supplier agrees to deliver, means the contract is that they need to deliver, means this transportation charges is before delivery of goods, therefore it is to be included. In the given price it is not included, we need to add. Subsidy received from NGO other than CGSG. This subsidy was not linked to price. As a subsidy is not linked to the price, we will ignore it. We will not consider it in the value. Kushi trader deducted 3,000 at the time of final payment, which was not as per agreement, not allowed as deduction. Post supply discount is allowed as deduction provided the terms are agreed before or at the time of supply. If the terms are not agreed before the time of supply, it is not allowed as deduction. Happy Enterprises normally gives an interest-free credit period of 45 days for payment. After that, it charges 1% per month or part thereof. Okay, Kushi trader paid for the supply after 60 days, but Happy Enterprises waived off the interest payable. That also will not be included. Why? Interest, late fee or penalty only on receipt basis we need to pay. They are not at all collecting. They are waiving off. Waiving off means they are not collecting, so that will not be included. Exactly all these points are there in 2-3 questions. Multiple questions it is there. Okay. So therefore, what should be taken as a value in this? 12 lakh plus 12,500 plus 25,000 plus 10,000. That will be 12 lakh 47,500 will be taken as the answer. Next. ABC Limited, a registered person, is engaged in the business of spices at Cochin. It provides the following details in relation to GST paid on inward supply procured by it during the month of May. Raw spices purchased, sold to consumers 4,50,000, used for personal use of directors 35,000. This 35,000 you cannot take ITC. Why? Any goods purchased which are used for personal consumption, you cannot take ITC. But this 4,50,000 can be taken as ITC. Electric machinery purchased for being used in manufacturing process. Electric machinery anywhere in the block credit? No. Is it used in the course or furtherance of business? Yes. So definitely we can take ITC with respect to this. Motor car used for transportation of the managing director for official use only. Can we take ITC with respect to this? No. Motor car is a blocked credit and it is not covered under 3 exceptions. Further supply used in the business of transportation of passengers, imparting driving skill. So ITC not available. Payment made to contractor for construction of staff quarter. Construction expenditure is blocked credit. Only if they give that is charged to P&L, they can take ITC. Otherwise, construction expenditure is block credit, they cannot take ITC. Now, what will be the answer? 4,50,000 plus 1,23,000. So, 5,73,000 is the ITC. But you need to write the reason why it is block credit. At least 1 or 2 lines you need to write about that. Then describe the condition to impose countervailing duty on subsidized articles. We discussed now anti-subsidy duty. There I told you 4 conditions. First, one country should have given the subsidy to an exporter, and those goods on which subsidy is given should be imported into India. It may be imported in the same form or any other form. It may be imported from the same country or any other country. And anti-subsidy duty will be levied for a period of 5 years plus 5 years. And if they are not extending it for 5 years, automatic extension for 1 year. And if the goods are imported by 100% EOU or unit in SEZ, there is no anti-subsidy duty. However, it is clear to DTA, there will be anti-subsidy duty. Do recollect all those points. And then next one, retrospective anti-subsidy duty can be levied for how many days? Up to 90 days prior. And anti-subsidy duty and anti-dumping duty is mutually exclusive. They are asking all those points you need to write. That if you write, that is sufficient. Only they are asking conditions. First they are asking conditions. So what are the conditions? Those conditions we are writing. Also state the quantum of duty. What is the quantum of duty? Anti-subsidy duty will be a percentage of assessable value or landed value, notified percentage. And what is the duration of imposition? 5 years plus 5 years. These points we need to write. Got it? Fine. So that is the answers for this. They have given, okay, condition, quantum, duration. Here we got 5,73,000, 12,47,500. All these answers are correct only. Okay, done. So therefore, I feel like I did my job. Okay, but I don't know to what extent I can create a confidence in your mind. But really trust me, this is sufficient. This is sufficient because you are seeing the answers also for this. But what you need to do is that apart from this, there are some small topics. You just need to revise it once. Maybe one day you spent, you have exam in June. By June, lot of time is there. So one day you spend, that will be sufficient. Okay. And anyhow, so DT also you are going to focus. So definitely don't worry, you will get very good marks. Okay. Then, and with that, I am concluding. This is not a comma. This is full stop for IDT, but for taxation it is a comma. Okay. Because again we will be meeting, and DT I am not able to put it in my YouTube channel. I don't want to do it in my YouTube channel because I am known as IDT faculty only for many students. So for that reason, I will share a Zoom link and in the group itself. So you all please join in the Telegram group. In that group itself, I will post the Zoom link and you can attend. If you are unable to come to the classes will be in this place only. If you are unable to come classes, you attend in online. If you are able to come to the classes, very much well and good, you can come to the classes. Okay. And then tomorrow we don't have class because tomorrow is Ramzan. That's why we did not schedule any classes. Day after tomorrow we are having classes. Day after tomorrow starts with financial accounting, and financial accounting is taken by one faculty. He is having very good experience. Last 6 years he have been taking classes on financial accounting for CMA. For CMA he has been taking classes, and he is associated with many coaching centers also, and he is a very good faculty, trust me. You can come and sit. If you like, you attend the classes, otherwise not required. He will be taking both the subjects, financial accounting and corporate accounting. Primarily he will be focusing on problem solving, not theory discussion, because accounts require problem solving. He will explain the concept and he will do the sums. Okay. And we have kept the fees for each and every subject as 500 rupees. If you are not able to afford to that also, do let me know. Okay, I will help you. Actually what we have kept is very less, but even if you feel like no sir, that's also I cannot pay, then no issue. So you come. See, one thing is for sure, if there is really a student who wanted to learn the subject, ensure that we are there. Okay, so we will be going to any extra mile and we will do, because for CA intermediate I am taking in one external premises, one day cost is 60,000 rupees including electricity cost. For that 4 days I am doing in Mylapore Fine Arts Club, one free batch I have been taking. This I am taking for last 4 years and it's absolutely free batch only. And so why I am doing it? Because many students who are not able to attend the classes because they will be studying in on their own preparation, self preparation they will be doing, or they would have spent some 50,000, 60,000 to one coaching center but not happy with the quality of the coaching center. Now so definitely they will not be able to spend, because I know that you are all depending on your parents, and your parents again you go and ask them na, so I need money to pay for the classes, definitely they will take some slipper etc and all, and they will hit you because what have you done with respect to 60,000, 40,000 etc and all. Definitely they will question. I will ask my son and my daughter if they are asking me, correct? So I can understand. For that reason only my team were asking, sir, with 500 rupees what we will get? It's okay, sir, we will do. So that let the students know the real quality. Now I took 4 days, hardly number of hours if you see na, maybe first and second day it went to some 7 hours, and yesterday only was 6 hours only, and today also it is going to 7 hours, and 7 3s are 21 plus 6, 28 hours, 28 to 30 hours maximum I completed, and therefore you also got some confidence. We are able to solve the questions. You understood na? So which means that is the quality which I wanted to convey. And so it's nothing against any coaching center etc and all. I like teaching pa. I wanted to provide good quality to the students. For that only I am doing all these things. There is nothing. I don't know whether you will. So we will definitely start regular batches, and fees also I am committing. Our fees will be subject 5,000 rupees for regular, which means entire group 1 will be 20 and group 2 will be 20. That is how we will be charging the fees. I will not charge more than that. That is only the fees, and for that whatever I am getting, it's okay. And I know whether you are referring me, you are not referring me, with that expectation we are not doing all those things, okay? But others should know that this is the quality at which they should be taking classes, because our revision batch will be the regular batch in many coaching centers, trust me, okay? Seriously, our revision batch will be the regular batch in many places, okay? That's how they are doing it. So that's the reason, nothing else. And thank you for giving me opportunity to take classes for you, okay? Again we will meet on DT class. All the very best for other subjects also. Kindly attend. If you have any kind of difficulty, you please post it in the group, and in that group I am there. You can go to that, and I am admin in that group. Other people are also there. If you want to do any direct message also, you can do the direct message. Related to indirect tax or related to any subject in CMA, you can use that group. You can post your queries etc and all. We are there to help you, okay? Thank you. Take care. All the best.